It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, July 15, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely Monday afternoon in New York City. Hope you had a beautiful weekend. Hope you're doing well wherever you may be. We are in the thick of summer, and it's a great time to be alive. And what a time it is for combat sports. Some quiet nights, but it's about to ramp up. Of course, UFC 304 coming up in less than 2 weeks' time. We'll be talking about that card in particular. One of the co-headliners on today's program. So much to discuss, much to get into, and a bit of breaking news off the top of the show that I will get into. Yes, thank you, Frank. Thank you very much for that. A bit of breaking news off the top of the program. So stay tuned. First off, as always, presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Thank you to them, and thank you to our good friends over at BetterHelp for sponsoring today's show. More on them later in the program. Back into the show, we'll check in with the Parlay Pals, see how they did this weekend. Also, GC, see how he did this weekend. Prior to that, we will be joined by the pride of Manchester, a man who will bring it home on July 27th. The one and only, the interim, and in my opinion, the real UFC heavyweight champion, the great. I keep delaying it, hoping that the chant is going to kick in. There it is. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Asleep at the wheel.
Suck it, man!
Shouldn't have given me that power.
I was so hoping. What was that? What did you say?
Suck it,
man! Jasmine, now 2 drops for Jasmine on the program.
That's the busiest.
Yes. Oh my dear. What a time. Tom Aspinall going to join us to talk about the big interim title fight on July 27th. That's at 4:00. At 3:35, Rose Namajunas, who was successful on Saturday in the main event, UFC Fight Night Denver at the Ball Arena. She defeated Tracy Cortez, most people's opinion, including my own, 4 rounds to 1. Great performance from Rose. Arguably her best at 125. She's now maybe 1 or 2 away max from fighting for the belt. So great stuff from her. Tough night for Tracy Cortez, and a tough weekend, of course. Almost missed weight, had to cut her hair. But her first loss in 11 fights or 12 fights, and first time headlining. She hasn't been on the main card that often as well. She will be back if she wants to be. So we'll talk to Rose Namajunas at about 3:30 about that. Prior to that, we'll be joined in studio by the 4th member of the Parlay Pals faction, Julianna Peña. The Venezuelan vixen herself is in New York. First time in studio, I do believe, for her. Of course, she was at our road show in November. That was a fun surprise. And we'll have her on. Is she fighting in October? When is she? We're approaching almost 2 years since her last fight. 2 freaking years. So it has been quite the road for her, but it looks like she's that close to fighting for the belt one more time, and she'll join us in studio. I look forward to that. Prior to that, we'll be joined at about 1:30 by the reigning defending WBC featherweight champion, women's featherweight champion, the pride of Australia, Skye Nicolson, who was victorious this past weekend at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. She shut out Dyana Vargas, 10 rounds to none. Almost dropped her in the 5th round. A perfect performance. She pitched a perfect game. She wins via unanimous decision, 100-90 on all 3 scorecards. And afterwards, she said she wants to smoke. She'll be joining us in studio as well. Second time for the one-time Olympian, Skye Nicolson, in studio at about 1:30. So stay tuned for that. A lot to get to. A lot of other things have happened since we last spoke. And at the top, I will say probably the most notable thing that happened, of course, happened Saturday evening, late Saturday afternoon. What happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Shocking scenes over there. Of course, you know by now the reported assassination attempt on Donald Trump as he was campaigning. Just crazy to be living in these times. And we're not going to get too deep into all of this, but I will just say, I hope that there aren't people who were happy about this. This is not good for anyone. It doesn't matter who you are voting for or who you are rooting for or who you want to win. If you're blue, if you're red, if you're this, you're that, you're I don't know, undecided, you're libertarian, you're Canadian, you're English. It doesn't matter. One person died. Another person obviously was killed. The suspected shooter, one innocent person died. And it appears as though Donald Trump was hit above his ear. And there's all kinds of crazy theories and things out there. I'm pretty naive when it comes to this stuff. And I think it's terrifying. And I don't think we need that. And I can't even imagine what America would look like if that, if the worst case scenario happened on Saturday night. So a weird time, a bit of a terrifying time, if I'm being honest, and not something that I think anyone should be happy about or rooting for or, wishing upon anyone else. And of course, if you're telling me to stick to sports, I'd be happy to. But our sport, MMA, will be very much in focus later on this week at the Republican National Convention when our very own Dana White, he's one of our own, he's one of our own.
Who the fuck is we?
It's on automatic, man. I'm sorry. It's gone crazy.
Dana White, he's one of our own. He'll be introducing the 45th and perhaps 47th president of the United States of America at the Republican National Convention, introducing him. So MMA reaching the big time, hitting the mainstream on, I believe it's Thursday in Milwaukee. So stay tuned for that. The Venn diagram not only pertains to, MMA, boxing, and wrestling, it also pertains to politics and MMA. It's a wild time to be living in. But in any event, happy that it wasn't worse than it could have been. And just hopefully everyone can chill out a little bit. What happened to the days where politics were just kind of boring and everyone was just, oh yeah, that guy's speaking, cool. Maybe I'll check it out later. In any event, in addition to that, obviously we had the UFC event on Saturday in Denver, and there was a bunch of boxing. Boots Ennis in Philly, 14,000 plus. I had a very, very lovely Saturday prior to all the madness. My daughter got to walk out with the U.S. women's national team, holding their hand, standing for the anthem of both Mexico and the United States. Very proud moment for me, sitting in the locker room with her, going through the whole, the whole rehearsal. They call them mascots over in the UK. And they get to walk out with the players holding their hand. A great, great moment. I was over the moon. I couldn't have been more excited about this and more proud. I wish her brothers were here to see it, but I will tell them all about it when we, God willing, pick them up on Sunday. She was very excited about it and very cool to see her interacting with the players. Trinity Rodman was standing right next to her, the daughter of the great Dennis Rodman, Hall of Fame basketball player. So I was buzzing. I was absolutely buzzing, and a very, very cool moment. Commiserations, of course, to all our friends in England over the heartbreaker, and to GC, who had the future on England winning the Euro. So close, and it looked as if when Cole Palmer tied it up that they would prevail once more. I think it would be 4 comeback wins in the knockout stages, but it wasn't meant to be. It was Spain's day, both on the grass court and on the pitch, because Carlos Alcaraz won Wimbledon earlier in the day, and then, of course, the Spanish men's national team won the Euro Cup, and they were the best team in the tournament. And so now we wait and see what happens to the great Gareth Southgate, who everyone seems to want to step down, despite the fact that he took them to back-to-back Euro finals, quarterfinals of the World Cup, et cetera, et cetera. But I was very sad. I was very sad for the English fans. I wanted to see it come home once and for all, but alas, heartbreak. You okay about it, GC? You had a lot on that game, riding on that game. You doing all right?
Yeah, I'll be all right, man. I'll be all right.
No
all good.
regalia today. You have to show up the day after.
What do you want me to do? You want me to wear an England jersey so everyone can shit on me because we lost?
No.
Is that what you want me to do?
No, I mean, I wouldn't shit on you. I do. By the way, you say we.
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, no, I'm all right. I'm all right. It's all good. I did have a bet on Carlos Alcaraz to win Wimbledon. I took a future on him, so it's all good.
That was a little squeaky bum time.
Squeaky. I thought we were about to get the biggest collapse ever when he had triple championship point and he didn't finish it right there.
Well, all right. Well, I'm happy that worked out, and commiserations also to the Colombian fans for losing the Copa America. The game just ended, by the way, just a couple of minutes ago. Crazy scenes over there, and people saying that America clearly not fit to host an event, like a Copa America final or even a World Cup final, forgetting the fact that America hosts, massive NFL, college football, obviously basketball, baseball aren't that big, but still massive events, concerts, things of that nature, and that never happens. I blame CONBOL. I blame them. They seem to be the culprits. I'm glad no one died. I'm glad no one got seriously hurt. At least I don't think. But I feel for all the people who bought tickets and couldn't get in. What a crazy scene that was. People in the aisles, people going through vents, people climbing over, stampede. I mean, just awful scenes. Awful. So congrats to Argentina. Congrats to Spain. Congrats to all the big winners. And now the summer of soccer fun comes to an end just in time for the Olympics to start. And I'm heading off there in 8 days' time in Paris.
I'm coming!
Yes, I will be there. I look forward to it. Now, I mentioned some breaking news off the top. I just got this a minute before we were supposed to go live. So as you guys know, Nathan Diaz and Jorge Masvidal fought 9 days ago in Anaheim. That Fanmio card, the boxing card, which, we spoke quite glowingly about in the aftermath on the Monday after. Well, I just got this from Nate Diaz's representative, manager, Zach Rosenfield. He sent me a complaint in the Southern District of Florida that they filed. Please refer to the introduction as the full explanation of the lawsuit. Nate will not be making any comment. United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, Miami Division, Nathan Diaz versus Fanmio Inc. The plaintiff, Nathan Diaz, sues the defendants, Fanmio Inc. and Solomon Engel, individually and states, this case involves an outright fraud committed by defendants Fanmio and its president and owner, Solomon Engel, upon famed mixed martial artist and boxer Nathan Diaz. Fanmio describes itself as an entertainment company that provides online access to entertainment events, films, and celebrity experiences. In 2023, Fanmio and Engel approached Diaz and his representatives about Fanmio promoting a boxing match between Diaz and retired MMA fighter Jorge Masvidal. Diaz and his representatives were skeptical that Fanmio and Engel had the financial resources to fund the payments, but they were assured repeatedly that Fanmio and Engel had the financial resources to pay Diaz and that any payments owed to Diaz for participating in the boxing event would be fully guaranteed. Number two, Engel and Fanmio repeatedly promised and contractually guaranteed in writing that they would pay the sum of $10 million. So remember when I wrote cap for the purses that said he was making $500,000? Well, now you know it's $10 million. To Diaz for helping to promote the fight and boxing Masvidal with a $1 million paid upfront and $9 million paid after the event. Diaz participated in an unprecedented amount of media promotion for the fight for both him and the industry, including 6 press conferences. That is true. Unprecedented. 4 times the amount of social media posts he has ever done for any previous fight, agreed upon media availability, podcast interviews, and granting permission to Fanmio to utilize his YouTube channel to be a distribution platform for fight-related promotional content. In the week leading up to the event, Diaz did everything requested of him to promote the success of the event, including doing podcast interviews, participating in press conferences, and posting on social media. Diaz did everything and more to attempt to make the fight a success. The value of Diaz's services for marketing and participating in the event well exceeds $20 million. The boxing event between Diaz and Masvidal took place on July 6th, the Honda Center. From all appearances, the event was a smash success. Entire 18,000 plus seat Honda Center sold out, and the fight between Masvidal and Diaz was action-packed. Yet remarkably, Here comes the punchline, I guess. Fanmio and Engel are now reneging on their written and oral promises and guarantees to pay $9 million owing to Diaz because they claim they are going to lose money on the event. In a flurry of desperate calls to Diaz's representatives following the event, Engel despondently groveled that he was going to lose more money than he anticipated on the event if he paid Diaz what he had promised, and that his wife might divorce him because of the financial losses. Engel went so far as to threaten he might have to declare bankruptcy to avoid paying Diaz what he owed. There's nothing lower or more despicable, this is the last paragraph, in the world of boxing than a boxing promoter who allows a fighter to put their health and safety on the line in boxing so that the promoter has the chance to make tremendous profits only to later renege on paying the boxer following the event. Worse yet, Engel knew that Diaz and his representatives were concerned about this exact situation of Engel reneging on payment if the event was not a financial success. In the months and weeks leading up to the event, Fanmio, Engel, and their representatives intentionally lied to Diaz's representatives about having set aside the money to make the payments and the payments being guaranteed, going so far as to have their lawyer inform Diaz's representatives in writing that the money to pay Diaz was being held in an independent collection account. Unfortunately, Diaz has been given no choice but to now sue Fanmio and Engel to address their blatant breach of contract and fraud and recover the money Diaz is undisputably owned. Wow. Did I say owned? Owed. My bad. I was reading.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's 17 pages long, but that's a unfortunate turn of events. I will say, just from my perspective, there had been some talks of me working this event, and I had my own reservations, and I won't go too deep into them. And that's why I wasn't a part of it. I'm not saying that, this has anything to do with that, but I just felt like a lot was being promised and a lot was being invested. And then the first red flag obviously was the June 1st date, which was insanity to go up against UFC 302. And then now here you have this, which is very unfortunate. And I agree with one of the statements here, which is like, if you promise a fighter that you're going to pay them X amount in writing, in a contract, and they go out there and fight, and this one happened, and Diaz showed up to all 6 press conferences. And that to me is actually the most shocking part about all of this. I couldn't believe that he showed up to all of them, even though he left in the middle of one of them. You've got to pay him. You have to. It is pretty damn low. And so let's see. This literally just came to me right now. But it is a real thing. Obviously, I know Zach quite well, and it's a very unfortunate turn of events. And I'm curious, and I'll check in with Jorge's team to see if he is having the same issue. Now, I don't know whether Jorge was getting paid as much. I don't think, but I have to triple check that. Nevertheless, if they think they're going to lose a lot of money, and that's we didn't get word on what the gate was, and I knew it was way more as far as what was promised to the 2 fighters than 500,000. I don't know why MMA media posts that stuff, why boxing media posts that stuff, knowing that it's fake. The undercard purses are a little more accurate, but the main event purses are more often than not, especially when it comes to the UFC and MMA fighters. And the reason for that is Dana likes to say he doesn't want the world to know how much the fighters are making, and that's whatever. We know this, and Conor McGregor isn't making $1 million. Nate Diaz isn't making 500, but we report it as fact. I don't know why. It's not true. It's inaccurate. They construct the contracts a little different. So what they tell the commission is X amount, but then there's a whole other amount on the back end. So that's why I put the cap emoji. That's like what the kids like to refer to as not being true. You know what I mean, Frank? It's like they say cap or no cap. I was saying cap because if it was if it was no cap, like if it was like an X and then a cap, or like the thing that with the red with the line, that would mean that it was true. You know what I mean? So I just wrote cap, meaning it's not true. And 10 million is a lot for an event like that, especially with all that they invested in those press conferences, flying people around, the production, and then the rest of the card. Pettis isn't cheap, Chris Avila isn't cheap. You had Garcia on there, you had Vargas on there, you had Daniel Jacobs on there. not a cheap thing. So very unfortunate. I still don't even know what Fanmio is. What is Fanmio? Is Fanmio an app? Fanmio.com. What is Fanmio? Well, it still says that you can order the pay-per-view on there. Featured events, slap fighting championships. They did a slap fighting thing with Logan Paul and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Then they had Mayweather versus Logan Paul, bringing the best in entertainment. What is Fanmio? Oh, it says right here, what is Fanmio? At Fanmio, we're focused on bringing the best entertainment to fans worldwide. We aim to transcend the boundaries of traditional entertainment, offering exclusive access to groundbreaking events and unforgettable experiences. We're dedicated to creating moments that not only entertain, but also connect and inspire. Okay. In any event, that is an unfortunate turn of events. Now, that's the first bit of news. The other piece of news that I wanted to address off the top of the show was during Saturday's UFC event, there was a clip that went viral from the French telecast on TVA Sport, which is the Quebec broadcaster. I know them well. Grew up watching that channel. Reputable network. This wasn't the French broadcast. It was the Quebec French broadcast. And there's a promo on there in the middle of the broadcast, like they did on the ESPN broadcast, where they talked about the Sphere card, which is September 14th in Las Vegas, Noche UFC, you know by now. And during this ad read, as they're talking about the date and what's coming up, the play-by-play guy mentions that there are 2 fights already announced for the Sphere card. He mentions Sugar Sean O'Malley versus Merab Dvalishvili for the men's bantamweight title, and he mentions Ilia Topuria versus Max Holloway for the men's featherweight title. And so some way, somehow, someone's watching this and tweets about it and clips it off. And then the thing by Sunday morning was all over the place and everyone was going crazy. All right. This is what I know with regards to that. There was never a plan to have those 2 fights headline the Sphere card. And as of right this second, that is not the plan. What I believe happened there, what I think happened there, is, local broadcaster maybe is reading stuff, sees rumors, sees the wrong report, and just assumes it's fact. I think it was just a mistake. I think it was an honest, erroneous mistake. And unfortunately, it went viral, and now everyone's taking it as fact, as gospel. Very, very unfortunate. We know the UFC. They ain't breaking that news. As much as I love Canada and Quebec, they ain't breaking that news on the French Quebec broadcast. We know this by now. And then you could say, well, maybe it leaked. Maybe they saw a promo. They ain't doing that either. They ain't giving any promos out to anyone. You know this. By now, we know how they operate. They're very tight-lipped when it comes to this stuff. And so I think this was just a mistake. And as of right now, there is no plan to have those 2 title fights headline the Sphere. As I've said, the same reason why Conor fighting Chandler on the Sphere card would be tremendous and feel like a perfect fit. It's a very expensive card. Dana said a couple of weeks ago, $17 million already allocated and invested in this, and there's more to come. Now, we know that Riyadh Season is sponsoring it, and that obviously helps. But they aren't, A, putting Conor on the same card as a card that has another champion because of the whole pay-per-view points thing, and B, he costs way too much money to put on top of that. So you could put that aside. And then the 2 title fights was never the plan. The plan was always the Grasso title defense. As she told us a couple of weeks ago, she is, of course, from Mexico, and it is a love letter to Mexico, as Dana White has said. Noche UFC. Makes all the sense in the world. She's the only Mexican champion left at the moment. You had Yair as the interim champ. You had Brandon Moreno. And then the plan has, for some time, been Sugar Sean O'Malley versus Merab. Now, both fights aren't official just yet. They haven't been signed, but that has been the plan. And as I said, if they did go with that fight, then the other plan would be Ilia versus Max, most likely on the October 5th Utah card, which hasn't been officially announced yet. Also on that card, we suspect Julianna Peña versus Raquel Pennington. Can't imagine they would put a Spaniard on a Noche UFC card. Crazier things have happened, but it doesn't make as much sense. And Merab is beloved in Mexico, and Sean has already told us his ties to Mexico. So while not your typical, Mexico versus challenger main event, it isn't as much of a stretch. And so that is still the current plan. I suspect, we're approaching, actually we're, as of yesterday, 2 months away from the card. So I suspect we'll get something very, very soon, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But this isn't one like 300 where they're scrambling, where they're worried. I just think they're taking their time with this one for whatever reason. And so I'm sorry to those who thought, and again, as is always with the UFC, as is always the case, they can literally change their mind in a minute. They could change their mind as I'm talking about this. They could change their mind because I'm talking about this. But as of all the conversations that I had yesterday regarding this clip that was going viral, that wasn't the plan. Those 2 title fights are the plan, and then the October 5th, and then we obviously have Arman and Islam. And I told you a week or so ago, Chandler saying that he's fighting Islam or was offered Islam. Not true. It's always Arman. He's going to do the PSA. He has said this since, and he's been verbally told that he is fighting for the belt at the end of October in Abu Dhabi. Then you've got the tentative plan being John Jones and Stipe in early November at MSG. And as of right now, as I said recently, the hope is Conor versus Chandler in December, on that December, I think, 14th pay-per-view. And Conor even tweeted to Michael Chandler a couple days ago saying, just spoke to Dana and everything is in place. And, he's hoping that he fights in 2024. So that's the layout right there. And if you look at, who has fought, who hasn't fought, who should be fighting, who's on deck, it all makes perfect sense. 304 is coming up July 27th. You got the 2 title fights there. Then it's 305. And we just found out, in addition to Izzy versus DDP, Dan Hooker is getting on the card, which is tremendous news, against Mateus Gamrot, which is a really good fight at 155 pounds. 306 would be Noche UFC on September 14th. And that's where obviously things haven't been announced yet, but I would be shocked at this point if it's those 2 title fights, Merab, Suga, and Ilya Max on there. I feel like the front runner at this juncture is Suga versus Merab, and then Alexa, hopefully against Valentina Shevchenko. We get some resolution to that one because I think Valentina deserves it after what happened at the first Noche UFC almost a year ago now. October 5th, 2 title fights, and hopefully that's the Ilya title defense. October, I think it would be 26, I think it is. Something like that. End of October would be the Abu Dhabi card, and we just found out Cyril Gane versus Alexander Volkov is on there as well, and we hope that it's Arman against Islam on there. Number 2, it should be a tremendous lightweight title fight. John Jones versus Stipe, Conor versus Chandler. All subject to change, but that's the plan as of now. And so anyone thinking that this was leaked, that this was put out there too soon or whatever, I just think it was a local broadcaster speaking out of turn. That's what it appears to be. And it's unfortunate, and you hope that no one gets in trouble there. And, these things happen. These things happen. So unfortunate stuff, but I wanted to update everyone on that. All right. In a bit, we'll talk to Tom Aspinall about his title defense, his first title defense of the interim belt, coming up on July 27th at the new Co-op Live in Manchester. Prior to that, we'll talk to Rose Namajunas. Prior to that, we'll have Julianna Peña in studio for the very first time. I don't think she's ever been in studio. I really don't. Maybe in the old days, but I really don't think so. I do know that our first guest of the day has been in studio. She was in studio back in January of 2023, and so much has happened to her and for her since then. And as recently as this Saturday, she pitched a shutout at the Wells Fargo Center in beautiful Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She defeated Dyana Vargas 10-0, 100-90, times 3. An unbelievable title defense. Her first as the WBC Women's Featherweight Champion. The pride of Australia, the Olympian, is here. Is she here? Is it the great Skye Nicolson? Ah, there she is. Hello, Skye. How are you?
I'm back.
So great to see you.
Nice to be back.
How's
Good to see
everything?
you.
Oh, thank you so
Hello.
much. Nice to be back. Now you're the champ. It's a different glow up.
I know.
How's it? Oh, like you got the Everlast.
Yeah.
Oh, must be nice.
New
at
woman.
You. Yes. Look at that smile. You're so happy. You're a champion. You're glowing. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Welcome back. And I know you're going to the airport
I
after
am.
this. So thanks for squeezing us in. You
Of
could have went
course.
home yesterday
I could have,
from Philly.
but I wouldn't miss it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, great confidence on your part and the team's part because we booked this like 2 months ago
Mm-hmm.
on the Monday, and the nervous Nelly in me would be like,
Do we go before the fight? Do we go after
well,
the fight?
I didn't want to say it, but like, what if you don't win? You know, and we're booking like the post-fight, celebration interview before the fight. You were that confident.
Yeah, always.
Like there was no part of you that was nervous. Oh, you're right there, Joe? Yes. There was no part of you that was nervous or...
No.
No, okay. Why is
I
that?
don't really get nervous.
No, but like, just like, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want, you know what I mean?
It's boxing. Anything can happen, of course.
Right.
But I back myself, always. I think you know that.
No, 100%. Yes, yes. You are oozing confidence now. Her as an opponent, her as a challenge, did you feel like she was presenting anything that was tricky, like as you were preparing for her?
In the preparation, yeah. We definitely prepared for the best version of Dyana Vargas. We knew she'd be a dangerous opponent. She's knocked out a lot of girls. You don't see that a lot in women's boxing. So we were definitely prepared for a dangerous opponent. All of her stoppages had come in the first 3 rounds, so I knew that the early part of the fight was definitely going to be the most dangerous. So I was definitely on the more cautious side in the earlier rounds, and as I settled into the fight, just stuck to the game plan. And I knew I had my measure.
She was an intense lady,
Yeah.
like in the face-offs and whatnot, like trying to intimidate you, or maybe that's just her vibe always.
Yeah, I think it is,
Okay.
from what I'd seen.
Yeah.
So I was kind of prepared for that as well. The face-offs and the kind of crazy eyes and stuff was, that wasn't new for her. But I'm very mentally strong. I feel like that stuff doesn't bother me.
Do you feel like some fighters try to do that because they think they're like, oh, you're just like, you're just this girl who hasn't been through, the ringer. You're not tough. You don't have that look. you don't have those scars. You know what I mean? You think they try to prey on that?
I think a lot of people think that about me. And I think they very quickly soon realize that that's really not the case at all. But I think that kind of stuff, the scary...
Intimidation tactics,
Yeah,
things like
that stuff I just feel like comes from a place of insecurity and their own nervousness.
Oh, interesting. Insecurity on their part.
Yeah.
You see right through it.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
You think they're putting on like a front,
That's why I just smile and
and you think that kills them?
yeah,
The killing with kindness.
a
Why do
little
you
bit.
freaking smile on the way to the way to the ring every time?
Because I'm having fun. I'm doing what I love.
There's no part of you that's like, yo, I'm about to go into a fight, 10 rounds, defending my belt for the first time.
I think I just back my preparation.
Okay.
So like for me, I would probably be walking to the ring very nervous if I didn't like know I had done everything.
Right.
But I trust myself, I trust my team, and I trust like what I do in my preparation will prepare me for anything I'm going to like go through in that ring.
Okay.
So I think that's why I can go in there so confident and happy and comfortable. I'm not going in there shitting myself because I know whatever comes in that ring in these 10 2-minute rounds, I'm ready for it.
What happened with the song? What were you trying to do? You were trying to do something for Philly, right?
Yeah.
What was the song?
So the song was Who's That Girl by Eve. She's
Okay.
a Philly born and raised artist.
Yes, of course. Who's that girl?
Na, na,
And you
na,
wanted the
na,
beginning.
na, na. Yeah, but the trumpets,
yes,
it
it's
would have been
classic.
such a cool intro.
Yes.
And the crowd was like, it was getting busy in there. So
Yeah.
it was like,
And what happened?
You know what? It's not the first time it's happened. In New York, I was meant to come out to Girl on Fire, Nicki Minaj version.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just played like the original Alicia Keys version, which is just like awesome song, but
Slow.
wanted the ring walk,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So this is the second time it's happened. It's not the best.
Who's
but
to blame here? Is this Matchroom? We don't
I
want to
don't
throw
want to
anyone
point
under the-
fingers.
I mean, but
But I don't know, maybe there's a miscommunication somewhere. Maybe I need to be very clear about how I want it to sound, where I want the song to start. I mean, you'd think the start of the song would be where I'd want the song to start, but it didn't happen. But
how does that work? You send them an email?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well-
Who does it?
Well, I don't know. My manager just tells them what song I want.
So I think we.
But maybe I need to be more clear in the instructions next time.
Start at this time.
Yeah.
And you're still going with like. There's a part of me that likes when people have the same song.
Yeah.
You like to bounce around.
Honestly, that's what I wanted as well.
Okay.
So when I first turned pro, I was like, I want to pick a song that's going to be my song for my whole career.
Right.
And like when anyone hears that song, they think of me. And that's like Skye Nicholson's walk song. But then like I picked my song, which was my song for my first year as a pro, New Sensation.
New Sensation.
AC/DC.
Yeah, okay.
Really fun walkout song, actually. I did love it. But then I had a lot of people coming online saying, like, you're not going to be the new sensation forever, though. You can't be undisputed world champion, defending all the belts and be, like, the new sensation. And I was like, oh, yeah. So then, yeah, I did it for the first year, and then I've just kind of changed it up every fight since.
I get what they're saying, but there's a famous MMA fighter named Uriah Faber, and his nickname is the California Kid.
Okay. He's not a kid anymore?
He's in his early 40s now.
Okay.
But we're still calling him the California Kid, so
yeah.
That could be your thing.
It could. Well, it's a bit
Frank,
late now.
what's wrong? What's wrong, Frank?
You need to move your mic.
Okay.
Wow. It's because the jacket's going on top.
I can take the jacket off anyway. It's kind of warm in here.
Okay, yeah, I do like it warm.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like
tell.
to be cold, and I turn off all the AC. Sorry about that.
So then there won't be any ASMR on the microphone now. Are we good?
Oh, ASMR as in the. I thought you said you wanted me to talk in. I was confused. Yeah. This is the second time because I saw you eating the cheesesteak.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about ASMR. You
Yeah,
and
Emily Austin.
Emily Austin. Yes. How was it?
The cheesesteak?
Yes.
It was good. I get the hype. It's nice.
You didn't like it. I mean, it's very. When someone says it was good, and then like sort of.
Well, to be fair, they got it for me, and then I had to go do drug testing and all this other stuff, and it wasn't like hot and fresh.
Okay.
But I feel like it could have been better.
In what respect?
Like if I'd had it hot and
Oh,
fresh.
okay, got
do
it.
you know what I mean?
All right,
Like
yeah.
it wasn't.
Do you know where it was
I didn't
from?
get like the true.
Right, hot, like.
Yeah.
Do you know where it was from?
No.
Okay.
But I have heard that that's a big part
That's
of
a
whether
huge
it's good
thing.
or not.
So I was wondering if it was like from the arena,
I think it was from the arena.
which is probably not great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was a
So
nice
it wasn't
gesture on
like
their part.
oh yeah, for sure. But
Did you finish it?
no.
Wow. So you really didn't like it.
I did not like
What,
it.
did you tell them you didn't like it, or will they find out now?
I gave it an 8.5.
I don't believe that. I think you were being nice. Was there a cheese whiz on it?
What's that?
It's like. Do you know what color the cheese was?
Yellow?
So there's something called cheese whiz, which is kind of gross. It's like in a can,
Oh.
and that's the traditional, from what
Oh,
I'm
right.
told. But it's really I think it's gross.
I mean, it could have been cheese whiz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very okay. So it was that bad, huh? Wow. It's weird when you try something and someone's excited to give it to you, and you're on camera and you
I
kind of
know.
have to fake it
I
after all
know.
that hype.
But I did have a cheesesteak spring roll in an Asian restaurant last night
Okay.
in Philly.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 that was.
Fantastic.
Loved that.
Okay.
So,
What did you think of Philly? Your first time?
yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. I feel like I was kind of warned that the fans could be quite brutal, but they loved my fight and they were very vocal, so that was cool. I had a lot of support, like coming out of the ring as well, especially back at the fight hotel afterwards. There was a lot of fans there, so no, Philly showed out. It was good.
What a crowd for Boots' Matchroom debut. They
Yeah.
really, I mean, Matchroom's on fire right now in America
Mhm.
with all these shows. And what I liked about it, and you would know, which by the way, can I just say, why weren't you co-main? I mean, what's going on here?
I don't know.
That belt was more prestigious than the co-main title fight.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a problem. I have
I-
a few bones to pick.
I would just say, like, the only reason I would see that would be I'm an Australian girl fighting a girl from the Dominican Republic
Yeah, but it's the WBC
in America.
title.
I don't know.
This is not oozing confidence right now. You should have said, hell yeah, I should have been co-main.
But for me, it's like, I don't care.
Yeah, no. I mean, you were main card at least.
Yeah. I was
You
on
were
the
an
main card.
opener. You were an opener of main
Yeah.
card. So I just thought WBC title
That was the
fight-
latest I've ever fought. And to be honest, I was going to sleep at like 9 o'clock every night that week. And I was thinking, oh, I'm going to be boxing at 9 o'clock. Like, it's my bedtime.
What did you do?
I did stay up a bit later the last couple of
Okay.
nights to kind of, and I had a nap on fight day.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was like I felt like the crowd, you know, sometimes with these crowds, they just come for the main event.
Yeah.
Didn't feel that way.
No. And I think that probably helped being like the first boxing show in Philly and however long it had been.
Yeah.
So like the fans were excited to be there as well. So I think that was a big part of it. But it was also a really good card. So there were really good, like well-matched fights on the main card. So you can understand why they got there early.
Did you watch Boots?
I did, yeah.
What do you think?
Unreal.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was nice to see it like in person, up close.
Why unreal from your, expert eye?
His shot selection, his output, the way he puts his punches together, it was very impressive, and he had a very tough man in front of him. Yeah, well, that was the first time I'd seen him live.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think as a boxing purist as well, to see the skill, that's like a dream kind of fighter to watch live.
Who do you think wins, Boots or Crawford?
I think it's a very, very good fight, but I would still be leaning towards Crawford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that? Just the experience?
Yeah, and I don't know if it was like maybe a little bit of ring rust and stuff with Boots, but I did think he was getting caught quite a lot still.
Yeah.
And if you're getting caught that much by Crawford, I don't know how well you'd take those shots as well.
It's a current debate right now with all the Shakur Stevenson stuff. And it applies a little bit to you as well, because even in the press conference, the post-fight press conference, you said, what is it, paid and stay pretty, something like that, right?
Staying pretty, keeping my brain cells, getting paid.
Getting paid.
Yes.
And Shakur doesn't get hit, but yet people are mad at him. And then Boots gets hit a little bit and people are like, that wasn't great, even though he got like a fifth round stop. It's like, you can't win.
You cannot win.
Right.
That's one thing I have definitely learned. In the pro game, you will not please everyone. People are going to like different styles. Some people absolutely love my style. Some people absolutely hate my style. And you're never going to please everyone. You can't. It's impossible, because they love the boxing hit and not get hit style, or they just want to see blood and knockouts. So no one's going to have the perfect style.
What is your style? Like if you were to describe it?
Hit and not get hit.
Right.
The art of boxing. I feel like I have worked a lot on my inside game. I haven't really had to use it, but I've got it in my arsenal. It's there. So if I'm taken to a place where I need to use it, it'll be there. But I haven't needed to use it.
Did you watch the fight? Did you watch it back?
Yes.
What did you think of the commentary?
It was fair. I think they said everything that I would expect them to have said. I saw some people were kind of complaining about the commentary a little bit in some comments online.
Critical, right?
Yeah,
At times.
that they were critical.
Yeah.
But
did that bother you?
no, not at all. I mean, because I can see it myself as well sometimes, what they are saying. And even in round 5 where I landed like a barrage of left hands, it was like, why wasn't I throwing the right hand as well? Like, why did I throw 5 or 6 left hands without throwing my lead hand? To be fair, I landed so many jabs that my jab was pretty busted up. So
is your hand busted up?
Yeah.
Wow. Is it broken?
No.
Okay.
Just sore. A little bit blown up, but I landed a lot of jabs. So it kind of forced me to use the left more. But I think maybe in that moment, that's why I was like barraging with left hands and not coming back with the right. But I feel like I probably maybe could have got her out of there in the end of round 5 if I had kind of just like put a few more combinations together with both sides. But again, we live and we learn from every fight. I was saying to my team, like, if I was fighting again in, say, like 3 or 4 weeks' time, I would be like a million times better than Saturday night. Because it would all just be fresh in my mind, and I would just go, I'd just take all the little things that I wanted to change about that fight into that next fight. But I feel like we have all these huge gaps between fights. And I'm so active. I'm not complaining, but I just think like I'd rather get paid half the amount and fight twice as often.
Don't say that.
I'd love it.
So
I just love fighting. I want to have 10 fights a year.
Which is tremendous, and I think a lot of people respect that about you. But if they called you up right now and said, we've got a date, I don't know, that LA card.
Yeah.
You would do it?
Yeah.
Really? Even though your hand's a little busted?
I'd have to check on the hand, but to be honest, yeah, I would.
The activity is what you're searching for.
I just feel like I would be improving at an even more rapid rate if I could just like move straight into another fight.
Right. Do you think like, is there any sort of, I know there was some talk, and we're going to talk specifics, but as far as like date or time frame?
Nothing locked in.
Okay.
I know that I want to have 2 more fights before the end of 2024.
Oh, wow. 2 more?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like them to be Tiara Brown and Raven Chapman. I like those fights. They want those fights. They're chasing those fights. So which order they're in, where they are, and the dates, I don't know yet.
Okay. I want to get to them in a moment, but just going back to the actual fight on Saturday. One of the things, and I think it was Sergio Mora who was saying it the most, and I didn't think that they were disrespectful or unfair to you, but I appreciated that they were being critical.
Yeah.
I was curious how, it's one thing for me as a viewer to watch it, you as the actual person they're talking about.
Yeah.
They were saying that it was just like one shot and you weren't putting together combinations enough. And it was just, a shot and then come out and then not like a 1-2 or a 1-2-3. So you would say that there is some validity to that?
There is.
Okay.
But also I was fighting a dangerous power puncher and I was hitting her, breaking the space and then hitting her again. So just because I wasn't hitting her and staying there to trade with her, I still threw, I can't remember the stats off the top of my head, but I think I threw twice as many punches as she did. So it's like, and I threw 100 more punches than my last fight to this fight.
Wow.
So I'm definitely adding to my game. I'm adding these little things, but I'm not just going to change my style. I'm not just going to stand and trade with a power puncher because someone thinks that'll be more entertaining.
You will never compromise, the defense just to put on a slugfest.
Exactly.
You don't want that. That's not
ugly.
Okay. Because there are,
in my opinion.
Yes. There are some fighters who will do that.
Yes.
But that will never be you.
No.
Okay. Is there any part of you that wonders like, what would it be like to be, like 5th round Katie Amanda? When they were just like in the pocket there.
Yeah.
Is there any part of you that? See,
I watched that and thought, Katie, what are you doing?
Okay.
Why are you giving her an opportunity? Why are you fighting her fight when you can outbox her? Because that's what I would be doing. I would be outboxing her.
Okay.
So I just think, why put yourself in a position you don't need to be in if you can win without doing that?
Right. In November, you got your first stoppage as a pro.
Yes.
Do you feel like that's a drug that you're searching for again? Like when you had her on the ropes in the 5th round, you're like, oh, I want this? Or
no, I would have loved to have got the stoppage.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, no, I really wanted to do the whole 10 rounds and win on points.
Yeah.
But it's not a drug. I'm not like, I want to stop her so bad, I'm going to get the stoppage. It's like, if it's there, it's there. If it happens, it happens. But I'm not going to get reckless, especially against a power puncher, especially against someone dangerous who has had 1-punch knockouts. Like, I'm not going to put myself in a position when I can beat her without doing that. Like, why give her the opportunity or the chance to land a lucky shot? Because that's all she could have done.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everyone has what they like and what they don't like. But I just think, stay pretty, keep your brain cells, get paid.
And so you mentioned Tiara Brown and Raven Chapman. Brown won a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And on the microphone, she said like, let's go.
She's quite funny.
I see. So my top choice is the Serrano fight, obviously.
And mine, of course.
And we will get to Amanda in a moment. But obviously she's fighting this weekend, and then we have the Katie fight, presumably in November. So we're gonna put it, we're gonna put it on the sideline. Keep that energy. The Tiara fight to me feels fun because she talks a good game.
Yeah.
She has the record. She's getting a little up there in age, so maybe now's the best time.
Yeah.
And I like it. Like she's chasing you.
Yeah.
So
I like it too.
You like it? Yeah.
And I've been seeing little bits online, and she seems quite funny. I feel like she'll build up a good fight as well.
Yes.
And she's got a lot to say, so
I feel like we'll give her a dance partner.
We'll give her a chance to show us how good she is, for sure. I just find it so funny that she's like really upset about me calling her irrelevant maybe a year ago, whenever it was, when I think the best record she beat was 2-0.
Wow.
And she was about 14-0. But she's beat Gabriela Bouvier now. Someone I had a shutout win against in my 3rd, 4th fight, maybe 3 months into my pro career, but she's relevant now, so she beat Bouvier. Nah, I'm excited for that fight. I'm excited for the build-up for that fight. There's definitely no hard feelings on my side, but I feel like she's a little bit upset about things, so.
Do you feel like she has animosity towards you, or is she okay?
Yeah, I think so.
I do see a lot of people, like even in the past when you've been on the show, people are like, she doesn't want Tiara Brown. She doesn't. People seem to say that she's the boogie woman in your world.
I think she has convinced herself that I'm scared to fight her, which I find so funny. But it's only because I haven't given her the clout and time and attention that she's been begging for. But yeah, no. I love that fight. I hope it's next. And so does she, so we'll see.
Between her and Raven, which one interests you more?
It honestly doesn't bother me. I like both fights. I believe I beat both of them. I think the UK fans love me versus Raven because it's almost like a domestic clash.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're both based London. And obviously Queensbury and Matchroom, that little rivalry, and now they're all working together and stuff. So that fight makes sense, and it's been a fight that's been talked about for a while.
Yeah.
I got told after the Mahfoud fight that Raven was my mandatory. And then obviously Tiara Brown's had this fight with Bouvier and she's been told she's mandatory. So I don't actually know which one is actually my mandatory. But I don't care. I love both fights.
Which one do you think is next? Which one, like, how do you think this plays out?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know. I believe it's up to the WBC. So for me, form an orderly queue.
Yes, yes.
Line them up.
I think it's time. Like both those fights are great. They're known to the fan base. I think. Do you have a better relationship with Raven?
I feel like there's probably less animosity.
Right.
With Raven. We're not. I wouldn't say we're friends. We have sparred each other before, so I guess like we've worked together a little bit. It was good.
Okay.
It was a really good spar. We did like a couple rounds together when we were both sparring with Ellie Scottney. And then we did one full spar together on another occasion. But yeah, good competitive rounds. I think we're a great clash of styles. Obviously, an in and out, hit and not get hit boxer against an aggressive come forward fighter. So I think we will make a great fight. Tiara, I've really only watched her in the Bouvier fight.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
You've never looked her up?
There's not much on there.
Really?
Yeah.
YouTube? There's no like...
Not much.
Okay.
Yeah. She hasn't fought on like big cards.
Sure.
So there's not a lot of footage, but I saw enough.
What did you see?
In her most recent fight, I saw enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Oh,
yeah,
what did I see?
Yeah, what did you see?
Yeah, she's a good boxer. Bit like the Philly cheesesteak. It was good.
It was all right.
It was all right.
A solid 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Definitely not the 8.5. I want to see that one because I would like to see someone kind of bring the dog out in you. Not to say that this hasn't happened before.
I want it too.
Yeah.
Me and my team talk about it all the time because it's come out in sparring when I've had to do it. I haven't had to do it in a fight yet.
Right.
But I want it. Like, I want to show the world a whole other side. And it's there. So we'll see if one of those two can bring it out.
And now let us talk about Amanda Serrano, if we can. She was on the show on Wednesday, and at the very end, I asked her about you, and she didn't really want to talk about you, saying that, she doesn't call people out, 15 years in the game. She's preparing for this fight against Stevie Morgan on Saturday, 2-minute rounds, 140 pounds, I believe it is, in preparation for the Katie Taylor fight. I think you saw her answer to my question because you posted the tweet.
Yeah.
What is your response to what you saw from her last week?
Well, I mean, you asked about me. You didn't ask her if she's calling me out. So I don't know why she deflected the question the way she did and started talking about how she's the most paid athlete and everything else and completely went off on a different rant about whatever she was talking about. I'm so bored of talking about her, I'll be honest with you, because it's just like...
But I think actually you talking about her has built up some steam here, has kind of put pressure on her.
So many people were saying, like, 6 months ago, a year ago, whatever, no way Like, it's way too early for Skye. Serrano would kill this girl, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, do not put her in with Serrano. And now, I would say like 90% of the opinions are Skye wins shutout against Serrano. Serrano doesn't want it. There's a reason why Serrano's dodging it. And it's like everyone's actually seeing now what I've been saying for the past year or longer. Mm-hmm. I've never disrespected her, so I don't know why she goes on about this. I don't call people out. I don't disrespect. I've never disrespected her. If anything, I've been so respectful. I've talked about her being a trailblazer for women's boxing. I've talked about all of the amazing achievements she's done as a female fighter. But I want to prove that I'm the best in the world. And she thinks she's the best in the world. I think I'm the best in the world. Of course I want to fight her. She's got the other belts in the division. I want the belts. Any world champion would want to be chasing the other belts. That's the idea. Like, me calling her out or saying I want to fight her or saying I believe I beat her is not being disrespectful. But she doesn't want to fight me. I mean, it's so obvious. I became her mandatory 3 fights ago. She fell out with the WBC. I only want to fight. If you want to fight the champion, if you want to fight, I call the shots, blah, blah, blah. I'm fighting 12 3-minute rounds. She did it once. Didn't get the stoppage because she said that's why she wants 12 threes. That's why she's not had a stoppage for 5 years. Went the distance for 36 minutes, and now she's back fighting 10 twos and for the WBC belt against Katie. So it's like, why didn't you fight me? Anyway.
And you would have done 10 threes, right? Or 12 threes? Yeah, you would have done that.
I would fight 12 threes.
Yeah.
That is not a problem for me. If anything, I believe it suits my style more than most female fighters. Mm-hmm. I'm a patient fighter. It gives me more time. I also abide by the rules. I took the WBC route. That's the WBC's rules, and I'm happy to adhere to the rules, just like any fighter and every champion does, apart from Amanda Serrano. I'm bored of this, but yes, I would fight her. If I got the fight with Serrano and I had to be 12 threes, let's go. I've said that. Mm-hmm. It's not a problem for me. In fact, I think it would be a problem for her.
How do you think it goes? Honestly, like when you think about the fight, how do you think
I honestly believe she's the only featherweight in the world that could give me trouble, but I also believe it could be so one-sided to me. Because I just think my footwork, my timing, my accuracy, angles, I'm not going to stand and trade with you. And she knows that. That's why she comes out and says, oh, I come to entertain the fans, I come to fight. Basically saying, I don't do that. Mm. But I come to box. I come to hit and not get hit. And that is exactly what I would do in that fight.
Why do you think there's such great reluctance on her part? Because other than the Katie fight, I think you can make an argument that that's the biggest fight out there for her, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with Alicia Baumgartner. Maybe you can make an argument.
Fight there.
But you know what I mean? Like, you're certainly at the very top of the list. So why do you think there is this reluctance to just dismiss it every time?
Because I believe she knows what I know. And I believe they know that it's a very hard fight for her to win. I believe the clash of styles is completely wrong for her. She wants someone who's going to stand in front of her and let her tee off on them. And she knows I'm not going to be there. She wants to set her feet and let her hands go. But I'll already be gone. Every time. Just like on the weekend. Very, very similar. Obviously, I think she's a lot better.
Right.
A lot more experienced. A lot more seasoned. But her and her team know my style's all wrong for her. And she's at the end of her career. I get it. Don't get me wrong, I get it. From a business point of view, it's a risky fight to take late in her career. And she's seeing I'm getting better every single fight. So if she wants to fight me ever, she'd want to do it sooner rather than later because I'm only getting better.
Do you think it happens in your heart of hearts?
I did. I did think it would eventually happen. But now we're looking at the next 12 months she's fighting at 140. Does she ever come back to 126?
Do you think so?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's going to be hard to come back and not fight you.
But then it's like, if you're like, of course you're going to chase the Katie Taylor fight. Of course, that's the biggest money fight out there. I don't blame any of that. I get the tune-up fight in between. But don't hold up the belts. Especially if you're not planning on coming back and fighting for them or defending them. Like, there's a whole division here wanting to fight, wanting to be world champion, wanting to prove they're the best. Like, don't hold them up.
So I did hear you say that you don't want to win the belts like from like a vacant title fight. Like you want to dethrone the champion. And so what do you think happens? Like, do you think she ultimately gives up the titles? Do you think she gets stripped? What do you think happens?
I think a lot might depend on the rematch with Katie.
Okay.
I think if she wins the rematch, there's obviously going to be a trilogy.
Yeah.
Where I will probably see her vacate featherweight belts because there will be pressure being put on by the likes of Nina Menka's team and other people that are high up in the other governing bodies in their rankings. So if she loses to Katie, I think she'll either retire, look at maybe an Alicia Baumgardner fight, or come back to 126, but I feel like that's the least likely option.
How would you feel if you're Nina right now?
Like, more pissed off than I am.
Right.
I mean, I don't even know how it's justified what happened. Like, she pulled out on the day of the fight. And a week later, announces she's fighting Katie Taylor. There's no, like, reschedule of her fight. Now she's just fighting some other random girl. It's like...
What do you think happened?
What happens to Nina in all of this? Who didn't take the fight with me, might I add. She was offered this fight,
really?
The WBC title.
After the fact?
After what happened?
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
And her team said, no, we're waiting to see what happens in Katie versus Amanda on July 20th.
Right.
That was before that got pushed to November.
Yeah.
So they said, no, we're waiting for the Amanda fight. They want that fight, of course.
Yeah.
Now that's gone to November. What does she do all year?
Oh, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Very frustrating. I feel for her. But
what do you think happened in San Juan? What's your theory?
I don't know. It's a very, very strange situation that happened. I don't know. I don't want to say she did something or just pulled out. I couldn't imagine her just wanting to pull out of the fight. Like, obviously, I think something did happen, whether it was the eye thing or that was just a cover of some other kind of injury or something. I don't know. But dodgy. I called dodgy on that one.
The woman that she's fighting this weekend, Stevie Morgan, are you familiar with her?
No.
Never heard of her?
Never heard of her.
Okay. Do you rate her?
Don't know.
Did you look her up?
I mean, she's probably going to stand in front of Amanda Serrano because that's what Amanda Serrano wants in front of her. So she's probably picked an opponent that's going to stand with her and trade with her. So I don't even need to watch her to go figure on that one. But I haven't watched her, so I won't comment. I might tune in and watch the fight. We'll see.
Are you hoping that she loses to Katie because that maybe is better for you because then she comes down, or are you hoping she? What do you?
Couldn't care.
You couldn't care.
I couldn't care less.
You're moving on.
Yeah. For me, it's like I'm not going to keep like wasting energy on Amanda Serrano because I just think
it's just become such a big fight now. The tension is so great. This could headline.
But she can't even say my name.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
I think it's hilarious. Like, you see her face change when you ask her about me. I find it so funny.
Do you think it's her that feels this way or her team?
Her and her team.
Okay.
Well, she said it's her manager, and her manager chooses who she fights, so.
It is, I have noticed this shift that you're talking about. Like a year ago, talking to you about it, people were like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
and
not on the same level.
Yes,
and now
yes.
it's like the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My opinion was when I asked her, I don't think Amanda Serrano is scared of anyone.
No, neither do I.
It's, I think, her 50th fight on Saturday. She's a legend. She's a pioneer. She's a trailblazer. If I were consulting her, I would say, don't answer the questions like that.
Yeah.
I would just say, like, yeah, I've seen her. She has 11 fights. She was about to fight. You're about to fight this weekend. Great. I got this fight. I got Katie. If she's still holding that belt, I'll whoop her ass in 2025. That's way better than being like, you know what I mean?
It was a pretty bad answer from her. But again, I was just like, she can't say my name. And you see her face change. It's like, they really, really don't want that fight. And I've been saying this for so long, and people thought I was crazy. And I was like, no. Even my own team were like, she's not going to vacate the belt. I was like, I bet you she does not fight me.
Damn.
Yeah.
Now, there's a part of me that actually wants to see it now more than the rematch.
Really?
It's like escalated to this point.
Love that.
Yeah.
Me too.
I feel, well, obviously, yes. I feel like that's like, it's a sort of classic old guard versus new guard.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You have this other person who's nipping at the heels for a minute.
Yeah.
People are saying, nah, get out of here. Now they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got one of her belts. Like, it's all right there.
I feel
It's a
like
great story.
if she does plan to come back to 126 next year, and I've done a job on Brown and Chapman, like, that's the only fight, really.
There's nothing else.
No. So we'll see. I've got big fights in front of me without Serrano. So yeah, I think the featherweight division's on fire right now. Even with all the belts being held up, I'll just hold the fort over here, the WBC.
Yeah. Is there any chance that your next fight isn't against Brown or Chapman and it's against some other?
I don't think, no.
Okay.
I think that's basically,
That will feel like a letdown.
yeah, that would be a letdown for me too.
Right.
There's no other fight really there. It's those two. Maybe a Menka fight.
I don't mind
Down
that
the
one.
line?
Actually, I really feel for her.
So do I.
She did get paid though. So no?
No.
What do you mean no?
I mean, I'm sure she got paid,
Yeah.
but it's like, that's not
I know you
enough.
want to have the opportunity
Yeah,
to
it's
beat
not
her,
enough.
especially in San Juan.
You want, yeah, it's legacy. Do you know what I mean? Like, and the women boxers aren't getting life-changing money anyway. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? Like, this, not, yeah.
I feel like your star power has taken a turn, right? Like I see you now with Everlast,
Mm-hmm.
the billboards.
Yeah.
What's Lily White's, by the way?
I think it's like,
Is that like a department store? I saw
yeah,
the
it's like
picture.
it's
We
like
have
a
the
huge
picture.
like sportswear department
Oh,
store,
okay. All right.
right in Piccadilly.
Right there.
Yeah.
What was that like?
That was cool. That was really cool. Like when I did the shoot for Everlast and that, like I didn't actually know that that's where it was going.
Wow.
I thought it was just like a socials campaign.
Okay.
So when I got sent a video of it, I was like
This is big time stuff.
on the train to Piccadilly that day.
Oh wow. Just
I was
randomly.
like, I gotta go see that. Yes, let's go.
But this is like, it feels like Everlast is trying to position you as one of the faces of women's boxing here.
Yeah, and definitely the face of Everlast.
And the face of Everlast, period, not
Yeah.
women's.
No, yeah.
You're that.
Mm.
You're the it girl. You're the it boxer. That's huge.
It's
Is this,
it's cool.
you probably dream of being a champion, but you also dream of that, right? To be
Yeah, of course.
treated
I
like
mean,
that?
like, I feel like it's a very nice thing to go with what I'm doing. I wouldn't say it was ever like my dream, but I love it. Like, I love that the two are just kind of going hand in hand perfectly together. And like I've told you before, I didn't even think I would ever box as a career. Like,
Right.
I always boxed because I love boxing, and I still would. But to be doing what I love and like making a career out of it, in the ring and out of the ring,
Yeah.
no, it's very, very cool.
Are more opportunities coming now? Do you
Yeah.
feel? Yes.
For sure. Yeah, it's been really good. I feel like I'm in a really good place. I don't have to chase fights now either. The fights are coming to me. The
Right.
brands are coming to me. Everything's kind of just like aligning really perfectly.
What about an Australia fight? I feel like that would be good for the brand. A homecoming, if you will.
That's on the cards. So
The Liam Paro thing?
yeah.
Is that a real
so,
thing?
Yeah. There's 2 fights for me to have this year. They're the 2 opponents. One of those will land in Australia.
Man,
Yeah.
UNTR in Australia would be pretty sick.
I would love that. I would love that.
Would that be the first one? Like, is the Australia one?
I think maybe not.
Okay.
I think Australia is probably going to land later.
Okay.
But again, like I said, nothing's confirmed. It's going to be up to the WBC which one's actually going to
Right.
be ordered as my mandatory officially on paper because we haven't actually seen any of that yet.
How do they determine that?
I have no idea
Okay.
because obviously they've both been told
Yeah.
the same thing. So again, not an ideal situation, but it doesn't matter to me, like whichever one it is. But yeah, that will depend on, I guess, which opponent falls where, on which card,
Okay.
and which date. But I think the plan is for those two to be my next 2 fights and for them to both happen before the end of 24.
What do you think that will be like back home in Australia if you get to fight? And where would be the ideal spot?
I would obviously love Queensland because
Okay.
I'm a Queensland girl.
Is that
Brisbane, Gold Coast.
Okay, yeah.
But just being in Australia, I think will be very, very special. I've only obviously boxed there once as a pro, so yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. And Para is Brisbane based as well, so
Okay.
obviously Brisbane would be really cool. But we'll see. But to be back on Australian soil in a world title fight, a double header, I'll definitely be co-main.
I would hope so. Be major problems.
I know. No, I would definitely pipe up there. But
I mean, you should always be co-main or main at this point. You're a WBC champion and not some like Fugazi champion.
yeah.
Legit. They have a few things they have to change. I told Eddie about this. The press conferences need to change. The press conferences are whack.
In what way?
They're too first of all, they're void of any buzz or hype or anything. There's no fans there. It's an empty thing. The media doesn't ask any questions. A press conference.
Yeah.
Media should ask. You know how they were asking you questions at
After
the
the
post?
fight.
Yes,
yeah.
they should ask before.
I actually loved that. I thought that was good.
Yes. Eddie does a great job of setting things up, but it just goes down the line. Everyone says the same thing. Oh, biggest fight of my life, blah, blah. And there's nothing
Best
provocative.
camp ever.
It's boring.
Yeah.
The UFC does it perfectly.
Yeah.
Fans are there. There's some. Imagine what it would have been like for Boots
Yeah.
on Thursday, right? Everyone would have showed up. There would have been hype. There would have been a crowd. There would have been energy. Press asks questions, and I thought some of the questions were great. It seemed like the Philly, media came out. They just need to. And then, like I was at the one in Riyadh before the AJ fight, and we have to hear from every single fighter, and then the manager, and then the trainer, and then the last guy was AJ to speak. 45 minutes into the thing, like the star of the show should speak first.
Right. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like we need to evolve here.
But the star of the show fights last.
Yeah, but they speak first.
Okay.
They're like, come on, we're all there to see AJ.
Yeah. I
He's
get
sitting there with his AirPod on. What does he listen to, this guy? You notice he always faces off with an AirPod?
I have
His ear?
noticed, but I don't know what he listens to.
In any event, he's sitting there and he looks bored. The guy looks genuine. Like there's no, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
Any chance you fight on that card?
AJ?
Yeah.
Mm,
No chance?
I would love to, but I don't think so. I think it might be a bit soon, especially if it's Raven next.
Okay.
Because Raven fights on the 27th of July. So it would be like,
2 months.
yeah, should have to go straight back in, but I guess it would depend who I'm
Would be
fighting.
Sick. Yeah.
Which I guess that's the first thing we need to find out
Right.
because then we can obviously work out dates and locations around that. So
A little over a year ago, when we were in Dublin, you were telling me
Yes.
about your Olympic dreams. Obviously not happening.
Nope.
Olympics starting next week.
Yes.
Will
Are you going?
watch? I am going, yes.
I'm going too.
You're going to be there.
I'll see you in Paris.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm going to go watch the Aussies, the boxers.
Just to be a spectator.
fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Will you help them or no?
Help them in.
Like, can you help them train? I don't know. As a alum?
No, I don't know.
Spar?
I don't
No.
know. But I'm going to support the team.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Okay, so I was actually going to ask, like, will you watch it, or
Yeah.
are there
So
bad memories?
my best friend, who was
Okay.
my teammate in Tokyo, the Commonwealth Games, all through my amateurs, Katie Parker.
I thought your
she's-
best friend was Caitlin.
This is Caitlin too.
Oh, okay.
I have 2 Caitlins.
And then Maisie Rose.
Yeah, I have lots
You
of
have-
best friends.
Okay, I just want.
No, so this is my Australian best friend.
Best friend. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
And she is Australia's best chance of a medal in these games.
Wow.
Yeah,
What weight?
middleweight.
Okay.
Yeah, 75 kilos.
Was she on the team last time?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
she went back.
Yeah. So she hasn't turned pro.
Will she?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's definitely going to be one to watch, and I'm going to watch her in Paris.
What do you think it will be like for you? You know, because of
You
the
know
heartbreak.
what? I feel like for me, I spent so much time making sure I made the right decision for me that I'm so okay. Like I've not had one single like ounce of regret or did I make the right choice? Like, I was so sure in my decision when I said, no, I'm going all in on my pro career. I'm done with the Olympics. What happened, happened. I put it to bed. It's fine. That I know I'm never going to go, like, turn around and think, what if?
Okay.
Which was very important for me because obviously it was a very big part of my life and something that obviously thought and cared about a lot. So no, I'm totally cool, and I'm excited for the team that are there, and hopefully we have a really successful games.
Ultimately, why did you choose that?
My goals changed.
Okay.
I had the most amazing year and a half when I turned over, fighting around the world as a pro. I fell in love with the game. I fell in love with learning again, adapting my style, changing what I was doing, sitting down on my shots, like adapting to the pro style. And I just felt like, do I now go away from that for a year, go back on everything I've just worked on and done to maybe see out something, or I'm 1 or 2 fights away from being mandatory for Amanda Serrano and fighting for Undisputed. That was what was, at the time, my thought process. Obviously, I was her mandatory and that didn't happen, the fight, but I became world champion. I've now defended my world title, and I'm in a really, really good place where people want to fight me. Like, I'm the fight people are chasing now. And that's like, yeah, I don't know, I just feel like everything I've done, everything I've like said I was going to do and gone out to do, it's just like everything has worked perfectly in my favor. And I just feel like this was the path I was meant to take. And even though when I took this path, I thought I would still go back, I think I was always going to find that this was actually the path I was going to stay on. I just didn't know it at the time.
Have you already exceeded your own expectations as far as your pro career?
No way.
Okay.
No way.
What were your expectations? Like, what did you like becoming an undisputed champion? You believed all of
Yeah,
that?
I want to become a pound for pound great.
Yeah.
I want to be.
Did you feel that way even
I want
when
a
you
legacy.
did
Yeah,
pro, or
always.
you were a little like unsure of how it will all play out?
I went in quite naive, I'll be honest. I feel like I didn't think there was much difference between amateur and pro, and you could just kind of dabble between the two, and I'll just go and pop over to the Olympics and then I'll come back and fight for a world title. And like, yeah, I very quickly realized it's very, very different. It's like a 100-meter sprinter and a marathon runner trying to compete in both. You can do it. But I don't think like I felt overly passionate about where I was going to go in my pro career when I first went over. It was just kind of like, I'll just see if I like it and we'll just see how it goes. But I think within 3 or 4 fights, I was like, I want world titles. I want to be undisputed. I want to unify the division. I want to be a great. And like my whole shit, like I just had this shift, and it was like, I didn't even care about the Olympics anymore. And that was like why I knew I was making the right decision by just leaving that. Because if you don't wake up every morning thinking, I want to be an Olympic gold medalist, I want to be an Olympic, you're never going to win anyway. Mm-hmm. And like my whole shift had changed. It was undisputed, undisputed, undisputed. And it still is. That's when I wake up every morning, I want to be undisputed world champion. I'm going to be undisputed world champion. So yeah, that was kind of how that all.
Do you think it will feel the same if and when you do become undisputed, if you don't beat Amanda? Will it feel the same? Why do you always make that face
Probably
every time I
not.
say her name, by the way? You hate her that much, huh?
I don't hate her at all. I'm just so bored of it.
I know, I'm sorry. You know, this is what like we thrive off
yeah.
of. Right? Like, you know, like
I mean, for me, like I've said from the start, like for me, I want to write my legacy. And it'll be a real shame if I can't have her name ticked off.
I think it happens.
With that green W.
I think it happens. I think it probably happens like around this time next year, because there'll be this fight this weekend. She'll win that fight. Yeah. Then the November 15th fight is a 50-50. I don't really know what to expect. I wish it wasn't happening at 140, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's more in Katie's favor than Serrano's.
I don't really care about I just want to see them two at their most. I think like a 135 would have been perfect, but whatever. And then I think after that she fights you.
I hope so.
I think you beat Brown. I think you beat Chapman. And then you have momentum now. I think it's even greater at that point because you'll probably be featured. Hopefully Australia, you'll be coming across as a superstar. And then by like this time next year, it either has happened already or is about to happen. This is my prediction.
I love this prediction.
I don't think that, I think she's, for lack of a better word, a stud. And I don't think she will walk away with this kind of lingering.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope you're right. Because that would be perfect for me. I think one more year, I'm going to be in the peak of my career.
There's a good case to be made for getting you sooner, though.
Yeah.
Because you could see the progression that you're making.
If she does have in the back of her mind that she wants to fight me before she retires, she'd want to do it sooner rather than later. But if it's next year, then let's go.
Yes.
Love that.
So that would be huge.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you get a rematch, and then maybe it's like a whole thing.
I don't know if it'd be a rematch if it's
No, I was just trying to think of a
120 to 108 or
oh wow,
or 190.
I was trying to think of a good segue
There wouldn't be much.
to our
There wouldn't be
darts
much case
rematch.
for a rematch there, would there?
No, but we'll start with the first one. I was just trying to be cheeky and come up with a good segue for our rematch that's about to happen. That's what I was trying to do.
Oh, sorry.
I was trying to tie it all together.
I really just like cut you
No,
off
it's
there.
okay. In January of 2023, you were the first person to play darts here.
Yeah, it was my first time ever playing darts.
Don't believe it, still to this day. And you threw a 93.
Yes.
3 darts, 93. Now, I will be honest, we haven't played darts with every single person who's come through since then. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
But no one has top 93, including pros.
Well,
including like legends have been here. Luke Littler.
I am a legend too.
Yes, but do you know who Luke the Nuke is?
Yes.
He was here, and MVG was here. I don't know if you know him, Michael Van Gerwen. Like,
No.
these are actual pros, darts pros. And Eddie was here. Who else? KSI.
And none of them could beat me?
No one's, I think the highest was 80 something.
Oh, so they got close. And
Not
you
a
obviously
93.
haven't got close because you've had the most goes out of everyone.
And I've never gotten a 93. And then, of course, people, who could forget, in Dublin at the Glimmerman,
Yes.
we had the rematch, and you beat
I
me
beat you
again.
there too.
Yeah, you
That's
forgot
right.
about that one.
The only 2 times I ever played darts.
Yeah, right. You forgot about that one.
I didn't
Apparently, it wasn't as memorable. We went on the horse and carriage.
forget. Oh no, we had a great day
Yeah,
in
it was a
Dublin.
grand old time.
Loved that.
So this is and it's rare to get a third crack when you're down 0-2.
Yeah.
In the fight game, you don't get the third shot
No.
if you're down 0-2.
Yeah.
Like Amanda's not going to get a third crack at Katie if she loses this one.
No.
But these are my rules, my
Okay.
studio. So I would like a third crack, but this is
All
it.
right.
This is it. Never again.
But what happens?
If I lose,
Yeah, no, if you win,
I don't
do
know.
you still lose overall 2-1?
No. Then we're going to the fourth.
Oh, so there will be another one
then
maybe.
then the series continues. Yes.
Okay.
It's best out of 5. So it's the first one to 3.
Oh,
I don't know if you
okay.
heard that the first time I mentioned that. I just needed some time to prepare. So here we go.
All right.
The third and hopefully not final match. Oh, and by the way, we have something. I don't know if this fits you. I have one more of these. This is a one of a kind. Do you think this fits you?
That so fits me.
Does it really?
Yeah.
A limited edition Helwani boxing shirt. Do you
That
know about
is-
Helwani boxing?
No.
Wow, you haven't heard of it? No. It kind of like swept the nation. The camera's right over there. It swept the nation during COVID. Everyone was doing it. The ball on the head. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Anyway, there it is. That's for
Thank you.
No problem. No
love
problem.
gifts.
Next walkout, could you possibly walk out with that? It could get you immortalized on the wall. We have Casey O'Neill here who wore my Thug Nose shirt and it got her immortalized.
I love Casey. All hail King Casey.
There it is, yes. Okay, you didn't really answer that question, but it's okay. We won't hold you to it. All right, so here it is. You go first.
Oh, I go first?
Yes, because, visitors go first, ladies first. You could take a practice.
I don't really remember the rules.
Oh, the rules. It's just.
Can I decide if it's a practice after it's like,
Sure.
once we know what the score
the
is?
rules are 3. You get 3 shots. Mm-hmm. Then we count them up.
Yup.
And then, the one with the most points wins.
What's double and what's triple?
This is double.
Yup.
This is regular, so this would be a 20. This would be a 40. This would be a 60.
Oh yeah, so that's the one you want to get.
This would
The
be a
money shot.
25. This would be a 50.
Oh, we like a bullseye.
A bullseye. And you're a lefty, right?
Yup.
So here it is.
But sometimes I'm not sure which one I should throw it out of.
Whatever you want.
We'll try left.
So this is, we're going to determine after you throw it.
After I know what the
Is
score
there pressure? Are you feeling nervous?
Kind of, yeah.
More nervous than Saturday?
Way more nervous than Saturday.
You're still smiling though.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Was that a 19 or was that a double 19?
19.
It's
Just.
Are you
Luckily
keeping
for
it?
you.
Are you keeping it?
Yeah, we'll keep it.
All right, here it is. These count. No pressure. Pressure makes time.
18.
18. Wait, was that a 19 plus an 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a 37. And here's the final shot. What is that?
11.
11. So, by the way, not bad. Not quite 93. Maybe we should have checked you for PEDs. 18 plus, that is an 11. So that would be 29 plus 19 would be 48, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, 48. How do you feel about that?
It was okay.
Not great.
Is that it?
Well, now I shoot it.
Okay.
What do you mean, is that it?
Like that's just one. It's just the one round.
It's,
like
yeah.
Just one,
Why are you so
one
nervous,
and
by
done?
the way? You're like all breathing weird and stuff. You're afraid that I'm actually going to beat you this time. And I haven't. Joe will tell you I haven't played a lot, but I've been dreaming about this moment. Here it is. I could actually beat you in one shot here. If I get a bullseye, you're done.
You behind the line?
Yeah, of course I'm behind the line. You can't be. By the way, you can't talk when I'm throwing, like mid throw. 14. Would you get 48?
Yep.
That was too loud.
Oh no.
18.
Okay. All right. What do you need then?
That's 32, right? Jesus Christ.
And what did I get?
You got 48.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. I'm going to choke this again. Oh, you son of a! You did that. Oh my God, she did that. You heard that, right? Oh,
you were so close.
That's ridiculous. No, one. That's it. This is it. For all the marbles. I can't lose again.
3-0, yeah?
3-0. 3-0 for all the marbles. That was ridiculous. What's on?
Oh wait, we are going.
We
again.
are going again. We are.
Oh.
I can't lose 3 in a row. Okay, he's gonna fix this. What's on? Okay, if you do in fact lose this, you have to wear this
T-shirt.
on fight week for your
Okay.
next fight. At any point,
All right.
you have to wear
That's
it.
fair.
If you win,
I back myself.
if you win, you tell me what's at stake.
Oh right. If I win, you have to wear a Skye Nick T-shirt on your next
On the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Deal.
All right.
Here it is. Why do you close your eye, by the way?
I think it just like.
To zero in?
Yeah.
Okay, no pressure. This is it. It has to happen now. I swear to God, it's coming home. It's coming home. Oh, this.
That was a 3, luckily for you.
Okay, yeah,
'cause
tremendous.
I was getting real close to that bullseye.
What is that? What is that?
3 as well.
3. Wow, this is amazing. 6. That shirt's gonna look great on fight week. That's gonna be
Oh,
fantastic.
no.
Here it comes. Final. Just hit the board. Ooh, that was clutch. Okay, 25. That was 25.
So 31.
31. That was, I mean, not bad, that last shot.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Needed it.
But it's about to be unlucky. Here we go. Helwani finally comes through.
Oh.
18.
Goodness. No, I think that's a 1.
No, it's not a 1. It's 6, 18 plus
Oh, no.
24. Wait, what did you get?
31.
Yo, I'm gonna screw this up again?
Yeah. What are you on? 24.
24.
Okay. Woo!
Wait, what is it?
Is it an 18 or a 1?
It's an 18.
Oh,
Yes.
you won.
Yes. We've done it, everyone. We finally did
mean-
it. We finally did it.
You don't think it took you 4 goes, but we got there.
Listen,
You know what? I think this is going to look really good.
I
in
think
fight
it's going to
week
look
anyway, so-
fantastic. Look at that. Move aside, Everlast. There's a new game in town. The face of Helwani boxing, the great Skye Nicolson. Well done. Thank you so
you.
much. Pleasure. Hope you make your flight. It's,
Oh, yeah.
It's still some
Forgot about that.
time away. There she is, the reigning defending WBC featherweight champion. Tremendous stuff. Well done. See you in
Thank
Paris.
Yeah, see you in Paris.
And we're going to take a quick break, and then Julianna Peña in studio, so don't go anywhere. Finally, the stars have aligned. Izzy here, the pride of Lafayette, arguably the best fighter to ever come out of Lafayette, Louisiana. Izzy here. There he is, the man himself. Finally. How are you?
here,
Great
dude.
to be here. Great to have you here.
Thanks for the
Ben,
invite.
good to see you as well. Please have a seat. We finally did it.
We did it, bro.
I can't believe
And
it.
I got to tell you what. I thought you were in a basement somewhere.
You did?
All these years. Yeah. This
You
is serious.
too.
This is the mecca of MMA news right here.
You really thought?
I mean, I
Are you
didn't
doing
know.
the Chael Sonnen thing? He said the same thing.
I didn't know what to expect.
This is impressive.
Not only this setup, the building you're in,
Yes.
it's nice.
What about this? Right here. See? Always here.
Yes, dude, I see it every week. I love it.
Every week. I have you right here somewhere. I have your bobblehead. It's somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so now you actually
amongst
feel,
the legends.
amongst the legends. So now you feel better about the show. It doesn't
Oh,
feel
dude,
like a rinky-dink operation.
No. I thought you were.
This is not like Theo Von show in like some bar or something.
Right.
Come on, we're a real thing.
Yeah, no, this is legit.
Wow, I can't believe you're here. You know, I was actually thinking about this. I don't know when's the last time I actually saw you in person. I feel like I see you all the time, like, because we're on Zoom and stuff, but in person, it's been a while.
I think the last time we saw each other in person was in the airport. Remember, I walked up to you in like one of those little gift shops or something. You were.
Damn, that was a long ass time ago. That was like pre-pandemic.
You're so big. You don't.
I don't even remember.
I remember.
Shit, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I thought it was like Atlanta. You know, when you fought Max Holloway.
Oh no, we've seen each other since.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, man.
What brings you to New York?
Doing a bunch of business stuff. I'm actually here with Samsung Team Galaxy. They're launching some new products this week, and I can talk about them now.
Go ahead, please.
The ring, you've heard of like an Aura ring?
Yeah.
Well, Samsung been working on their own, and
that's it.
Yeah, it's right here.
A Samsung ring.
Yeah, man.
And what does it do? Like
it tracks all your metrics: heart rate, sleep, your recoverability.
Okay.
Yeah, your stress levels, everything like all these fitness trackers do nowadays, like the Whoop strap and all that. It's right here.
And what is it called?
The Samsung Ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's available to purchase?
They're launching this week. I don't know. You could probably pre-order it now, but it's going to be out soon.
And how did you link up with Samsung? Like that's a blue chip sponsor.
Dude, most of my sponsorships are like organic.
Really?
I've been the Samsung guy for as long as I can remember. I had the first iPhone, and since then I've been Samsung.
I know. Green text.
Yeah, always.
You're one of the few.
You've never got a normal.
No,
it's always been green for as long as we've known each other. Because I've been Samsung that long, and that's how it kind of.
Why do you like Samsung? Why should I switch?
You should switch because I'm on the team.
Okay, fair enough. But you're like one of the few. I have to admit, like one of the few green texters.
I get it from everybody.
Yeah.
You know, I get it from everybody.
People don't like it because it feels like there's a barrier. Like when I go blue to blue and I see the 3 dots, I'm like, okay, we have a connection. But with you, it's like even when you double tap like something, I get a whole other thing. It's a weird. It's a weird thing. It's not like the iPhone. I get the whole text all over again.
If you like
it, yes, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But you like it.
Love it.
You have we have a list here. You got the hot sauce. You got the hop water.
I had a hop water meeting this morning.
Okay, you have the kettle and fire bone broth, which I actually just got on Monday.
Yeah.
I think I texted you, but it didn't go through because maybe you were flying or something. But I just got a whole package.
It's great
from your guys.
Have you used it before, bone broth?
My wife loves it.
Yeah.
Chicken and beef.
Yeah. I like the chicken.
Okay.
I cook rice in it, or I'll break fast.
And what's your connection to these guys? Kettle and fire.
I've just been using when I'm in training camp. Like the last 5 weeks, I do a fast every Saturday, and I've always broken my fast with bone broth.
What do you mean by fast? Like you don't eat anything?
I eat breakfast Saturday morning.
Okay.
Go to the gym, train. Then I don't eat again until after my run Sunday morning.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Water though?
Water, yeah, of course.
Okay,
I drink over a gallon the whole.
Yeah.
During that time.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Always. It made your key to life.
So are you just like drinking the broth?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
So with the broth, I'll do like when I break my fast with the broth, I'll put it in a pot, get it boiling, and I'll add like some egg whites, some broccoli, some garlic,
Okay.
and I eat it like a soup.
Okay. So you got that. Bud Light. You're with the commercial.
Yeah.
We saw that. That's a big one. You've got the liquor store in Lafayette. You've got a lot of businesses.
Marcelo's is doing great too, man. If you're in Lafayette, Louisiana, I don't know what camera I'm looking at. Johnson Street.
This is your camera right here.
Johnson Street, Lafayette, Louisiana. Come by Marcelo's. It's going down all the time there, man.
Why is it called Marcelo's?
It's been around. It's right next to University of Louisiana.
Okay.
And that's the name. It's
okay.
built on that name. Like people know Marcelo's. It's been there over 35 years.
Okay.
So everybody knows Marcelo's.
How do you handle like all this stuff? Rare Stash Bourbon, is that one too?
Yeah.
Celsius, obviously, you're with. Like this is a lot of stuff. Like this would be a lot of stuff if you're not a pro athlete.
Yeah.
So do you have people who help you with all of this?
I have business partners like with the other ventures and an agent who helps me kind of balance the social media part of it. But it's a lot, and being a father and a fighter, it's a lot.
And so, are you done? Like, or are you the kind of guy who like wants more? Because I've heard you say like, if you're not busy, if you're not doing something, you're actually a detriment to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. We're back. No, we're here. We're here. Can you hear me now? Yes? All right. Back on the MMA Hour. Great to be back. And that was my conversation with Dustin Poirier from Wednesday's show in studio. That was a lot of fun. Nothing like those in-studio interviews. They hit different, as the kids like to say. Delighted with my win. Finally, golly, kept choking. Finally got the W. And so I said it was best out of 5. What I meant by best out of 5 was like the first one to get to 5. I always do that with my kids when we play rock, paper, scissors. They're like, what does best out of 5 mean? And I say it's the first one to get to 5. Or if I get 3 first, then I say, no, it's 3 out of 5. You know, you just kind of change the rules as you go on. So great stuff there from Skye Nicolson, the WBC champ. And in a matter of moments, whenever I get the word here, we'll be joined by the self-proclaimed most hated woman in the division. The 135-pound division, that is. Not the most hated fighter in all of the UFC divisions. Julianna Peña, the Venezuelan vixen, who I don't think has ever been in our studio before. And he made...
What the fuck is that?
Wow. That was a double whammy. Frank.
Yeah, what was up with you going live while I'm still with the Vixen?
Bro. They told me that they were able to do it. I said, let's do it. Now
I'm like, all of a sudden see you tapping your mic on the green room. I'm like,
was that you who saved the day? Was that you who saved the day?
No, I ran over here. They figured it out.
Oh my gosh. Lesson learned. Never go live without Frank. Issue. Yeah. I mean, you were taking 10 hours. I don't know what you guys were talking about.
I mean, it takes a minute when you're,
you know,
they had to take photos.
Photos. Is she ready though?
Yes.
Okay. That was all right. Well, let's bring her in. Here she is, the Venezuelan vixen, the former champion and perhaps soon to be new champion. Oh, she even said bye, Frank. Golly, there she is. The great Julianna Peña. Hello, Julianna. How are you?
Good.
Oh, so nice to see you. Wow, this is an amazing phone case you have here.
Case?
Wow, I like it. It's a bear.
A little bear.
Now it feels a little inconvenient though. Like you can't put it in your pocket. It's big.
I can put it in my pocket. I can put it wherever I want.
Okay. All right. Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I was worried because you told me you weren't going to come on time, and then I get a notification that you're here.
I know. You know what I was doing in my appointment? I was like blow drying my hair in the office.
Oh, geez.
And they were like, "What are you doing?"
Why?
The one girl comes in and she goes, "Oh yeah, oh I know, that's right." That's what she said.
She's like,
I was like,
feel
sorry,
you, girl.
I literally was sitting in the waiting room for like freaking 3 hours.
What brings you to New York? This appointment?
A dentist appointment.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
It's the best dentist in all of the land.
Is it like, are you getting your teeth done? Are you going to have like those big white teeth?
I'm thinking about it. It was more of like a consultation.
Okay. And it happens to be in New York.
It happens to be in New York.
And you came all the way here just for that?
Just for this.
This or that?
No, just for the dental appointment.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this interview.
Yeah, you got to keep the grill
I thought it was
nice.
just because you wanted to be in studio because you're such a big part of the show.
No, I absolutely thought I would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There's no way I can come to New York and not hit the MMA Hour.
I think I found out that you were coming to New York and I hit you up.
Well, either way, we made it happen.
We did make it happen. We did. Yes, it's good to see you. Yes, welcome. Well, wow. I just saw you doing a bunch of stuff at International Fight Week.
Yeah.
You were kind of like out and about.
Yes.
You've now self-proclaimed yourself.
Yes.
I don't know if that works. But anyway, you've called yourself the most hated person in the division.
Yeah. Well,
why do you feel that way?
I feel like all these girls, they all want to fight me. You know what I mean? And they are always talking so much smack about me. It's been happening since The Ultimate Fighter. It's like for some reason, I rub people the wrong way, particularly girls in the 135 and 45-pound division. And they all want a piece of the Peña power. So line them up, come and get it.
I love that you're leaning into it now. Yeah. This is what I love.
Well, it was really
early
hard
in your career, you weren't.
It was really hard for me, I'll tell you, because I'm like, I want everyone to like me. I don't want anyone to hate me, you know? But it's much easier to play the heel role. And I'm not playing any sort of heel role. I'm just always telling my truth and what has happened to me in my career. And some people don't like it. So I've found in my life that when you kind of tell the truth and when you're like real with people, they get offended and they don't like it. And so that's kind of what we're dealing with, is people that just don't want to accept the truth. Do
you feel like you're hated also in like real life?
Probably. Yeah.
You think so?
I mean, maybe not by like my friends, but you know, I can definitely be annoying. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
But is there any part of you that's like, I'm a cool person? Like, why
Oh
don't
my
they
gosh,
like
I feel
me?
like I'm the easiest person to get along with ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am so cool, so tame, you know. I won't start nothing, I'll finish it though, you know. So, and people think that like I will just be a doormat or that they can just talk to me any old way and I'm not gonna fight back. And I wish sometimes that I was that one that could just submit and like turn the other cheek and not care. But I was born and raised to fight back. And so I'm going to always fight back. If I feel like I'm right, if I feel like I'm right in my position and in my stance, I'm gonna hold the ground. And I'm always going to give my opinion.
By the way, why were you out there? Were you just there as like a guest fighter or?
For International Fight Week?
Yeah.
They always invite me International Fight Week. Yeah, it's the time to hang out with the fans. You don't ever get a chance to talk with the fans and meet the fans and hear their testimonies. And it's one thing that I feel like I've done every year. Like I can almost guarantee every summer I'm going to be at International Fight Week. And it's a really great time for me just to hear these people and how I changed their lives or how much money they won or, you know, just hearing, you know, some stories about, you know, how I influenced their daughter who wanted to commit suicide, you know, things like that, where it's like very powerful time to be able to. Oh yeah, absolutely. Wow. It's a very powerful time to get to talk to the fans and get to meet the fans. And it's something that I thoroughly enjoy. As you know, I could talk to a rock about MMA all day long. So.
And something tells me you don't get hate when you meet the fans.
No, they never say it to your face. They never say it to your face. That's why it's so funny. No one ever, you know, they always want to talk, you know, behind the computer and all that. And I get that. I've definitely done some trolling of my own in my day.
Trolling of who? Who are you trolling?
Anybody. Like, well, like, you know, you see those memes where they like say, oh, yesterday, for example, SpongeBob turns 39 years old yesterday or something like that. SpongeBob SquarePants, that's impossible. I'm 34 and SpongeBob is not older than me. You know what I mean?
Why is that impossible?
Because I was like, I don't know, maybe like 7 when I saw SpongeBob on TV for the first time, maybe 8. I don't remember exactly.
He still could have been older than you.
How? Like he was not on TV.
A little baby?
SpongeBob the baby.
But like when you were 7, he could have been 12.
But it doesn't matter. Nobody knew about SpongeBob until like the late 90s, at like
fair enough.
Super late 90s. So I called cap on that and I'm on that like, no way, it's impossible.
Is this your burner account?
No, but I have a few of those.
You do?
Of course.
Why do you have a few? Why not just one?
You get blocked from some, so you got to make another one.
Come on.
Yeah.
Wait, like the person's blocking you or?
Of course.
Serious?
Yes.
You're that hardcore?
I'll just say this. If I wasn't going to be a fighter, maybe in my future, I'll definitely have a job as a detective. I definitely think I could have been a detective.
What do you mean by that?
You know how women are. They'll just find out anything. Like, you talk to somebody for the first time, you line something up, and they're like, boom, they know your birthday, they know your, zodiac sign, they know, where you go grocery shopping, they know how many brothers and sisters you had, they know where you went to college, everything. Girls will find out anything.
And do you enjoy that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't not enjoy it or else I wouldn't do it. I wish I could be the person where it would just be water off a duck's back and it didn't bother me at all, but I'm a curious cat. And I like to know things, give me all the tea. I want it all.
Wait, so do you ever go on as your burner and defend yourself against other people? Like, Julianna is actually really cool.
No.
You don't do that?
No. I saw one, though, yesterday that I thought about writing back to. I Googled myself really quick, only because I'm trying to, I have a big gig coming up in my hometown of Spokane, Washington.
What are you doing?
I'm going to be talking in front of 350 supervisors for the AG West Financial Group, and I'm going to be giving a keynote speaking thing. So I had to look up my record. I'm I was delayed yesterday, so I was writing out my speech or whatever, and I looked up my name really quick. And it underneath it says, Jan, she is a shit fighter with decent grappling for the division and above average toughness. That's all. And I'm above average toughness. That sounds pretty great to me.
Yeah, that is pretty great.
I thought about writing back to that guy, but I didn't.
And would you write back as yourself or as the burner?
Sometimes I do. Yeah. I'm I'm sorry that I didn't do that good. I'll do good next time. You know what I mean?
Also, didn't you get hit by a car?
Yeah, I was walking on a sidewalk. I got ran the F over. Yes. That's why this gigantic scar is on my nose.
So I would say that that's more than above average toughness if you survived getting hit by a car. How fast was the car going?
It was trying to parallel park, but instead of pressing on the brake, it pressed on the gas. But the guys were drunk, and the other guy had just got out of jail that morning. And so the guy driving had a felony that they were looking for him. And then the guy next to him had just got out of jail that morning. And so when they ran me over, they were they were showboating, you know what I mean? Like they came by, they were catcalling me like, ooh, mamacita, you know? And they passed the parking spot. If there was a car behind them, they wouldn't have been able to reverse. And they were way far at the light. And so then they just slammed it in reverse. And when they went to reverse and parallel park, they were going so fast, they jumped the curb and like hit the tree. And then I got like ran over.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And did the police come?
Oh, they were right there, right across the street, actually. They stopped at a red light, and the cops were on the other side of the light, so they were there. I thought I was being shot at. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was a drive-by. So I was like screaming like a lunatic, like chicken with his head cut off. I kept running behind cars, trying to get further and further away from what had just happened after I like woke up, because I thought that I was still in shooting range. So I was like, move, you know, like you gotta go further away.
This is after you got hit?
This is after I got hit. Yeah, I woke up and I just started sprinting.
Wow, and how old were you?
Ooh, I was like 22, 23, something like that.
Did you have any pro fights yet?
I was actually, yes, I did. I was supposed to fight Lauren Murphy in Alaska maybe like 2 weeks after that. So I was scheduled to fight. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a lesson to listen to your mother and father.
Okay.
Because my mom told me not to go out that night. And I said, Mom, I'm the designated driver. I already promised my best friends that I was going to take them out. I swear I won't be out too late. You know, at this point, it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh. And my mom was like, please don't go. She's begging me not to go. And I didn't listen to her. And boom, nothing good happens after 12 o'clock. The devil is out.
Yes. That's when the freaks come out.
Exactly.
At night. Did your mom say, I told you so after?
Oh, heck yeah. She rubbed it in still to this day.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
Heck yeah.
What were the injuries?
I had a broken nose, a neck fracture, back fracture.
Oh. And so how were you running back afterwards? Like you were just off adrenaline?
Yeah, I was just, like I said, I thought I was in a drive-by. So I just like woke up and just started running. Like I was so like out of it, you know? They couldn't calm me down. I remember they like could not calm me down. They tried to get me to sit on the curb. I didn't want to sit, and they're literally like trying to get me to like calm down. And I remember too, they had, you know, paper towels, but not like the soft kind, not like the brawny.
Right.
It was like the hard, coarse paper towels where they're like trying to stuff it in my face, but it's like so scratchy and it hurt so bad. And I'm just like, get out of here with this. It was horrible.
Because you were bleeding?
Yeah, I was bleeding everywhere. I was like bleeding profusely. I shattered my nose. That's the only time my nose has been broken.
And what happened to the two guys?
I think the one of them went to jail for the felony, and then the other guy, I don't know. They said that they couldn't cover the cost because his insurance was under his baby mama, and he stole the car. They said that they just took the car. So,
what was the felony for?
I have no idea. Probably like drugs or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
It was horrible.
I don't even know how we got down that path.
Yeah.
Oh, because someone said you're above average
toughness.
Tough.
Yes.
That's pretty tough if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you another quick story. So
Please.
I was at the UFC for International Fight Week, and I went to the restroom. This was right after the Maribona Silva Macy Chiasson fight. And I came back and I went to go say hi to, you know, Dana and Hunter and everything. Hunter says, what did you come to complain about now? And I said, I'm not coming to complain. And then I thought about it. I'm like, wait a second. You guys just stopped that fight after the first round for a cut like that. I said, you guys let me fight 5 rounds with a cut like that. I'm pulling blood out of my eyes. I can't see anything. Like, why did that happen? And Dana's like, what did she just say? And I just explained the whole thing over to Dana. He goes, babe, some people are tougher than others. And you are tough as And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it.
And so I saw you were doing a bunch of interviews, and what was so funny about it was like Raquel was literally right next to you.
Yeah.
Was that awkward?
No, the girl slept above me in the bunk bed, like,
I know, but a lot has changed since then.
Yeah, I guess, but I know.
Did you say anything to each other?
No.
You were like 2 feet away from each other.
Look, old Julianna probably would have grabbed her by the back of the bun, bun, and just smashed her right into the cameras, you know? New Julianna's turned a new leaf.
Really?
Yeah, you know, I got a daughter and everything. I can't be
Congratulations. She just graduated kindergarten.
Yeah, she did. She's 6 years old. She graduated kindergarten, 6 going on freaking 26.
Wow.
Yeah, she's awesome.
You love her?
So much, more than anything.
Is it hard to leave her?
It is. It sucks. I had to leave her early last night, so that was like, it's horrible.
And would you bring her to your title fight?
I would. I don't think her dad wants her to go, you
Oh.
know, and so I think that's kind of the issue. He wasn't obviously too happy about the last one and her, you know, being traumatized. Maybe I don't know if
Was
she
she?
still remembers it. They say that she was. Yeah, I mean, I was in the hospital, but
Right.
they say.
What do you mean by they say? Like
Like
who
my
says-
mom and my sisters
Oh,
were
wow.
saying that she thought that I was dead, so she kept crying, and she was like, you know, mommy, you know.
Right. Yeah, it is
But,
tough. I mean,
yeah.
at the time when she was 4,
Yeah, she was 4.
what a great face-off photo, though.
That was awesome, right?
Do you have that blown up somewhere?
I have it framed in my house. Yeah,
That is,
yeah, it's a pretty cool photo.
it's one of the greatest, I think, like weigh-in photos of all time. Honestly,
Yeah, thank you, thank
like
you.
how she has your back there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Was that spontaneous, or did you ask her to do it?
It was spontaneous. Lene, I think, in the back, right before we were about to go on, said, Amanda's bringing her daughter on stage. We wanted to offer you to be able to do the same thing. And I said, do you want to go on stage? And she said, yes. And so I said, bet, you know, because like at home, we do the, let me see your muscles, let me see your muscles, you know. So I think that she already knew, you know, put your dukes up. And so she stood right behind me and,
So good.
and did that.
That was almost 2 years ago.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Are you itching to get back in there?
Of course, yes. I've been like ready to fight a long time ago.
Right.
Long time ago. So it just sucks having to, you know, wait around.
What do you say to people who say it's been 2 years, you don't deserve to fight for the belt?
I tell them so many things, okay? So, like, okay, I've done it all. I've done it all in terms of like injuries and taking breaks and being pregnant and having, you know, so it's like, they said that like when I blew my knee out, well, it's been, you know, years since you blew your knee out, or you took 2 years off when you got pregnant, or, you know, I think I blew my knee one time and I didn't fight for almost 3 years after that. Like I've had so many of these instances where it's just like, I'm going to go out there, they're going to lock the cage, we're going to go stomp across the ring and get in a fist fight. It's pretty simple. You can't get much more complicated than that. It's whoever's got the, you know, biggest ovaries. I've always bet that mine are the biggest. And I'm ready to go do the thing. So I don't care if she came stomped on my door tomorrow and tried to come fight me, or if it's, you know, 6 months from now or whenever. I'll be ready. And I promise you, I'm going to give you a fight that you'll remember. Bet.
Yes. And so I actually was looking through your Cameo.
Oh, yeah.
Good business?
Nah.
Okay, all right. You're not getting a lot?
It's not that I'm not getting a lot. It's that, like, some people don't want to, like, pay me what I believe that I'm worth.
What is your...
I don't know what it is. It's something super cheap, but they want to like
it
offer
over
like
$100?
$10. No, it's not under. And I'm just like, I'm not gonna give this celebration, you know, song for this guy, you know, for $10. Like, pay the price. You know what I mean?
It has to be worth your time.
Exactly. If you know what you're worth, go out there and get what you're worth. You know. So
One of the videos on there, because some of them are public and some aren't, I guess, is you, I think, trying to uplift someone who had a knee injury.
Oh.
And you're showing them your scars.
Oh, yeah.
I had this one. I think it's
Yeah.
like 5 total or
Yeah.
something crazy.
Yeah.
Do you know which one I'm talking
I
about?
do,
You're
yes.
in the gym. You just said you had your 3rd session.
Mhm.
I mean, this is real investigative stuff that we're doing here.
I know. Golly, can you just knock it off?
But you say something on the back end of that video.
Yeah. What'd I say?
But I don't know if that was just between you and you tell them.
Well, I'm like weirded out that you can obviously like there's other people that like handle some of this stuff, and I'm like, if I'm making cameos, like everybody can see them. Like, what the heck? I thought it was just like a personal.
No,
thing.
it's just like you can click on private or public.
Oh no! Wait, me?
Yeah, like when you upload it.
Oh no!
I don't know if you know this. I'm on Cameo too.
Oh no!
Yeah. So if you make it public, then
oh.
anyone could go on your page and see it. If you make it private, it's just.
I need to start making it private. That's embarrassing a little bit. I would have put more effort into.
I won't say what you said, but you told the person when your next fight was in the video.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know when it was.
We don't need to talk. I don't want. The last thing I want to do is get you in trouble because the UFC gets.
You'll give me my pink slip, dude.
Yeah.
You better not. Let's not talk about it. I'm scared of Hunter.
But are you fighting soon?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you been told definitively you are next?
I believe I have.
Okay.
I believe I have.
And it would be against Raquel.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
But this is all speculative, of course.
Yes. Do you feel confident?
I feel great.
You like this fight?
I love this fight.
Based on just years of watching her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the last fight, there is this like weird, Kayla comes in, she has a great performance. There was some talk of like, just give her the title shot now.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
It's annoying. What did Dustin Poirier say the other day to like Michael Chandler when he was like saying like, who are you?
Yeah.
Not to say, who are you, Kayla?
Sure.
But just to say like, these
Who
girls
the
been
fuck is
grinding
we?
in the UFC forever. You know what I mean? So it's almost like a respect thing. But with that being said, obviously Kayla's in the mix and she'll get her chance as well. You know, it's just a matter of time at this point.
We didn't talk since prior to 300. And I know you've been asked about the Kayla win over Holly.
Yeah.
It sounds like you weren't too impressed.
I mean, look, I know that Holly is a legend and that she has done incredible things in the sport. I also know that she is in a different trajectory in her career. You know, she's going a different way. And so I feel like, you know, they were looking to tout up Kayla as, you know, the next biggest thing since sliced bread, and they got that in that fight.
I thought she looked great.
Holly?
No, Kayla.
Kayla, yeah.
I mean, just the fact that she made 135 blew my mind.
Right,
I was
agree.
worried about that.
I was worried about that too.
How do you think she looked on the scale?
Great, strong, yeah. Stay off the needle, bro.
What do you think she's on?
Maybe not now.
Right.
I mean, definitely in the past, absolutely. There's no question.
No question.
No question. I'll tell you why.
Why?
Talk about the tea. So at International Fight Week.
This past one?
Yes.
Okay.
We all came inside the rooms for the social media scrum. So it was like Meta, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, all these guys that are working those medias are there to teach us in the classroom everything that we need to learn about. So everyone was there.
Like a seminar.
There you go.
Okay.
We broke for lunch. The next one up after that was the anti-doping thing. So everyone was there. Everyone, you know, stayed for the first one. And then when we came back, everyone stayed for the second one, minus Kayla.
Only one?
She's the only one that didn't come back to the anti-doping room.
How many fighters were there to begin with?
I don't know. There was quite a bit.
So how do you know that wasn't 5 people who left?
Maybe there was. Maybe there wasn't. But how convenient that she wasn't.
Okay. And you know for a fact?
Yeah, I was there. She wasn't there.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you think that means?
I don't know. You're going to have to decide that.
Okay. Was it valuable?
Yeah, I needed to know, like, some stuff. You know, I found out some stuff that I didn't know.
Like what?
You could, like, look up how many times a fighter has been tested, and if you don't think that they've been tested enough, you can call them up and be like, I want you to test this person, and they'll go and test them. Yeah, yeah.
Is there anyone you would do that for?
I just already have the mindset that people are cheating. You know what I mean? That everyone's cheating.
Even on the women's side? Because I feel like people think it's less
especially
prevalent.
from ATT, 100% from ATT. And this goes back to the story that I've told you probably a million times. When Dan Lambert flew me out there and I went to train for a week after I won the Ultimate Fighter, they literally told me that all the girls are in the bathroom shooting each other in the ass with the steroids, you know? I swear to God. And the thing is that I was like, I don't believe this. I don't want to hear it. And the guy like taking me by the shoulders, like shaking me like, Julianna, I'm telling you, they all shoot each other on the ass in the bathroom. Like he's telling me this. So I have always thought that about ATT, you know, and no one's ever going to change my mind.
And why didn't you stick around?
Stick around for what?
With ATT. Like, why didn't you? They flew you out to train there, right?
Yeah.
They wanted you to make that your home
They
gym.
got a great thing going there. I don't know if it's still the same. And I love Dan Lambert. I know he, you know, thinks that I'm mouthy and stuff. I got nothing but respect for the guy. And I know that. Never mind.
What?
No, I was gonna say he always, you know, flips me shit because I'm Venezuelan and his ex-wife is Venezuelan. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So there's that little, you know. You know, he always flipping me crap about that. But they got a great thing out there in terms of only having to pay 1% to the gym, which it's like that's why people flock there by the droves because they don't have to pay out all this gigantic purse, you know, over to the gym.
Why didn't you choose to stick around as?
I wasn't gonna leave Spokane.
Okay.
Yeah, no, loyal to the soil, 509 till I die.
Yeah. Did you?
Until I moved to Chicago.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where you live now.
Yes, sir.
Did you shoot yourself up when you were?
No, absolutely not. I would never do that.
Have you ever taken PEDs?
Never.
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 Never been compelled.
No.
Really?
No.
Even when you were nursing injuries and stuff?
No. I will say that there's some stuff like a branched chain amino acid, long branched chain amino acid. It's for healing. It's called BPC 157.
Okay.
That is something that is illegal, 100%. but it just became illegal. And so I went to that anti-doping thing to ask about that. And they said that it was their number one thing that was on their radar as far as trying to get it legalized, like cannabis was 2 years ago. And it took them about 2 years to get the cannabis legalized. So this is definitely on their plate as far as, getting something that didn't used to be banned, now it's banned, and now they're trying to get it not banned again.
Okay, and it helps for
healing,
recovery.
Yes, healing.
Okay.
Like if you have a tear or something. But they also say that it's so dangerous because it's not FDA regulated, and you can't know what you're putting into your body because of that. And also, if it heals tissues, it could also heal maybe tissues that you don't want to be growing. Like if you have bad cancer cells, it would make more bad cancer cells. So you can't put this stuff in your body because because it's not regulated. You don't know what it is that you're putting in your body.
Okay.
And I would never take it knowing that it's illegal.
How is your body doing?
Amazing.
Okay. Okay,
Great.
I know the talk was January.
Yeah.
You weren't quite 100%.
No, the talk wasn't January. When I broke my ribs, they had filled me within less than an hour. Like half an hour later, they had already put Aldana in there.
But you were the original, right?
I was the original to fight for Amanda with the third time.
Right.
And then I believe I was supposed to fight, wasn't I supposed to fight Raquel then? And I didn't, no.
So Amanda
I think it would
fights
just be
in
Amanda
June,
fight.
and
I wasn't ready to go.
For January.
For January.
But they would have given it to you, right?
Yeah. Yes.
The vacant title fight.
They would have, yes. It was supposed to be me, but I
Right.
wasn't ready to go then.
But now you're good.
100%.
When Kayla won, Amanda emerged. You see that, the video? Were you surprised?
I was angry.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. I took so much heat that just tacked it on for being the most hated girl when I was cage side booing Amanda for retiring.
Right.
Because I believed in my heart that she was not really, done. And I believed that she was, prematurely retiring and that she was supposed to fight with me. So I thought that I was a little ridiculous that she was going to just go out 1-1 like that. With that being said, when Kayla didn't call her out and Amanda made the big video about, ooh, why didn't you say my name? It was because I believed that the whole time that she wasn't ready to retire. So I'm getting crap for booing her, but I still feel like the spidey senses and all that she will come back, and it's just a matter of time before she does. My goal later on, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I want to fight Raquel. I want my belt back. I'm getting my belt back. I want my belt. After that, I will absolutely be calling out Amanda, and I believe that she absolutely will come back because it's just too big of a fight for her to go away. Everyone's like, do you believe she's retired? No, I don't. I think she's just waiting for a perfect opportunity, and that will be the perfect opportunity.
You never believed from the beginning. No.
Even Dana said that he believes that she retired too early. Like I said, I think she's just waiting for the right moment, the right time.
So if you win, when you fight Raquel, you'll call out Amanda, not Kayla.
Of course.
Why, of course?
Okay, that's like if I win the belt, I should also call out Ronda. You know what I mean? Like Ronda's been escaping these fights with me for years. She told me that I was going to give her a tougher fight than Miesha Tate could ever dream about. And so those are fights that I want. I want big fights. I want big money fights. Do
you think the Amanda fight is bigger than the Kayla fight?
Absolutely. We're 1-1.
Yeah.
It's unsettled, unfinished business. There hasn't been a trilogy fight in women's mixed martial arts, or maybe there wasn't one recently, was there?
Nothing on the highest of stages like this.
Yes, this would be the biggest trilogy in women's combat sports, in my opinion.
Have you seen? Rhonda's been doing a lot of media recently because of her book and whatnot. Have you seen any of this stuff?
I think I've seen short things here and there.
It just feels like she has so much animosity towards the sport. And now the big thing is, like she said, I was out there promoting and doing this, so I couldn't evolve like everyone else. And it's just like, man, you just lost. Everyone loses. There doesn't have to be a whole story behind it.
Right.
And I feel like we're talking about this 9 years later, the Holly fight.
Right.
I was out there promoting. I was the face of women's MMA. I was asked to do this. Like, man, Holly's really good. She's a Hall of Fame boxer who then became a kickboxer who then became an MMA fighter. Right. It just feels like a lot of, and then the Amanda fight, she felt like just a shell of herself. And I think people will take this as like me hating on her. She's a freaking legend, pioneer, trailblazer, everything good you can give to her. But it just feels like there's so much animosity. So I was wondering if you saw any of that and what you made of it.
I will say definitely weight of the world on her shoulders, I'm sure. But it comes with the territory. And I do have this saying that I always say to everybody, it sounds like an excuse. It sounds like an excuse. Or that's what we call and then they'll finish the sentence for me and they'll say an excuse. I am like, I'll say, yeah, I'll tell you straight up, that's an excuse. But, you know what I mean? It's never for her to say, you know, taking accountability and saying it's an excuse, but I didn't get to evolve. You know what I mean? It's just more of like the blaming it on everybody else without taking any accountability. And then especially if you lose, like you said, everybody loses. You get back up on the horse, you ride again, you fight another day. You know what I mean? You're not going to win every single fight. And I think that it was very poor taste for her to lose like that and then just be gone from the sport and never return. So it just kind of shows her mentality.
Came back a year later, but she didn't do a single interview. She didn't show up to the media day.
Yeah.
She didn't even do the media day.
Yeah.
When she showed up to the morning weigh-in, she like came in, threw the thing, got up there and ran away. Like she couldn't talk. And then she blames us. She blames the MMA media for killing her. It's like, I think the MMA media was actually quite nice to her, to be honest.
It's a tool, and you can use it to fuel you, or you can use it to sabotage you and ruin your life. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? And it's some fighter mentality for me. It's like, are you going to, you know, fight back, or are you just going to crumble and say, you know, my life is over, everybody hates me, and I'm done, you know, and it's all your fault. You know, it's just, look, appreciative, thankful, happy, you know, thanks for getting the foot in the door for the rest of us, of course. But I also had my own personal run-ins with Ronda, especially being on The Ultimate Fighter, that were not so pleasant. So I'm obviously going to feel a little bit differently about her than maybe most people would.
Do you think women would have eventually come to the UFC?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like if it wasn't for her, there would be no woman, period.
I don't believe that. No.
Yeah.
No, I think it's just a matter of time.
Who do you think wins, Amanda or Kayla at 135?
Amanda versus Kayla at 135? Yeah. I don't know. Refresh my memory on what Kayla was saying about Amanda in training.
I mean, she's talked about them training a little bit, but she hasn't revealed, to the best of my knowledge, all that much.
Did she say that she was like mollywopping her?
She doesn't seem like that type.
Yeah. I don't know. I got Amanda.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Definitely.
Why?
I just think that she's more well-rounded.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, she's been doing this for a long time.
If Amanda comes back and fights her before fighting you, will you be pissed off?
I think it'll be cheap, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, crazier things have happened. They just gave the belt to Ronda. She just walked in there. Here you go.
Yeah. I mean, but she was the Strikeforce champion.
I guess.
So it was kind of like the extension.
Okay.
Fine.
Fine.
But I can I tell you, you might get mad at this, but I feel like there's a better chance of that happening.
Amanda versus Kayla?
Yeah.
Well, you would know.
No, I don't know anything.
Yeah, right.
What are you talking about?
The nose knows.
He does know. He does know.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone's got their freaking nose to the ground, it's you.
That's right. Well done. So that's why I wonder how you would feel about it.
I would think that it's...
I think it would piss you off.
It would. It's a little bit ridiculous, you know what I mean? Like I said, get in line. Like there's a pecking order here, you know?
Maybe the route is you fight Raquel, all goes according to plan, then it's the trilogy, and then the winner gets Kayla.
Yes. Yes. But if I can call out Amanda instead, like I said, that would be a bigger fight for me.
No, that's what I mean.
I fight Raquel.
Yes.
I win.
Then you get Kayla. Then you get Amanda.
Then I want Amanda.
Yeah, and then the winner fights Kayla. Isn't that what I said?
I don't know what you said.
Okay, fine. By the way, I hope you sent me yesterday like a bunch of pictures.
Oh yeah.
Can I? Was this supposed to be?
Did you get them? Are you gonna put them up?
Oh, I wasn't sure.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. Okay, wait. I'll send them right now. I'm gonna send them right now. I didn't know if this was like internal stuff. What have I always said to you? Because you're always afraid.
I know. You know, fighters are paranoid. You know.
Yeah. Oh, no one more than you guys. I'm gonna send it out to Connor. But what have I always said to you? It's always off the record with me until it's not. Right? Have I not said that?
Yeah.
Have I not said that?
Yeah.
So now you know you could trust me because it's a vault. Oh, I'm screwing this up so bad. Okay. Well, let's just
show them.
Okay. Fine.
Can they see that?
There it is. So like this is. You sent me this picture. This is you, Raquel, and who's that? That's from
Sarah Morass.
Oh wow, that's an old school photo.
Yeah.
And then there's this one. of Tracy and Raquel, all like in the gym with Tisha Torres. And then there's another one with Raquel and Rose. See it right there? There they are. And you sent me these 3 photos, and I wasn't quite sure, to be honest, what you were getting at.
Okay.
So to recap, it's you and Raquel.
Let's start there.
You and Raquel, and you're walking. What's going on here?
Okay. So I was on The Ultimate Fighter, all right? You gotta stick with me here.
Yeah,
I talk
2013.
2013, I'm on The Ultimate Fighter. I have Raquel sleeping above me. She's nasty to me. She tells me that I want to soak up all the camera time, that all I care about is hair and makeup. She tells me, she doesn't tell me anything. She's just talking about me. And
you hear this?
She's asking me what I feel about certain fights. How do I feel about Shayna? How do I feel about this? How do I feel about that? Then she goes downstairs and she tells the other team everything that I was feeling, which is like so unloyal because she's supposed to be Team Tate. And I'm like, that is so messed up that you would, throw me under the bus like that. And then she got mad at me for not hanging out with them, like outside of training. And I'm like, why would I hang out with you guys? You guys are talking bad about me. Like, why would I want to ever spend time with people that I know are talking bad about me? So I didn't hang out with her. Then she was so bored one day, she asked me to do her hair and makeup. And I was like, you've been talking crap about me doing hair and makeup this whole time. Like, now you want me to do your hair and makeup. And she was like, well, we're just that bored. And I'm like, okay, fine. So I put her in my high heels. You can see in that picture. She's in my high heels, my 6-inch heels. She's in my, Vegas little black dress. I did her hair, I did her makeup. She looked more beautiful than I've ever seen her look in my entire life. She should honestly be saying thank you because I haven't ever seen her look that beautiful since. With that being said, I'm thinking she's on my team the whole time. She's backstabbing me the whole season. If you go back to the show, anytime it cuts to Raquel, she's just talking about how the other coaches are paying more attention to me and the other coaches want me to win and the other coaches are giving me only the attention, So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Now cut to those other 2 pictures that I sent you.
So first the one with Tracy.
Yes, first the one with Rose.
Okay, let's go Rose.
Let's go Rose.
Okay,
because she lives there. She's training with Rose. They're training
Colorado,
partners. Yeah, they're training all the time together. And then like 2 days ago, she posted a picture with her and Tracy. And like Tracy and Rose are fighting each other. So it's like years later, she's still this like two-faced snake in the grass that it's like she's not loyal, And you can't trust a person like that. It's just weird, If you're on my side, then we ride together and we ride till the wheels fall off, ride or die. If you're not, then like you're an enemy, And
so is it possible maybe she trained with Rose like 5 years ago and now she's friends with Tracy? Or maybe friends with both? And
yeah, she's training with both. Look, if I knew that a girl that was training with me was training with my opponent, I would probably never talk to him ever again. Right. But I'm weird with that kind of stuff. And it is possible that you can, like both people that have to fight each other. But I just think it's weird that like she's posting training photos of both girls that are fighting each other, because if I'm one of those girls, I'd be like, get her out of here. You know what I mean? You can't even trust somebody like that.
Yeah. So you feel like there's a theme here.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's the...
That's what you were trying to say with the photos.
Yes. It's just like, follow me into the octagon, girl, like you followed me on The Ultimate Fighter. Sorry you're mad you didn't win the show. That was 13 years ago. Haven't thought about it since. Sorry.
Crazy that this has been technically 11 years ago.
Yeah.
It's quite the saga.
Yeah, I think I saw something she said that she's been waiting 13 years to kick my ass or something like that. It's like,
have you ever been offered a fight against her or vice versa? Like,
no.
It's weird that you guys have been in the UFC for that long and you've never crossed paths.
I think it's because, on the ladder, I've just been like fighting up and just like trying to get to the top. You know what I mean? So I haven't really paid attention to, those below me.
Okay. That's a good zinger. Yeah. Well done. By the way, we saw on Saturday Tracy was fighting with eyelashes, and did you see that?
Can we talk about this for a second?
Yes, because that kind of makes me uncomfortable. Like, what if you get punched and then it goes in your eye or something?
Okay, so story time.
Yes, please.
As you know, hair and makeup is like my jam. I love it. I got my eyelashes done one time in training. And
when you say eyelashes done, what do you mean?
Yeah, like fake eyelash extensions.
Okay.
So they have to stick on each individual lash. Takes a long time. When one of them broke off, it stabbed me in the eyeball, and it was the most excruciating pain I've ever had in my life. Therefore, I'm a strip girl. I only wear strip lashes. I only put the glue on and I take them on and off every time. I never wear them in training, and I've never worn fake eyelash extensions while I'm fighting for that reason. Now, some of these girls, I don't know how or why they're doing it, or maybe it just hasn't happened to them yet, to the point that they think that they can just get away with continuing to fight with fake eyelash extensions. But as we saw, you know, it just went flying. And I'm so weirded out about this entire thing because like 2 days before that, she was on her story giving props to her lash technician that had flown out to Denver to give her a refill before the fight. She was like, oh, I love my lash tech. You're the best. Thank you so much. And the lash tech's like in the back, like, you know, and she's like, you know, touting the girl up and giving her all the props. And so I'm like, I saw the whole thing go flying. How does that even happen? So what I think is that something must have happened. They must have taken the eyelash extensions out on just that eye and covered it up really quick with the actual strip lash, because I saw the whole lash go flying. And if it wasn't a strip lash, then her lash tech is actually not that good because I saw the whole thing go. You know, it's not like a couple that flake off and stab you in the eye. It was the whole thing. So anyways, ladies, like if you're listening, please do me a favor. Don't fight with the eyelash extensions on.
I feel like the commission should not let you know.
No, they're not going to stop you.
Really?
No.
You get punched in the face. What if it goes in your eye?
That's what I'm saying. And I learned that the hard way when I was in training.
Shouldn't the commission say you can't have any extensions on your body?
Oh, well, here's the thing. They also said that you weren't allowed to use those ankle things, the Muay Thai people. And now, like, I see people wearing those. It's like, what's the difference? How come you can wear those, but you can't wear knee sleeves, you know?
Yeah.
How come you can wear knee sleeves, but you can't wear spats, you know? It's like, I don't know. They changed the rules for all sorts of weird reasons. I don't anticipate eyelash extensions being a thing. Can you imagine they're gonna come in there and be like, you know, making sure that are these real? Are these yours? You know, it's like no mascara, no eyelash extensions. You're a warrior. You're a barbarian.
Well,
this is like gladiator
That's
times.
like,
mascara, no.
Makeup, no. Mascara's bad.
No.
Why? Because it would go in your eye.
Yeah, even if it's waterproof, it's still like a raccoon. You know what I mean?
That's
you don't want. You just be in your natural state.
You don't put anything on.
No.
Smart.
No, that's why no one recognizes me outside of the octagon. Like, I didn't recognize you without the braids and you look like a man.
Right. It's not a beauty pageant. You're there to fight.
Exactly. I'm a fighter, not a ballerina.
Were you surprised by that fight at all, or is that how you expected it to go?
That's how I expected it to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
oh my gosh, was I like on pins and needles though for the boys?
Which one? Oh, for the Parlay Pals.
Yes, I literally.
You got it.
I got it. And I was like, oh, I can go to bed now.
So you're really invested, despite the fact
out.
that they think that sometimes you're in and sometimes you're out.
Yeah, I know. I know. Me and GC are going through the same thing. Like, he doesn't know if I want to. I don't know if he wants me to.
I know. I feel like they want you to.
No, I watched the show. In fact, I was going to ask you, did your son, like, write any more endearing letters to you? And, like, say, like, hey, Dad, I love you. Like, I miss you.
You really watched the show?
Yes, I watched the show.
Oh, my God.
Has he?
He wrote one more.
And was it, like, nicer?
No, it wasn't. It was like, they're forcing me to write to you. I can't wait to come home. That was the one I got yesterday.
You want to know why it's so funny? Is because when I was watching it, I was like, I feel this. This is so relatable. My daughter, it's like, I'd be like, I love you. She's like, peace. You know what I mean? Like, see ya. And
but they give you little clues. Like, I feel like him saying, I can't wait to come home is his version of, I miss you, I love you.
Oh, exactly.
That's the way I interpret it. But I'm very soft and emotional. My wife was just like, I think he is just,
having the time of his life.
Or maybe has nothing better to say. So this was like the quickest way to end the
Or maybe he's like, I really don't want to go home, but they're making me write this.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe you even...
I watched the show, Ariel. I'm telling you, like,
you actually are a fan.
Would you think I would come here on like my day off to like come and like?
What else are you gonna do in New York?
No, I know.
Do you have other things, other people to see?
I'm trying to get into Carbone. Is anybody getting into Carbone?
If anyone's watching, can you get Julianna Peña into Carbone?
Please.
You asked me, but I got nothing.
Come on.
I know a couple of high rollers in New York who are fighters.
Yeah.
Alex Pereira.
Oh, is Alex in New York?
Well, he's in like
Connecticut,
New Jersey. There's we had a good.
He could probably get me into
good time at the live show.
Mm-hmm. I know where you're going with this. I don't want to go there.
No. Cheeto Action Bronson.
Oh yes.
Did you meet him there?
Yes.
Actually, he could probably get you in.
Forget about Carbone. I want to go eat with Action Bronson. Yeah.
He was at the soccer game yesterday. Actually, Canada played Venezuela.
Oh.
Did you watch that in the Copa America?
No. The last one I heard about Venezuela was when they beat Mexico.
Yeah, but that was the one. So they did, and then they played Canada. And actually, Andy back here is from
Venezuela.
Venezuela. Yes.
I didn't mean to say that about Mexico, by the way. That was a heart-wrencher because I am also Mexican. But
Are you really?
Yes, I'm Mexican and Venezuelan and Native American.
You don't
However,
play up the Mexican side.
I know. I call myself a Veni Beaner, but I don't think that you can say
does
that
that mean?
anymore. It's like, you can't say that anymore.
Okay, sorry. I don't even know what that means.
But the means that I'm half I'm not half Mexican, half Venezuelan. I'm Mexican, Venezuelan, and Native American.
Okay.
But my point is that
when Venezuela plays Mexico, you root for?
I was only rooting for Venezuela because I know that they needed a win.
Yeah.
You know, they needed a win. But I saw that game in Miami yesterday. It was
crazy.
bonkers, dude. They let all the fans in
Yeah.
with no tickets. I saw this chick getting smashed up against this fence. And then the fence just broke, but she was literally standing there and just bawling hysterical because all these people were pushing her through.
People going through the vent. Did you see that?
Yeah, the ventilation system. I
Yes.
saw that too. Yeah, my friends were supposed to be there. They were gonna watch my dog. They weren't gonna watch my dog because they were gonna go to the Miami game. And then last second, they're like, "We can watch your dog again. We're not going." And I'm like, "Thank God you didn't
Smart,
go."
yeah.
Yeah, that was nuts. And you know who has the last laugh? Shakira,
Why?
because she's playing in the halftime show,
Yeah.
and she's like to her ex-husband.
Oh, who's her ex-husband?
Wasn't he a soccer player?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
Okay. I wasn't
Somebody
sure
needs
where
to
you were going
verify
with
this.
that. Like it went from the fans
I know.
getting
I'm
trampled to
sorry.
Shakira having the last
I haven't
lap.
been diagnosed with ADD, but I might.
No, it
have
was an interesting. But anyway, the point
so
was
wait, time out.
Canada played
Who
Venezuela.
won Venezuela versus Canada?
Canada won.
sorry,
Sorry to break the bad news. It was like 2 weeks ago, and then we went to play Argentina, and then we lost
Okay.
Argentina, and then Argentina made the final.
Did you see that like freaking softball of an ankle on Messi? Ooh.
What a weekend, right? With all the
Crazy.
soccer, the president almost got assassinated.
What do you think about that?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you take of that?
I think it was a very sad day in the history. I'm not a very political person.
You strike me as like a real lib snowflake
You see,
type.
you couldn't be more wrong, which is funny that you say that because I think there are certain people in MMA that like to perpetuate this, which is ridiculous. But I appreciate the compliment.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I think no one should be shot at.
No.
I don't think I saw some people say it was a work. It was a
Inside job?
not inside like it was fixed. It was like pro wrestling.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Who would like all right, I'll do it. I'll take the shot. I'll get shot. No problem.
Donald Trump is going to be the president of the United States now.
Yes.
It's a done deal.
Yeah.
Like there's no chance.
Solidified.
It doesn't matter if they bring out, I don't know who to be the Democratic nominee. No. I'm talking about like the most beloved politician in the history of politics.
Barack Obama.
I don't know if he would be, but point is he's going to win. And I thought it was very sad, and I wouldn't want to see anyone celebrate this.
No.
This is supposed to be the leader of this country.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
He actually asked me to speak and to introduce him at the RNC.
Stop it.
I couldn't make it.
So then he gave it to Dana? You're lying.
Crazy, right?
You're lying.
So crazy. He wanted someone who had recently become an American citizen. And he said, I would love for you. You're such a great speaker. You're such a great ambassador. I said, you know what? Dana's brought you out to all the events. Let him do it. Let him do it.
Dana gave him the what is it called? The before the person that talks to introduce them, the introductory speech.
Yes.
Last time.
It wasn't quite the intro, but he did. Yeah, he was at the
He did
GOP.
the intro.
I don't know if it was like the last one before. I think he was one of the many speakers.
Okay.
I think this time he's like the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was great. I was honored.
No,
I have to be honest.
No joke. Like he really
Oh, it was
did
such
ask
a great
you.
honor.
No, congratulations,
Don-
by the way. But did he really ask you?
Of course.
You're lying.
Do I look like a liar?
Ugh, I don't know. You said I could trust you earlier, but I mean, you know.
But anyway, what do you think about it? No one cares what I think.
Super unfortunate. I am a Trump supporter all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Love Trump. I met him. You know, it's special when you meet people and they like know who you are and you're like shaking in your boots to meet them. That's the only person that I've ever been like.
He knew you.
He knew me.
For sure.
For sure.
Like, what did he say that?
He said, "Hi, Juliana. I'm a big fan of you. I
Wow.
love what you do for the
you.
sport." Like, he literally gave me like the nicest compliment ever. And he knew my name and everything. And I'm just like, is this real? You know, like I didn't think I would get starstruck like that. But when I met Trump, I was like, for sure, like that, totally starstruck.
Did you get a photo?
I got a photo, yeah. I didn't like the photo, but I got one.
Did you post it?
I did, yes.
Even though you didn't like it?
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah,
have to
I
post
didn't
it.
like the post. I didn't like the photo, but I did post it. You don't have a choice, you know. These days,
Yeah.
it's like, do you want to see it? It's like, yeah, I'd like to see it, but it's like if I did that and stuff, I would never get out of anywhere if I did that.
Right, it's true.
So totally unfortunate, totally uncalled for. A part of me, my conspiracy theory brain is like, do they do this to like solidify the election? Like, so it's signed, sealed, delivered,
Oh, yeah.
100%?
That's the pro wrestler in you.
Yeah, exactly. The pro wrestler in me is thinking like, smart.
Yes.
And if he did do that, I'm voting for him extra. You know what I mean? Because if you ain't trying to cheat, you ain't trying to win, you
Right.
know? So just kidding. But I do think that it was craziness. And then, you know, you're talking about the fans writing back to me and if I should write back. This one guy, I had explained the situation to my daughter because it was the craziest day. I mean, from morning till night, that whole day was just straight weirdness. It was just all weird. And my daughter was in the car when I'm getting all these calls and these floods and everyone's freaking out. And I turned it on, you know, the FM radio station and she's listening. And so I had wrote about it on Instagram and some guy goes, you shouldn't be involving her and she shouldn't know anything about this. And I'm just thinking like, how am I supposed to shield her from this when like we're driving together and this is happening and what am I just gonna tell her nothing happened? Like that's like a parent trying to shield their kids away from 9/11, you know, like that happened. I was there, I saw it with my eyes, you know what I mean? Like I remember that day vividly. So I think that it's not something that you can, you know, I don't know if the right word is inoculate her or like
insulate her.
Yeah.
Pretend like all these things. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you know what I mean? There is a point where you have to do that, but that wasn't the time for me because I thought that this is a teaching moment, you know, and kind of more important for her to know what happened as opposed to not knowing anything at all, you know, especially because her dad's a police officer, you know what I mean? They deal with real world stuff all the time. I mean, he's coming home talking about, you know, babies drowning and stuff like that, and she hears these stories, you know, so it wasn't something that I wanted to be like hearing all this in front of her and be like, oh, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. Like, close your ears, you know, put the earmuffs on. Like, it wasn't, I didn't have that opportunity to do that, you know, and would I have? I don't know. I mean, this girl's standing out behind me in a crowd of like 50,000 people putting her dukes up, you know, having my back. So it's like...
I think she can handle it.
Yeah, she can. She's 6, but she's very mature for her age.
Also, it happened at like 6 or 7. And I was in the car too. And my daughter was in the car. And it's like, you can't not react to that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This could have been like a, you know, well, it will go down as a very, you know, when Ronald Reagan was shot, people still remember that, and all the other assassination attempts throughout history. Not a common thing in America these days, but like, how do you just go, you know, like...
Yeah, try to button it up.
But kids, my daughter's almost your daughter's age. She's a year older. She's 7. And like, I don't think she heard it, but I don't think they process it like we do.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and then you go back to like the JFK scenarios that happen, and then they find out later on that that's like an inside job, that was like something.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
You're not?
I'm very face value. I'm very naive.
I'm like, dude.
I don't like thinking. It's just, it makes my brain hurt. I'm not one of these guys who's like, okay, but this, that.
Yeah. Well,
although I will say the video of them saying like, there's a dude sitting right there, why isn't anyone doing anything, is a little weird.
The whole time. And then like the girl behind him, you know, she's in a black hat and
doesn't move.
Doesn't move, doesn't do anything. She's got her camera ready to go right then and there, and she's filming the entire thing, like within like. So you think
it was a work?
I mean, I don't know.
But that doesn't speak well to your guy.
The point is, no, I'm not saying it was done by him. I'm just saying that maybe.
Who else would have done it?
Well, I think a part of me, I'm like, Joe Biden.
Stop.
They did that. Yes. These guys are rioting and looting in the streets, and they're afraid if they don't get their way, they'll go nuts, you know? So it's like, I just think that they know that they're not getting their way. And
this is all so crazy. Is it not? Can't we just go back to a simpler time where politicians were boring?
Yeah.
You know?
I know. I feel like it's a popularity contest, and if it is, Trump's winning.
Okay.
And he's got my vote. Go Trump.
All right. So we'll see you soon.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
We don't know the date yet.
Yes.
But it will be on pay-per-view.
It will.
Will it be the main event?
I don't know.
Is there any chance that like some tough people will be on the card too? Dare I say like some bad mother effers?
Some heavy hitters?
No, like some bad mother effers.
Yeah, me.
No, like short for like, that's short for bad mother is like BMFers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I still want the BFMers.
You didn't get what I was saying, huh?
Bad mother, the belt.
No, like some guys who would be classified as such.
Yeah. No, I don't know anything. I swear to God, I don't know anything. I just know that
it's got to happen soon.
Yeah.
It will happen by the end of the year.
Yes.
Can we get your pick for this weekend's tremendous card?
That's what I was going to say next. Thank you for reminding me.
You know who's fighting on the card in the main event?
No.
You don't know who's the main event?
No, I don't.
Right there.
Who? Where?
Legend.
Who? Her?
Yes.
Stop it.
Main event.
Maine.
Do you know who that is?
This is just such a slap in the face to me. I swear to
do you
God.
know? Do you know who that is?
I saw a meme about her the other day, and they sent it to me, and I said, "No way."
Virna Jandiroba, the legend.
Yes.
She walked out to a song that we requested, Island Boys, back in the day.
She's a force.
It's against Amanda Lemos.
Oh,
One of
really?
the most anticipated main events in recent UFC history. Sold out the Apex.
What did GC and Frank and Rick take?
Well, usually we do it Wednesdays, as you know.
Oh, so I do.
But I thought
still
maybe
have till Wednesday,
it would be awesome, to get a live pick.
Okay. You want me to go on the main?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You want me to choose the main? Like,
No, you don't have to do the main. You mean the main card?
Yeah.
You could also do, by the way, there's Jake Paul, Mike Perry this weekend.
oh, I got Jake Paul.
You think Jake Paul wins?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, you could do that.
Hang on. Let me look at the card here.
Where do you go, by the way, to look at the card?
DraftKings Sportsbook. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah. For sure.
Hello.
Lemos, Virna Jandiroba, Brad Tavares,
Mohammed Usman.
Yep. You like him?
I don't know anything about Thomas Peterson.
Doohoo Choi against Bill Algeo, Cody Durden against Bruno Silva.
Padalova. Luana Carolina. That's a Brazilian chick, yeah?
Yeah.
Miranda Maverick, Dion Barbosa.
Brian Kelleher against Cody Gibson. I mean, this is cool because we're getting to see how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
From how you.
Bruno Silva. Doohoo Choi. Is that Superboy?
Yeah.
I'll take Superboy.
Okay. Well, what are the odds?
Plus 140.
For Choi?
Yeah.
Slight underdog, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel good about that?
No, I
Okay.
don't know anything about Bill
Algeo.
But I love me some Korean Superboy.
You're a fan of his?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You often pick based on your feelings towards the fighters, right?
Yeah.
That's good. Pick with your heart.
What is this? And is this like a road to the UFC in China or something? What's going on here? Sorry, that's racist. I've just seen a lot of.
Because it's a lot of. It's an Apex card.
Hey, I love it.
I
love the Asian
They should
culture.
use you on the broadcast. Like the desk. How come they don't use you? You're so good.
I don't know.
Would you
pissed
like
somebody off? I think
podcast. Like I feel like you're such a great personality.
I think that there's going to be a time and a place for that. And I think that right now they just want me fighting.
Okay, you could do yourself, by the way. All these other fighters have YouTube channels. They've got.
I know, but and trust me, it would be very entertaining.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's going to take away from my already hard life.
Okay.
Of packed schedule of driving all around the place and, being a mom and it's just too much. I would love to do that. In the future, there will be a time and a place for that. Not right now.
Okay.
Well, actually, tell me, there's this one guy that wanted to follow me around, the guy that did the Tatiana Suarez documentary.
Oh, Cassius.
He
wants to do a documentary on you.
Yeah.
That's great.
I know,
He's
but
very talented.
He is very talented. I think we passed on it, though.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like, did I make a mistake doing that? I'm also real weird, you know what I mean? I'm like, they're going to see,
You
what
don't
kind
want.
of socks I wear on certain days, and, I'm weird about that kind of stuff. I don't know if I want to let people
No, I
know.
get that. You're private to a degree.
Yeah, exactly.
But if anyone is willing and has a spot at Carbone, you're willing to go on a date with them tonight.
Yes.
You said this.
No.
Oh.
I already have. I need a table for two.
Ah, okay. Who's the?
It's just a friend. It's an old friend.
Okay. Male, female?
Hell.
Well, no. I don't, is that too much? I don't. I
No, it's a
mean.
male.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
happy for you. We only want the best for you here.
Yeah. Shout out to the Batman.
That's his name.
Yeah.
Batman.
We'll just call him that.
Nothing further.
No.
In MMA,
No.
Jiu-jitsu.
Nope.
Okay, fine. There you have it. Okay, so if anyone has a spot for Juliana and Mr. X, aka Batman, tonight 7:30, 8:30. We'll even do 9.
Yes.
In the meantime, so great to have you in studio.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Rose Namajunas. I'm going to ask her about what you said.
Oh, about
Not
the
in studio.
eyelashes?
Yeah,
I was
and
like,
about
in
the
studio,
whole
woo.
the Raquel thing.
Oh, yeah. See if that bothers her.
Yeah, I will.
I want to know if it bothers her.
I will ask
It's
her.
probably not going to bother her. She's a thug.
She is,
Nice.
as we saw on Saturday. Okay, there she is, Julianna Peña. Don't go anywhere.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Darren.
How are we?
Yes, you were taking a nap at 7:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. How was your weekend?
Quite boring, to be honest, I've never really done much.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. How did you end up on Social Knockouts 3? How did it? Because honestly, when the poster came out, everyone was like, "Is this real?" I even asked you. I didn't know if it was real or not. How did you end up on this card?
I don't know, mate. I think a little bit of frustration maybe because I haven't fought for so long, and I've stayed consistent in the gym for like 18 months. I haven't just jumped head first into boxing like I've really, put a lot of time and effort into it. And then obviously when the Chavez Jr. fight fell through, which was not my fault. Obviously Mike Tyson was ill and stuff like that. And obviously I was struggling getting a visa as well, which I already, I told you about. They just come knocking just like that quick. I just said, go ahead, yeah. It didn't matter about the opponent or whatever. And then flew out there on a Wednesday, took the fight on the Sunday, flew out Wednesday, made weight. I was like quite light anyway. It kept me weight low, and then just like seeing the guy, thought, okay, sound, he's just an amateur, whatever. Just be, it sounded, without sounding special, just be an easy win, just rack a win up, whatever. And then, because I felt like, oh, get the ball rolling now, and then all the fights will start coming. Everyone's like, oh, Till will be back. So Till's back in a bigger way. There's 2 fights in one night.
Yes.
2 wins in one night.
and by the way, could you? What went wrong with the Chavez fight? What's going on with the visa?
Well, no, they were gonna get, like, I think they were gonna help me. MVP, like they were proper. They were very helpful, but I was just struggling a little bit on the visa because I haven't had one for a few years, and obviously the last time was MSG against Gaslam. I was struggling, because of past, would say indiscretions, stuff like that, and I just was struggling, mate. That's the only reason, and obviously I was extremely frustrated. So yeah, I don't know. I think I just took it on a whim. I told my coaches that we were fighting. I didn't ask permission. I was like, look, we're fighting. Just you got to do this. You just got to get in and get it done. Don't even think.
And by the way, regarding Chavez, like, why didn't you stay on the July 20th card? Because he's still fighting, obviously, against Uriah Hall. Was that not discussed?
I've just told you, mate.
No, but
visa.
Yeah, I know, but I thought they were working on it to the point where it was going to get resolved.
Yeah.
All right, back live on the MMA Hour. How great was that? Having the Venezuelan Vixen in studio. That was lovely. Appreciate her stopping by. What a fun day it has been so far. First Skye Nicolson in studio, then Julianna Peña in studio. And now we have the winner of Saturday night's main event in Denver. What a performance from her. 4 rounds to 1. It was looking like it was going to be a shutout, just like Skye's fight, in her adopted hometown of Denver. Maybe her best fight, probably her best, I would say, at 125 so far since this move up from 115. We had her on Wednesday. Now we have her on Monday. She's kind enough to join us right now. Once again, the great Rose Namajunas. There she is. Hello, Rose. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
Thank you for coming back. Congratulations. And by the way, happy birthday to your grandmother.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah,
she's
87 now.
She's a cancer baby too.
Yes.
I love it. All the good people are cancer babies. I love it.
Yeah, it's birthday month right now, so.
Well, thank you for giving us a few minutes. We won't keep you too long. Congrats on the win. And, we talked to you on Wednesday about just being in Denver and adopted hometown. You love it. Now the whole experience has come and gone. Was this one of your more enjoyable fight weeks, getting to fight so close to home?
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much, but just because, I just was worried about maybe being distracted or too comfortable or just, like I said, being distracted or something with maybe people always trying to get my attention or something. But it was really smooth. I mean, my family and friends were very supportive and just down for whatever I needed, and everything kind of just, God just like took care of everything. Everything was very, was really, for this fight, I've never had such a, like, distaste for like food during fight week, like any type of like, no matter what restaurant it was just like, or even like the food that the UFC was giving us, nothing tasted good. So I was able to eat grandma's cooking, and that really came in handy for sure.
Why do you think that was?
I don't know. I mean, you know me, I'm like really spiritual, so I don't know if it's like maybe just, I mean, because I really believe like, you know, you put your love into food. And well, out here, this is just, I mean, I love Denver, I love Colorado, but I grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the food there is just amazing. There's all kinds of different cultures and stuff. So maybe I just have a really high standard for quality of food. I love cooking. And so, yeah, I think the food's kind of whack out here in general, but so that's the only one bad thing I would say about living out here. But yeah, I think it's just, I don't know. I think that's the main thing, or maybe it's just like people just don't know how to put the love into the food, or maybe it's just nowadays. I mean, you see on the news all the time that, you know, there's a bunch of struggles with like farming and things like that. And I think also our food quality of food, with just all the genetically modified stuff, like it's getting more and more fake and processed as scarcity becomes a thing. So yeah, that's why like gardening is so important to me, and cooking at home and things like that. So now, you know, going into my next fight, that's going to be a big focus of my training, is like really preparing meals to bring with me, like dehydrating foods or like canning and like fermenting and things like I'm going to come up with a whole system.
Wow.
And actually I've been meaning to, I wanted to do that for this last fight. But it was such a quick turnaround that I couldn't really have that time to, because preparing food definitely, like especially good food, takes a lot of time and thought and preparation. So and just like practice. So I'm going to really focus on that going forward.
Will you do that yourself, or will you have someone help you with that? Like, is this all from your mind?
Well, yeah, grandma for sure. I mean, she's like, you know, we call it Babu Kitchen over here.
That's amazing.
Babu Restaurant over here. So, but yeah, she's obviously always helping me with the food. But I also, it's kind of fun. It's going to be a combination of me and her, maybe my mom or something like that. And just all of, maybe my whole family just kind of come up with, we all like different things and contribute different things. And I actually invested in building out a separate kitchen space in my basement before this fight, because sometimes like me and my grandma, like, even though she's the best at cooking, but she kind of takes over the kitchen. So it's like,
Yes.
and I can't tell her to like what to do or like get off my way. So it's like, I just like, nah, I need my separate space too, to do my own thing as well, because I like different things as well.
Right.
So but as far as like soups and like anything Lithuanian, she has like super down packed.
Wasn't it nice to be done with the fight and not have to go to the airport and do all that? Like, just go home?
Yeah, that was probably the best part. Yeah, that was super cool, because you know all my friends, like my team, could just come here, and actually it's funny, my grandma just whipped up some food real quick for all of us. And
after the fight, she wasn't sleeping?
She was, but then she woke up. You know,
my gosh, what a gangster!
And yeah, she was nervous, she was worried, but you know,
she didn't watch it live.
She was in heaven too. I think she did. Yeah, I think she was. I think, yeah, she did. That was the first time she ever watched it live, because usually she always waits till it's over to know what happens.
Yeah.
And then she'll watch it later, because, yeah, she's always worried about that. She doesn't want me to fight anymore, since she never wanted me to fight, you know?
Does she try to actively convince you to stop fighting now?
Oh, all the time. She just told me, like, she just was talking to me about that.
Like, enough already.
Yeah. Huh?
It's like, enough already. Let's be done with this.
Yeah. For sure.
Well, after that performance, I don't think the end is near. That was very, very impressive. And you know, by the way, you know what was so nice about it? I don't know if you noticed or cared really. I loved the pop, as they say, the crowd reaction when you came out. I loved the love that they showed you, because I feel like the last couple, you know, whether it's I don't know, post the Carla fight or whatever, it just wasn't there. And it felt like the old days. It felt like you were getting the respect and love that you deserved and had earned. Did you notice that? Did that make you feel good?
Yeah, I got goosebumps walking out. It was like, it wasn't quite as loud as Jacksonville, but it was like really close. And yeah, that crowd was like insane. But they were both very electric, and yeah, I like I said, I was having goosebumps walking out. That was a definitely goes in my like top favorite walkouts. Yeah.
How did you feel about the performance? Your performance? Were you happy with it?
Yeah, I was. I there's certain things obviously like I know I could do better, and I know I'm just gonna keep improving. But I was really happy to be able to, because I was a little bummed my last fight where even though I won, but I didn't have the speed. I was dealing with some injuries and stuff, so I was like a little bit like frustrated because I felt like I had really worked on a bunch of things that I wasn't able to like show. And I felt like I was able to do that this time. Obviously, I wanted to finish. I feel like I jumped on top of her and helped her recover. So I was like, I feel like I could have finished it in the first, and I sort of blew that opportunity. And then I would say, looking like after rewatching it, I could have been a little bit more active towards the end. A lot of that. So there's stuff to improve because with all that, that's why I didn't going into the fight. My plan wasn't to wrestle that much. Only just like if she was trying to wrestle me, like reverse a position or just like show her a quick flash of wrestling. But it was so successful that I was like, okay, and it was very, very useful. So I think, yeah, I'm going to really focus on being able to do that while still maintaining that same pop and speed that I had in the first round, but in those later rounds. But I also was like already up. So I was like, okay. And then I knew she was trying to make it a little more chaotic and try to point at the ground. You know what I mean? Like, even though nothing really was like, even though it was like kind of making contact, nothing was landing like super clean. So, but I still, yeah, I would have liked to have put a little bit more output. So it's just more stuff to improve on, But overall, I was very happy with my performance. We basically did pretty much everything that we worked on.
Wow. But just a little bit more wrestling. And was that perhaps because wrestling is known to be her strength and you weren't expecting to kind of fight fire with fire, but it was working so well? So did that surprise you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my wrestling, I've been working on my grappling and wrestling like a ton, for a long time. And just from watching her fights and stuff, it's like I know that's where her strong suit is. I mean, she's gotten better at her striking, but that's just where she feels comfortable, even if she's maybe she's just really good at like popping right back up. So if I were to take her down or something, it's like, okay, don't like focus so much on just trying to like hold her or ground and pound, like just kind of let her spend her energy exploding back up and then take her down again later, which I kind of did that, but I just didn't expect to be able to just like full mount her and like just whatever and it be so kind of easy. I tried to I tried to tell my grandma like, don't do nothing in the kitchen.
Oh. She can do whatever she wants. Is she cooking right now?
Yeah. Yeah, or maybe that was my mom. I don't know. I was just like, wait till after my interview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Well, because you feel like you're missing out.
No, because I don't want like all this noise and distraction.
Oh, no.
But anyway, it's all good. But anyway, so yeah, I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, just I don't know. Yeah.
Obviously a much talked about moment, the eyelashes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Did you notice that? Like, did you notice while it was happening?
I noticed something was up with her. I noticed something was up with her eye. I didn't see how like
it flew.
The camera literally captured it like, phew. Like you can't make that stuff up. That's just like God's got a sense of humor, man. That is like classic stuff. Like that is bless her heart. You know what I mean? Like,
would you ever do that?
Like,
would you ever consider doing that? Would you ever consider fighting?
I don't even wear fake eyelashes like for like period. Like because they so rest in peace Susie, like she always was like the one thing, she always did my makeup great, but she always was trying to make me wear, like she would always be like, no, you gotta wear these eyelashes. And I'm like, girl, I can't do that. Like I know it looks good or whatever, but like it makes me so tired. Like I literally like my eyelids just close when I wear those things, and it's just nah, I'm not doing it. So we like that was the battle between me and her for a long time, but yeah, rest in peace. But yeah, it's just crazy because so I would never do that. But I mean, it's a thing now, so it's like I'm curious to see, like, she almost has to, like, I mean, it's dangerous. I would not recommend her wearing it, but it's almost like now, don't you gotta wear them? Like,
I'm
no
surprised that the
matter what.
commissions would allow it though, because like, what if it
I
gets in
think
your
so
eye,
too.
right?
100%. No, that's serious. Like, that's the one thing that I've always been very. I mean, I've had eye injuries, sort of, and so that's something that I'm always like. I'm always routinely checking my eyes and stuff. Like, that's the one thing with the fight game that teeth and eyes, I think, are like, and the nose too. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that was a very memorable moment, and obviously there was a lot of hair talk this weekend. What happened on
Yeah.
Friday, and I heard you in the post fight press conference call it suspicious, and I just wanted to
Yeah.
ask you: is the suspicious part for you the fact that there was a discrepancy with the scale?
The
Like,
scale, yeah.
okay,
It wasn't her hair. Like, I knew she handed off her hair.
okay,
Like, I knew that part. It was just also like the timing and maybe we weren't given all the information, but like how much weight she had to cut when we were told, how much time was left. There was like a bunch of details like that. I was like, wait, how did she drop 2 pounds in like such a short amount of time from when they told us that I think she was even like 2.5 pounds with like an hour left or something.
oh
I have to
wow,
like go back and remember like all the details, but the main thing was the scale that they bring us to, like, in the workout room, where basically it's like it's supposed to be matched up to the official scale, and that's like they're like, okay, you're on this weight, like, and they write it down. And before they make sure you're on weight before you go on the scale. And so the fact that it was a pound difference or so, and then multiple fighters confirmed that same thing, that was weird, especially because I was a little bit over at first on that scale. So I went back and cut a little bit more. So had I known that the official scale would have been off from that scale about a pound, I wouldn't have went back and cut that. So it wasn't just on her end that I was like a little bit like, but then also for myself, like that was inconvenient for me as well. Because like, then what's the point of even checking that scale? Like, why wouldn't I just
right,
use my scale and then go on the official scale? So that was number one. Then number two, when she was on the scale and she like gave her hair back or whatever, and then they said she was 126.5, and then Heidi was like, still? And then somebody, I don't know if it was the guy, doing the scale, or somebody in the background said, blow out all your air. And then literally, like, then he was like, oh, 126, like he switched it from 126.5 to 126. And then as soon as he said 126, he like
yeah,
swiped the thing, like, so you couldn't see, and the thing didn't move.
yeah.
So I was like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like what happened there, So I don't know. You know what I mean? To me, it didn't really matter. Like, I was a little bit upset about that at the time, especially because, like I said, I had to go back and cut a little bit
Right.
more. But I was like, I mean, there's nothing I could do about it right now. I just got to focus on, I was like, all the truth is going to come out in the fight. Doesn't matter what's going on right now.
What would you have done if she just ended up being 126.5? Would you have kept
Yeah,
kept the fight
no,
on?
it's all good. I
Yeah.
know and that's another thing too, is like, I mean, I will give her credit for coming. She was supposed to make weight a week later, and
Mhm.
she's a bigger girl, so I understand that could play into it. And she's at high altitude, so maybe there's something dealing with that. So I wasn't sweating the weight necessarily. It was just, don't act like something, like, if she wasn't on weight, then like we have to know that,
Mhm.
So it was just the dishonesty that I felt like, that's what got me. But maybe it could be explained to me. So that's why I'm like, but to me, that was just very weird.
This new
Yeah.
thing that some commissions are doing, where they get the thing and then they swipe it and don't even like.
Yeah.
Why do they do that? Even while the person stands there and poses, keep it so the world can see. What are you moving?
So we can see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know why they
Yeah.
do that so quickly. Like, no,
Yeah.
the thing hasn't even that little thing hasn't even rested yet. I'm not saying for this particular one,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
it happened a bunch of times where the thing hasn't even
Yeah.
stopped, and like, up, boom, boom, and they move it, and it just feels.
Yeah.
Would you
And
prefer?
maybe they're just doing so many that they're just like, whatever,
Yeah.
but it's still, but with everything surrounding it, I was like, You know what I mean? Like, what's going on?
Yes,
But
yes.
it is what it is. I was just happy she stepped up to the plate and fought, and then we had the fight.
By the way, before you came on, we had Julianna Peña in studio, and she mentioned something that pertained to you, and she actually asked me to get your thoughts on it. She showed me like a series of photos where she's got this whole thing with Raquel Pennington, and her thing is that, her words, not mine, she called Raquel a snake in the grass, like a backstabber.
Oh,
They're supposed to fight and all this.
okay.
And then she showed us 2 pictures of Raquel with you, training with you, and then she posted, I guess, something in support of Tracy this past week. And she's like, look, she's friends with Rose, and then she's posting something. And then I was like, well, maybe she trained with Rose like 5 years ago, and now she's friends. Who knows? Like, things change, people change. And so she's like, ask Rose what she thinks about this. Ask Rose. So
yeah. Okay, so she's saying like, what do I think about Raquel training with me? And then she was like in a picture with Tracy. Yeah. So okay, that's understandable. However, I already talked to Raquel about that because she notified me that Tracy. I've been knowing Raquel for a long time, but she hit me up saying, guess what else just happened? Like, Tracy hit me up to train with me or whatever. And so I was like, oh, well, we talked about it. Like, do you know her? Like, or what's going on? Like, and so we had a whole conversation. She was like, no, she just kind of knows somebody through somebody else that I know or whatever. I was like, okay, well, I was like, I mean, if it puts you in a weird spot, like, I don't really care. It's like, I mean, I was like, if there's certain people, I would be like, hey,
yeah,
or maybe there's like a few people or whatever. But with Tracy, it's like, I mean, it's such a short notice. I was like, I mean, if you want to train with her, you can. If you don't, like, to me, it doesn't really matter. I was like, I mean, I fought Tisha. I also trained with Tisha. I fought her twice.
yeah.
And so, yeah, like certain situations, like it's just the way you go about it. If you communicate, it's all good. I understand that some people are weird about that. But to me, it's like, it's such a small world in MMA. And I mean, like for example, like there's just certain people that I have a lot of respect for. And we can fight and we can train and we can still be cool. And it's all about being like forward and honest. So yeah, I get how she would look at that and be like, see,
Okay.
but it's all good. I mean, I was like, and plus there's not even anything that, even if you were like, all right, I'm gonna tell you something about Rose, like there's nothing you could say that's gonna change the result.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what you're gonna tell her that I'm really good. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's all good. So yeah, we talked about it. And
Okay.
yeah.
See, I'm glad we got your side of it. Juliana's just trying to stir the pot. I mean, that's kind of, she's just
it's okay.
It's all good.
That's why they get to fight, though.
That's right. That's right. And so for you, realistically, what do you think? What do you think happens now? With the, I know you said title shot. Do you think that's realistic? Have you been told that? Is it possible, or do you think it's someone else? What are you feeling as far as what's next?
I think that I haven't been told nothing yet. The title shot, I think, is a possibility. And it is something that, yeah, it's just kind of like, obviously, to be opportunity because there's people in line, right? There's Manon and obviously Valentina, and I think it's still not official yet, right?
Right.
Yeah. So like I'll just be waiting in the queue, or I guess yeah, I would my dream fight right now would be Manon rematch in Lithuania because I fought her in Paris when broke my pinky right away. And I would love that. And I felt like it was very competitive with one hand. So, but I understand she does deserve a title shot as well. So, so that's what I want. But I also have really enjoyed staying doing this quick turnaround. I do want to take a little bit of time to do some stuff. So, but I'll also be ready if a good opportunity pops up too.
If they called you and said like, we need you for the Sphere card, would you do it? That's in 2 months.
Yeah.
You would do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Worth it. Title shot, such a big card.
This is a great opportunity, like hard to pass up.
Yeah.
For sure.
By the way, is there a venue in Lithuania that would be possible for a UFC event? Have you looked into this?
Yeah. Well, and that's where I got the idea from, because when I did my premiere for the documentary out there, I think it was 2 years ago or 1 year. we were at the Žalgiris basketball game out there. It's the arena out there.
Yeah.
I think it holds like 20,000 people, and super hype, like so much energy. It was a really like the best basketball game ever.
Yeah.
And it would and after the game, we were up in the little suite area, and we're just talking to the producer of the film, and then some of the other people that was there, and we all just kind of like got quiet for a second. The arena was empty. It was just us kind of like up in the suite, and then we were like, are y'all thinking about what I'm thinking? And then everybody kind of had the same thought all at once. Like we could just see the octagon down there, and like that would be so cool.
Oh man, that would be cool. And you have earned that as well. I hope you get that opportunity before it's all said and done.
Yeah.
So let's see how it all plays out. And by the way, a nice tribute to Nick Diaz at the end of the fight.
I know.
There. Well, I don't know if you were trying to do that.
Tried to do the Max Holloway.
Yes.
I had to do the Nick Diaz.
Yes. Were you actually doing the Nick Diaz when you did that, or?
No, but maybe that was just subconsciously in the back of my mind, like it just maybe came out, and then because I mean, obviously I've seen that, so I wasn't thinking like, oh, let me do the Nick Diaz in this moment, but it's just, I guess, just came out, because it was more so like, because she wanted me to come there and stand in one spot and bang, and I was like, okay, I'll do that, but you got to come to this spot first, though. I'll say, so that's why I was like, and then it was like, and then she did start to come forward, so I like kind of turned a little bit, and it was like, I'm gonna hit you with a spinning kick or something.
By the way, one last question.
And then she just laughed. So.
One last thing. Saturday was a crazy night in the world after what happened to Donald Trump. Were you aware of any of that, or did you only find out afterwards?
Man, I'm gonna have to give my manager Brian a little shit here. But he was we were doing our little shakeout like the day of the fight, and so we do like a little workout before going to the arena. So we were in the little workout room, and I'm like flowing. I'm like, okay, just trying to control. It's a very tense, like the shakeout's always like a very tense moment, and because you're just trying to get all your emotions under control, and like, okay, we're getting ready to do the thing. And he comes to it, and he's just sitting there, like, so I'm like pacing, I'm like doing my circles and like breathing and like in between sets, and then out of nowhere, he's just like, Trump got shot. And I was like, and we were like, the room just got really quiet, like, because of course, like, that, what? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. But it just blurted out of him, and even like he even said as he was saying it, he was like, no, why would I do that? Because like, that's definitely not something you want to be. You never want to think about that, but that definitely was not the right time to say that, especially because even like on fight day, it's like it doesn't matter if there's meteors falling from the sky. It's like you got to be laser focused in, and so that's always a hard thing, because usually like a lot of my fights over the years, I've had something come up where it's just a distraction, like in the worst time ever, like when I fought Joanna, for example, like the truck that the terrorist attack happened, like, and we were supposed to be there and stuff, and so it was just like, what? So, and then we even told and similar thing where the driver was like, hey, did you guys hear about that truck accident? Pat's like, no, don't say nothing, don't put that into her head right now, we ain't trying to think about that, you know what I mean? And but yeah, so it's kind of the same thing, but we were sort of able to like kind of, like not make fun of it, because obviously it's a very traumatic thing, but like sort of, like kind of like, all right, don't do that again,
Definitely. Well, all's well that ends well for you. Congratulations, great stuff. Looking forward to what's next, and enjoy your time with your family, the cooking, the celebrations, the birthday celebrations. Well done. Enjoy it all. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. There she is, the great Thug Rose Namajunas. Big win for her on Saturday. Another win at 125, and I thought perhaps her best win yet as a flyweight. All right, one guest left, and it is the champ at heavyweight. Yeah. Na 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 na. Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. Na 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 na. Nothing. You're not giving me anything here. You're looking.
I didn't know I was on. I didn't even know I was on yet.
This is it. Less than.
That was just the intro.
I know. I get it. first commiserations. I'm sorry. I'd hoped that this would be the big, it's coming home party, yesterday after what happened. So I'm sorry to you and the country. If I could give you a virtual hug, this would be.
That's all right, mate. Doesn't mean anything to me anyway.
You know what? I don't believe this. You say this all the time. It doesn't mean anything. You can't. Where's your love of country? Those were your boys. Those were your boys out there fighting for your nation.
Nah, it's just a game of football, mate. Doesn't mean anything to me. By the way, sorry I'm late. I'm trying to get this new setup going, but I tried to get my mic going. The mic wasn't working, so now we're just on the old iPhone.
Well, if I'm being honest, I saw you do it, but I actually asked you like a while ago once this fight was announced. You said, I got a setup. It's going to be great. And I saw you do some other interviews. I was like, fair play, Tom. Nice setup. And now here we are on the iPhone with the echo, no microphone. It feels like we've been pushed down a few pegs.
I'm going to show it. Look at this. This is the microphone. Look, I've got the whole thing in here, but I even had this thing clipped on. Over here, but it's just not working. So there's nothing I can do, mate. This is the only chance. Better than the car, though, isn't it? It's better than the car.
It's way better. It's way better. Thank you so much. It's a nice room. This is a different room than last time. What are those shoes over there above your right shoulder? What is special about that?
Well, this is in the process of becoming like a little office/memorabilia room.
Oh.
And I've got these are the shoes that somebody made me. They're like Jordans, and they're all sprayed. They got the UFC logo on. They got 295 on. They got the champ thing on the side. They got the England flag. Pretty cool, mate. Someone made them for me. I've got all kinds of stuff in here. Look what this I've got. I've got just behind you, actually. Have a look at this. You'll love this one. You'll love this.
Let's see it. Oh, yeah. There's the famous one. There it is. What number is it?
Big 99. I don't know who that is, though.
That's Aaron Judge. He's only the most famous guy.
Big Yankees guy now, mate. I've been to a game and everything.
Oh, yeah. I saw you. My favorite part was when they had you there and then you saw the other champion, Damian Priest, and you totally blew him off like he was a fan. It was great. And I saw that in the blog. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a big WWE.
Come on.
I'm a big Yankees.
He's a massive guy. You didn't. He's got crazy hair, dreadlocks. You didn't think he was someone special.
I should have known better. I know. You know what? I was just, I was walking and there was a lot of people around and everyone's trying to get my attention and stuff. I was just trying to be polite, but get to where I was going. And it was. I dropped the ball on that one, mate. I dropped the ball. I'm not gonna lie.
He was so excited. I saw the look on his face. He was so excited to see you.
It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
I actually I saw him so I was in New York then, obviously. I was at the Yankees game. And then I saw him a few days later at Power Slap in Vegas and we caught up and he's a cool guy. I like him a lot.
Okay.
Really like him. I'm a fan now. I'm for life now. We know each other personally, so all good.
You apologize for blowing him off.
I didn't apologize because it wasn't too bad. But he's a good guy. So it's behind us. Water under the bridge, mate.
I'm taking the piss. That's all I'm doing. You know this. By the way, did you throw out the first pitch?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
Did he?
I didn't get the honor of that, but you know what? That day in particular, I could not be bothered to go to the Yankees game.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go. I had a busy day as it was. I was walking all around New York and everything. And a guy from my team, the guy who does my PR, was like, Tom, you've got to go, honestly. It's the best experience. You need to go. And I was like, no, mate, I don't want to go today. I'm not feeling like it. I'm tired. I'm jet lagged, all that. Anyway, he talked me into it. We went. Honestly, the Yankees treated us so good. We had one of the best nights. Honestly, it was such a good night, and I really, really enjoyed it. So I'll be a Yankees fan for life now, mate. I enjoyed it.
And that's like a cathedral. That's like going to Old Trafford.
Yeah, I mean, the area seemed a bit sketchy, to be honest.
It's not the best.
My area is a bit sketchy where I live anyway, so I don't mind. I feel at home in them kind of places.
Where's that, Wigan?
I live in Atherton, which is just outside of Manchester.
Okay. By the way, have you gotten more tattoos on your arm? It looks like darker than usual.
No, I don't think so. These are cover-ups, aren't they? So they've got to be dark. I've actually got this one at the top's actually a double cover-up.
What does that mean?
Cover up. I had a tribal originally, and now I've got it covered up. I got it blacked out, and then I've got some white on there. I'm still going with the tattoos. I'm going to fix them one day when I don't have a fight booked.
Okay.
So I'm still, but Yeah, I mean that's a whole other story. These tattoos, we've got a lot going on.
Sure,
got a lot going on.
I saw that you recently did some cupping on your back, and I don't know if you know this, but I fancy myself a bit of an athlete as well. I did cupping on Friday for the first time. I've got big marks. I actually feel quite tough and quite cool now because I feel like I'm a pro athlete with the marks on my back. I enjoyed it a lot. How about you?
Yeah, I've seen. I'm off social media at the moment. Actually, I've been off social media for quite a while. But my guy who does social media was like, "Oh, there's so many negative comments on the cupping." I don't know why. It works for me. I think it's good.
Why?
You know what it's like, mate.
Yeah.
You put something. You've got an opinion. Online world these days. Whatever. It works for me. I like it.
Is it working out? I was very honored. I think you sent out a message to just like your 5 best friends, and you said, I'm not going to be on social media, so if you need to reach me, do it this way. And I was like, wow, I can't believe I made the cut. I was told it was like just 5 or 6 people, which really meant a lot. Has that worked out though? What?
You are taking the piss now, aren't you? It wasn't 5. It wasn't 5. It was people I speak to on a regular basis. You know what I mean? It's people I'm in contact.
It felt very personal.
It was personal. It was. It's working out great. Honestly, anybody that's struggling with feeling overwhelmed or like your brain's going to explode sometimes, I would highly, highly, highly recommend staying off social media for a while. Highly recommend it.
What did you do? You deleted everything?
Yeah, I've got no apps. Yeah, I mean to be fair, that's the only way that I could do it. To be honest, it was. See, the other day I had to do a thing for a sponsor. Big shout out, Jose Cuervo.
Oh yeah,
who sponsor me.
Saw that.
And I had to put some posts on, and my social media guy doesn't have my login for Twitter, X, whatever it's called these days. And I couldn't figure out what my password was, and it turned out to be an old password, but I had to re-download it to find out the password and all that shit. Anyway, I re-downloaded it, and I found myself just going on it again. Like before I know it, I'm checking X 5-6 times a day, and before then it turned into 5-6 times an hour, and now I've had to delete it again. Like that thing's so addictive, it's so poisonous for your mind, and There's a phrase that I heard recently, and it's like too old for the timeline. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like I'm getting to an age and a point in my life where I'm not really that interested in other people's opinions getting forced down your throat every time I look at my phone anymore. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm really getting to a point of like peace and happiness in my life where I'm not really too bothered about other people's opinions and what they're doing, to be quite honest with you. I just want to focus on myself and my family. So that's what I'm trying to do right now.
A friend of mine once said, our brains aren't hotel rooms, and we shouldn't allow people to check in and out as they please. And that's what we do when we go sometimes on social media and read comments and stuff like that. We let people check into our brains. And so that kind of speaks to what you're saying. But I was wondering, because I knew about the social media blackout, and then I saw a series of quite comical tweets from you regarding Tracy Cortez's weigh-in on Friday. And I was like, well, who's writing this? That was
me. I thought that was fantastic. I enjoyed it a lot. I loved it. I thought, I've got to tweet about this. This is fantastic.
Okay.
I enjoyed that.
I was just wondering, like, what happened to the blackout? Or has someone hacked your account here?
I had to figure out my Instagram to sign back in to do a post, and then that's it. Before I know it, I'm back on X doing funny tweets. But yeah, I thought that whole...
Why did you enjoy that so much? The poor girl had to cut her hair.
I just thought it was funny. I don't know. I just thought this is wild. It's just a massive contradiction of I don't know what the situation was, to be honest. To me, it looked like she stood on the scale with the hair in hand.
No, it was after. It was after. She did the weigh-in, and then they gave her for the photo op.
I get it. But still, it just defeats the object of cutting your hair. I'm just like, it looks weird. And then she goes and faces off with Rose Namajunas, who's got no hair.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just fun. I just thought it just tickled me, and I just thought just maybe for all them online people who take everything so serious, I thought it might make someone else smile as well.
No,
so nice. I wanted to put it, maybe, I thought it made me smile, so maybe it'll make someone else smile. That's why I put it on. So if you're offended by that, move on. Put it behind you.
I was just happy to see you pop up on the timeline, to be honest, because I knew about the blackout. And so,
I mean, my Instagram's very active, mate.
No, but I could tell when it's you and when it's, you know, just content. You know what I mean?
I mean, I authorize the stuff that goes on.
Sure,
I mean?
sure.
It's not just.
But that fell from your brain and from your fingertips. You know what I mean? It felt very personal.
I mean, I just thought it was quite funny. So I thought maybe someone else will find it funny. But a lot of people get very offended online about nothing. Okay. So you know how it goes.
It's currently 9:15 in the UK. Do you go to bed soon? What are we doing? So this fight, you know, has been much publicized that it's going to happen in the middle of the night. It will be approximately 10:03. It will be around 5 a.m. or so when you walk out. Yes, 5. Yeah. So what is the plan now that we're less than 2 weeks away? What have you been doing to get ready for a fight at 5 in the morning?
You ever seen the documentary Knuckle? You familiar with that?
Sounds familiar. What's it about?
It's a documentary about traveling communities in the UK.
No, I haven't.
Ireland. And there's a guy on there, Big Joe Joyce, an old traveling legend. And Big Joe Joyce reveals a few gypsy methods for getting ready for a fight. And I wanted to resort back to a bit of gypsy heritage that I've got. So I thought, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little ring out of hay bales. You know what hay bale is?
I guess like haystacks?
A bale of hay, yeah.
Okay.
When it gets to about 4 a.m., I'd get my alarm on, I go outside, do a bit of shadow boxing in the hay bales, and then I do the old traveller method of dipping your knuckles in petrol for about 20 minutes.
Stop it.
As the sun's coming up, and that hardens your knuckles. You need to watch the documentary Knuckle with the legendary man, Joe Joyce, and all the guys who do that, shadow boxing in hay bales and taking it old school and dipping your knuckles in petrol.
You're doing this every day. You're doing this.
Most days, yeah.
So what time do you wake up?
I put my alarm on for about 4.
What time do you go to bed?
I go to bed about normal time, like 11, 12. I sleep for like 4 or 5 hours. Go out there for like, you know, just wake my body up a little bit, do some stretching, do a little bit of shadow boxing, soak my knuckles for a little bit, and then I come back in, take my kids to school, go and train. Then I get back from training and sleep for a bit and keep doing that.
Wait, so you're legit dipping your. Are you taking the piss out of me now?
That's you need to watch it, mate. It's an old traditional fighting man thing. Dip your knuckles in the petrol, mate. Get them rock hard. And these are some of the hardest knuckles in the UFC right here, right now. They're like rocks.
And where's the petrol? Is it like in a bucket?
It's in a barrel, yeah. It's in a barrel.
Where do you get it?
Just from people. Just from people.
So what are you going to do on the day of the fight? You're just going to go to bed at like 12 and wake up at... No, you got to wake up earlier than that, no?
Yeah, but I'm just getting my body used to being alert at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
When it gets to fight week, listen, look, mate. If you can fight really well at 12 o'clock midnight, but you can't fight really well at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You weren't that good in the first place, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of times that I've traveled across the world, fought in different time zones, without even adjusting myself. And now I've had a full training camp at home. I'm right there ready to fight. So, you know what I mean? If that's an excuse, mate, you're not that good in the first place, in my opinion.
It is a good point, by the way, because like when you fought in New York, that was 5 a.m. in the UK, 12 a.m. here. So it's really not that big a deal.
Well, listen to this. This is something from my dad, this. I spar at about 10 a.m. once a week, twice a week usually, on a weekday. I have never thought, it never even crossed my mind to think like, right, I'm going to start sparring at midnight just to get my body ready for it. Never crossed my mind in like 30 plus fights, however many fights I've had. And all the times I've got on a plane and travelled somewhere, it's never bothered me about the time difference. Why should it start now? But saying that, I am preparing myself for it. I am waking up. I am doing the shadow boxing. I am taking it very seriously. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're using that as an excuse, you can find better excuses than that.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? You can find better excuses than a time difference. If you're a top-level elite athlete, it shouldn't be an issue, and it won't be an issue for me.
Were you disappointed when you found out about this, and was it something you had to get over?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have to get over it. You'd move with it. But I did ask the UFC. I tried to put it to the UFC, and I tried to complain about it, but didn't go that well. So that's not a lot I can do. Yeah, like I say, you got to move with it. I'm an elite-level athlete. I fought all around the world. I fought on different time zones. I fought with a full training camp. I fought with not a full training camp. I fought injured. I've done loads at this point. So me fighting 4 hours later than normal isn't that big a deal.
What about that new venue? I know you did some stuff with Leon there. Did you get a chance to, I don't know, have you been to something there, a concert or something? Have you seen it? What's it like compared to the old school MEN?
I've not seen it. Sorry, I've not been to a concert there. I've seen it. It's unreal. From the outside, it doesn't look that good. Just looks quite small, to be honest. But when you get inside, it's gigantic. It's massive arena. It looks bigger than MSG.
Wow.
It's huge. And that's going to be like when I got into the sport of MMA, which was, quite a fair portion of my life ago now. This is why I got into it, for this. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people out there trying to get to the dreams and get to the goals in life. This is the goal. This is the dream. Do you know what I mean? This is it. In 2 weeks' time, this is the dream. Defending a UFC heavyweight title in my home city of Manchester in front of 25,000 Manchester fans is something that probably 0.5% of the world gets to live the dream on this level. Do you know what I mean? Now, I'm not talking about just fighting. I'm just talking about people with dreams and goals in general. No matter what happens on that day, I did it and I experienced it. And this is, my whole life's been leading up to this point.
I love it. And you know what I loved maybe most about that statement? You said defend a UFC heavyweight title, not an interim heavyweight title. Heavyweight title. You are him. You're that guy.
I'm the guy.
You're the boy.
I'm the boy.
You're the star boy.
So there's going to be a good few years ahead of us, and we're going to have some amazing fights, mate. The heavyweight division's on a revival right now. We've got all kinds going on. We've got John Jones, who knows what he's going to do, but he's going to be active again soon, hopefully. We've got Alex Pereira potentially moving up. We've got Volkov, who's on a resurgence. We've got Cyril Gane knocking around. We've got Curtis Blaydes. We've got Pavlovich still in the mix. We've got all kinds of guys, mate. And there's probably a few that I've not even mentioned.
Almeida.
Almeida. Like there's so many top-level heavyweights. And these next 5 or 10 years are going to be absolutely incredible at heavyweight. What a time to be involved in heavyweight MMA.
After UFC 303, I said, maybe the one after all is Aspinall Pereira. Maybe it's not Aspinall Jones. Maybe the one that we're all really looking for. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's the generational fight. Agree or disagree?
Maybe. Like, I ain't thinking about that right now, to be honest with you. I took Curtis Blaydes very, very seriously and still got a little bit of training to do. But this is a massive fight for me, both professionally and personally. And I need to put a full stop on this one. And I need to go out there and finish him. And not only that, I'm going to go out there and enjoy myself as well. I'm going to go in and love every second of it, because this career doesn't last forever, man. This career doesn't last forever. And I think right now, even though I'm still young, I'm still 31, I'm definitely on the second half of my career. I'm closer to the end than I am the beginning. I don't know when I'm going to end. I don't have a number in my mind or nothing like that. But and then I'm going to go and do something else, man. I'm going to go and do something else with my time or with my life and close that chapter of my life. But for right now, I'm closer to the end of the career than I am the beginning, and I intend to enjoy every second moving forward.
What do you think you'll do?
I might be involved a little bit, but I don't know. You know, I used to think, yeah, when I retire, I'm probably going to be a coach. But I think that takes just as much dedication as being a fighter, to be honest with you. I think some of them high-level coaches, especially the ones with a lot of fighters, people like Eric Nixick and people like that, like they're busy, man. Like they're never at home. They have no time for themselves. They're on the road constantly. And I don't really want to do that. I'd like to be involved maybe as a pundit, maybe. I like that kind of stuff. I think I've got a lot to offer in that regard. I think that I can speak well enough to talk about the fight and educate people on it and entertain people, hopefully, on it. And maybe I'd like to go a bit into that kind of stuff, maybe a bit more TV stuff and stuff like that. I enjoy that kind of stuff. So ultimately, you want to do what you enjoy with your life, don't you? So, and I love MMA. I absolutely love MMA. When I'm not fighting, I'll still definitely be involved in some way, but I don't know if it'll be as a coach, to be honest.
Like your old man. And by the way, you're doing great stuff with TNT Sports before all the big pay-per-views. Will you be breaking down your own fight, by the way?
Filmed today. Filmed today.
About your own fight?
Today. I didn't want to do my own fight.
Okay.
I did Leon and Bilal.
Yes.
I nearly forgot his name. I nearly forgot Bilal.
You didn't remember the name? Wow.
It just slipped my mind. Of course, I know his name. We did Paddy and King Green.
Yes.
Newly crowned King Green. And we did Mohammed Makayev and Manel Kapp as well. So very interesting fights on the card.
You mentioned Eric Nixick. Love seeing you two together. That's a cool partnership. Did you enjoy training with him?
Yeah, of course I did that. Eric's
salt of the earth, Eric Nixick.
Yeah, great guy, and his resume speaks for itself. Do you know what I mean? But like you say, it's not just about him as a coach. It's about him as a person as well. Eric, now we keep in touch all the time. Eric will be a friend for life now. Every time I'm in Vegas, I'll speak to him, but we speak all the time on the phone and stuff. And he's actually coming to Manchester next week, so we'll be hitting a couple of bites to eat, I think. And I look forward to seeing Eric.
Will he be in your corner?
No, he won't be in my corner. No. I've only worked with him, a couple of times. I live on the opposite side of the world to Eric, don't I? So Vegas too much, but every time in Vegas, I'll definitely be visiting Extreme and seeing the guys down there and working with Eric, definitely.
By the way, is there really, I saw that you posted something with an energy drink that was like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 5 a.m. win. Is that a real drink or was that just a Jim King ad?
That's a Jim King ad. There's no real drink.
I fell for it. I was like, are they making a limited edition drink in honor of this fight happening in the middle of the night? That would have been brilliant.
Fortunately not. I think it's a good idea, though.
Yes.
It's a good idea, but no, it was just a bit of promo.
Okay. Well, I liked it. I liked it nonetheless. And by the way, I saw you posted a picture. You have created the closest thing. Do you remember Team Death Clutch back in the day? That was Brock Lesnar's gym.
Of course. You're talking to one of the biggest UFC fans in history here.
I feel like that's what you have. I've never seen so many big boys. You posted a picture of all the big guys in the gym with you recently. You know what I'm talking about? Someone posted it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I feel like this is the closest we're showing the photo now. Like, you don't see gyms with this many big boys. This is the closest thing we've seen to Death Clutch.
Well, you know what? It's come about really weird because we kind of I used to train in Liverpool, and it's quite far away from where I live. And there wasn't there wasn't many heavyweights there, and I wanted to train more with heavyweights, etc., etc. And there was a couple of heavy guys kind of training to me locally, not professional guys, but just, big guys. And I wanted to work with a couple of big bodies when I was coming back from my injury and stuff, get back in. And we started training a little bit closer to home. And anyway, put a couple of pictures on Instagram here and there. Next minute, somebody asked, can we come and train? Yeah, no problem. Can we come? Before we know it, we end up with like 15, 20 heavyweights on the mat every day. People are flying in from all over the world. And literally, like, my dad has to tell people that they can't come. There's that many people on the mats.
Wow.
Like, there's so many guys on the mat. And we're not talking about like the local big guy. We're talking about PFL guys. We're talking about KSW guys, other UFC fighters, ONE FC guys. Like, there's literally guys flying in from all over the world to train with this heavyweight team. And it's not a team as such. It's just a group of guys who are friends, who are training together. Do you know what I mean? There's no you know, these are guys from different gyms who come for the sparring and the hard rounds and the rolling and the pads and the rest of it. It's not like we are this big, massive team that we set up. It's just like we're an accidental team of friends who all get the best out of each other and train together. And it's been going nearly 3 years now. And we've been racking up the wins, mate. Like, it's been going really good. Everyone's turning up. Everyone's enjoying it. The atmosphere in the gym is absolutely electric. And yeah, it's just a great place to spend my time.
Do you feel like this fight is a bit of exercising some demons? You know, it's around almost the exact same time, like almost 2 years to the day of what happened. Do you view it that way, like righting that wrong? Are you that kind of person who views things that way after what happened in 2022 with Curtis?
Absolutely. I mean, this actually goes a bit deeper than that, to be honest.
Oh, tell me. What do you mean?
This cuts pretty. So, the old version of me, before I fought Curtis Blaydes, I wasn't 100% committed to MMA like I am now.
Wow.
There was a lot of different stuff going on. I didn't look after my body. My training situation wasn't great. I was drinking all the time. I was getting pulled in all kinds of different directions, and I was eating bad and all different stuff like that. And it was almost like I had a built-in excuse for when it all goes wrong. Is that, right, I didn't win because of this. I didn't win because of this, blah, blah, blah. And now I decided I remember the exact moment when I was sat on the couch. I couldn't walk. I had my knee in a brace. I'd been all cut open. I was really down in the dumps. Do you know what I mean? I was really in a bad spot mentally. And I decided, look, I'm going to either go like both feet in with this and go 100%, and I'm going to change my training situation and start training with, you know, top level heavyweights on a daily basis. I'm going to get a real strength and conditioning guy. I'm going to make sure my diet's perfect. I'm going to make sure I recover properly. I'm going to make sure I stop drinking. I'm going to do all this other stuff. An accumulation of, if I go all in with it, then at least when I'm all said and done, I can look in the mirror and be like, look, you tried your best. Whatever's happened, you've done it, because I have a real shot at being the best heavyweight ever. Or I retire from the sport and do something else with my life. And I obviously decided to go both feet in with it. And now, you know what? I feel way better mentally, because it's like, win or lose, I can get knocked out in my next 10 fights, next 20 fights, whatever. I can always look in the mirror and be like, look, you tried your best. And that's all anybody can ever do. Do you know what I mean? MMA, especially heavyweight MMA, is a flip of a coin, mate. One shot can change everything. You can be, honestly, now, I'm not just saying this for the interview, I truly believe that skill for skill, I'm the best heavyweight in the world. By far, nobody comes close to me. Does that mean that I'm going to win every fight? No, it doesn't at all. This is heavyweight MMA. It's literally the flip of a coin. Anybody can win at any time. I can definitely have the capabilities to lose, no problem. But I'm all in. I'm absolutely all in, 100% on being the best heavyweight that I can possibly be. And every single person that I spend any kind of time with is with me on that. Every single person is going in the same direction, parallel together, to getting me into the best possible shape and the best possible version of myself that I can possibly be. And I'm incredibly happy with that. And I can look myself in the mirror and be like, you know what? There's no one else to blame. There's no one else you can put excuses on. There's nobody else you can say, oh, I wouldn't have done it because you, whatever. Like, I had the balls to pull myself out of a bad situation and be like, I'm going for it and I'm going to give it 100%. And I'm really proud of myself because of it.
Well done. That's amazing. I mean, that's the promo right there. That's it right there. That's why the UK should be so proud of you and Leon, both of you headlining this card. It's an incredible time, and you're such an easy guy to root for. You truly are. It's great to see all of this happen. And I would be remiss, Tom, and I'll let you go in a moment, but I would be remiss if I don't ask you about the Frenchman, Cyril Gane, who recently just spoke about you. There wasn't much coming from him throughout all of this. I don't know. And now I'm doing the thing. Now I'm doing the thing that you didn't want. Now I'm doing the thing that you didn't want. Here I am doing the thing. You said no screenshots. Do not want.
MMA show. What did you say?
Okay, you want to know? Well,
if you want to,
it's not bad. It's not bad. But I here's the thing. I when you sent this message and you were like, don't screenshot shit. I don't want to see tweets. And I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about because people will do that to me too. Did you see this? I'm like, is it shit? Do I want to see? Is it going to ruin my day? Is it going to make me mad? Why are you sending this to me if you're my friend? So I understood exactly. But you know how this is. This is the sport. This is the fight game and all this. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on what he said because I know that there was some talk of you fighting him before all this, and then he had the movie and all that. And this is a translated quote, by the way. He was speaking in French, but this is the quote translated into English. He, Tom Aspinall, only accepts my fights when I cannot. He likes to say that I refuse him, but the truth is that I've already called him out on the networks. Now that he is above me in the rankings, he allows himself to say, no problem. We'll meet each other soon.
Okay. I don't think that's very accurate. But, I mean, I think what people need to understand is the UFC, and I don't want to... I'm sure Curtis is aware of this. The UFC didn't want me to fight Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted me to fight Cyril, and Cyril didn't want to. And that's... I don't know what's going on with his schedule. I have no idea. Like, the guy's living his own life. He's doing his acting thing. If that's what makes him happy and that's what he wants to do, I completely respect it. But let's not act like you wanted to fight me because it isn't accurate. Do you know what I mean? Like, if the schedules don't work out, but my schedule, my personal schedule, I'm trying to fight people. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fight as many people as I can in a calendar year in the sport of MMA and rack up as many wins and get as much money as I possibly can get while I'm still fighting. Now, that's my goal. I ain't interested in movies. Or I ain't interested in whatever. I ain't interested in cruising about on a yacht and going to this frigging party in Vegas and doing a movie and all this other stuff. I'm not interested in it. I'm interested in fighting people. So if you're busy because of something else, like a movie or whatever, that's not my problem. Do you know what I mean? I'm ready to fight. I want to fight people. I'm here to get in the cage with 4-ounce gloves on, with a shirt off, in an arena, fighting another top-level guy, and let's see who the guy is in this next 25 minutes. That's what really interests me. Now, if that doesn't interest you, that's fine. That's fine, man. Do whatever the hell you want. But what I want to do, me personally, for the next few years at least of my life, is I want to do that. I want to take my shirt off and stick some gloves on and not know who's going to win. And let's find out. Do you know what I mean? There's me and you in this arena now. There's 25,000 people watching it. There's a referee between us and there's millions of people watching the world. Let's find out now. Right now, in front of these people. That's what I'm interested in. What he's interested in, go and do it, bro. But let's not act like you want to do that because you don't at the moment. Maybe we will in the future. That's great. If we do, we'll do it. Absolutely. I want to fight anybody. I'll fight anybody. But I was ready to fight. That's all I'm saying. I was ready to fight him if he wanted it.
He got his next assignment. It's in October. You probably haven't seen this, but it's against Volkov, a rematch of the Volkov fight. It's on the Abu Dhabi card, October 26th. So I don't even know if the timeline would work out if all goes well for you in a couple of weeks to fight him. Jones, Pereira, Gane. Most likely, who would be next after Blaydes?
Not looking past Blaydes.
Yeah, that's right. That's the answer, Tom. That's the answer. What do you think it's going to be like? We saw outside the O2. We said the na. What do you think it's going to be like in the wee hours of July 28th if all goes well?
I've headlined the O2 3 times now, which is massive.
Yeah,
for a guy like me, massive. Let's say Manchester is the steak dinner. Okay, that's the main course. For me, like London at the O2. In my mind, is like a soup.
Yeah, salad.
You know what I mean?
Appetizer.
Yeah, it's an appetizer. That's a bit of a warm up for me. And then the big dinner is Manchester. Do you know what I mean? That is going to be. I don't think anything can prepare you for that. Nothing. I've had a taster of what it's going to be like at home, but in my opinion, nothing will compare to in a couple of weeks' time.
I can't wait. Delighted for you. Good luck in the final days. I'm still not quite sure if you're doing the petrol thing, but I'm going to go with it. I believe it.
You need to watch Knuckle, mate. Watch it. It's a good documentary.
Tyson Fury, I think, does it too, right? Does Tyson Fury do it?
I don't know actually. I don't know, but it's very well known. It's very well known in the areas that I live, like out in the countryside and stuff.
When you wash your hands, how long does it take to get the smell off of the petrol?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Quick shower.
Yeah.
Quick shower.
What a man you are.
Knuckles, they're like rock. They're like rock. Hardest knuckles in the UFC, mate. Ready to unleash in a couple of weeks' time.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for the time, as always. Good luck to you. Can't wait for it. I'll be watching from Paris. I'll be so close, yet so far. I'll be at the Olympics. Have you heard of the Olympics? The little thing that goes on every couple of years.
Yeah, I'm a 100-meter guy. I like the 100 meters.
Okay.
Yeah. I like it. I'm watching. You watch the documentary Sprint that's on Netflix at the moment. It's good.
Yeah. I know about it. The different characters, right?
Yeah. I'm particularly. I really like the Jamaican sprinters. I like them a lot. I like what they're all about. They've got a good vibe about them and stuff. Really like them. It's cool.
Well, you are cool, Tom. So thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Good luck to you. And we look forward to it. July 27th, actually 28th in Manchester, but you get the difference. You're the man, and we wish you the best, and we look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Speak soon.
Yeah, there he is. The legend himself, the real heavyweight champion. If that was the scene in London, what do you think the scene's going to be like in Manchester? We may need to get a new drop there. That card's really good, you know? Got to give them credit on that one. That main card is fantastic. How could you not like that main card? Other than the fact that he's
already dead.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it's fantastic. How could you not like that main card? I would say it's maybe one of the best main cards ever in the UK. As far as the UK cards are concerned, Leon defending his title against Bilal, Curtis against Aspinall. So there you have two UK champions. That's unprecedented. Arnold Allen against the returning Giga Chikadze. Muhammad Mokaev against Manel Kape. King Green against Paddy Pimblett. And then Nathaniel Wood against Daniel Pineda. Solid. Molly McCann against Bruna Brazil. Callan Loughran against Ramon Tavares, and a lot of people are very high on Loughran. He is of Irish descent. The Welsh gangster himself, Oban Elliott, returning against Preston Parsons. Great name. Mick Parkin, who of course is a teammate of one Tom Aspinall, returning as well. Sam Patterson against Kiefer Crosby on there. Modestas Bukauskas on there as well. Christian Leroy Duncan on there. Shauna Bannon. I mean, it's a real who's who as far as European MMA is concerned. Love it. Recently, I saw an interview. I think it was it with MMA Junkie? Paddy Pimblett saying this is the last fight on his contract, and he was talking about the YouTubers. I hope he resigns. But I thought it was interesting. He said this is the last fight in his deal, and there's maybe some YouTubers that want the smoke. What do you think, New York Rick? You think this is the last fight of Paddy Pimblett's UFC career?
No, but I think he's smart to create some leverage and at least tease that out. But no, I think he'll end up back with the UFC.
You think he signs before the UFC 304 card?
No. Why?
Well, slip on a banana peel, all of a sudden you don't have that leverage anymore.
No, I think he's a big enough draw. I think he'll wait. I think he'll play it out.
Even if he loses?
Yeah, become a true free agent. Yeah. You don't think there's enough people that would want his services and even these kind of like influencer things that he's talking about?
By the way, if he wins, and I mean...
Yeah. I think it's worth the gamble.
If I'm PFL, I throw the whole freaking kitchen sink at him, but...
Totally.
He's on a trajectory in the UFC. Like, if he has a great performance against Green, then it's going to be huge for him. It's just... When's the last time we saw him? December, right? Against Tony Ferguson? It's been a minute. By the way, are we going with King Green? Is that like the official name?
Yeah, he legally changed it.
Wow. So like
his government social security number on Instagram and everything.
So like in the like if MMA Fighting writes an article, it's King Green now.
Yeah. King
wow.
Green.
That is amazing. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Cyril Gane versus Alexander Volkov 2 announced for Abu Dhabi. Nasruddin Imavov against Brendan Allen announced for Paris. That's end of September. Like I said, Dan Hooker against Mateusz Gamrot announced for 305. So a few announcements there. I did want to provide an update on. Actually, I did get a message. Well, let me see. I got a message from Solomon Engel. You know, I read that that lawsuit at the beginning of the show, and he said there are two sides to a story. I'm with counsel now, and we'll give you some info soon. So there's an update, the whole Nate Diaz-Fanmio situation. Speaking of lawsuits, the UFC class action lawsuit has taken a very interesting turn. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, we came on air, and there was a settlement. And a lot of us were surprised that they didn't go to trial because they were so close. They were literally at the goal line of this trial, this 9-year, 10-year process, this class action lawsuit led by all these former fighters. And right at the goal line, it seemed, they agreed to a settlement. Well, now it appears as though the judge involved, Judge Boulware, is saying he doesn't like the settlement. And it appears as though he may, for lack of a better word, like bypass the settlement and still take this to trial, which, you know, I'm no lawyer, is like an unbelievable move and only backs up what some of us were saying in the immediate aftermath. Was like, why did you guys settle? Like you did this whole process to change the system, to change the contract system, and then you just settled, and maybe you could have gotten a lot more. And all this was a tax write-off. Anyway, there's a ton of people doing a lot of great work, but Eric McGracken, who's a media member / lawyer out of British Columbia, has been keeping us up to date, and he posted a video explaining some of this, which I think is fascinating and a really interesting twist to a story that we thought was pretty much done. He posted this on Friday evening. Take a look at this.
The UFC antitrust lawsuit settlement just hit a speed bump for the second time. So the UFC was being sued for billions of dollars, potentially billions of dollars, for antitrust violations. The UFC and the fighters agreed to a settlement. They agreed to settle for $335 million plus some contractual changes. Well, a few weeks ago, this antitrust settlement went to court for approval, and the court didn't approve it. The court had serious concerns and pushed the hearing back. Today, that hearing took place, and the court again expressed serious concerns. Reporter Josh Gross was present, and his tweets speak for themselves. Next week, Judge Boulware is going to give his reasons, and the world's going to find out if this settlement is approved or if it's not approved. But it looks like the court is leaning towards not approving the settlement. Now, what does this mean? Let's assume the court does not approve the settlement. The court's going to give reasons as to why it's not being approved, and in a nutshell, it's going to be because the court believes it's unfair to fighters. That's going to leave really one of two choices. The parties then either go back to the negotiating table, and the UFC is going to have to pay up an amount that the judge thinks is fair to all the fighters, or the parties refuse to reach a new deal, and this thing goes to jury trial. So this case isn't over. There's still some twists and turns here, and this is worth keeping an eye on.
So there you have it. Fascinating stuff. Let's see how this all plays out. But I wasn't expecting that. And I didn't see a lot of people predicting this when it all went down a couple months ago, when we thought that they had reached a settlement. By the way, I mentioned King Mo returning. He will be involved in bare knuckle fighting in September. So welcome back to one of our favorites. Congratulations to Sugar Sean O'Malley for winning the ESPY. He won the ESPY for Best Fighter of the Year. Does that include boxing as well, or is it just MMA in your correct? Do you know?
I believe they separate out the MMA and boxing categories, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I think they have a Boxer of the Year, MMA Fighter of the Year. Maybe Fight is combined. I'm not actually sure. I'll be honest. I haven't thought about the ESPY since I left ESPN.
Yeah, look at you. Nice flex.
How's that a flex?
I think it was just MMA fighters.
Oh, it's Best UFC Fighter. Is it Best UFC? Mm. Oh, wait. Sean O'Malley was SP for Fighter of the Year.
Yeah, MMA Fighter of the Year.
Was there a boxer too?
Yeah, there's a boxer.
Oh, who's the boxer?
I don't remember who it was for that award, but they separate them out. That I do know.
People were mad that it was not Pereira, right?
Yeah,
I don't
like
think
it should
it
have been
works.
Pereira.
Terrence Crawford obviously makes a lot of sense. Terrence was the
Yeah.
the time frame is not a calendar year.
Yeah.
So don't get me wrong.
Isn't it like
You could
July
take
to July?
something like that? You could take any slice, and Alex is a reasonable answer. But I'm okay. I think O'Malley.
Yeah, I feel like
fine.
I feel like July to July makes Pereira's argument even stronger.
It does.
4-0.
Isn't it 3-0? November.
Not Yuri twice, Jan and Jamal Hill.
Oh, because that was the late July. It was like literally right after. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 2 weeks later. It was end of July. Yeah, you're right. And O'Malley's 2-0, right? Aljo and Cheeto.
Yeah.
I don't even know who is it a fan vote, the ESPYs?
No clue. I'm kind of like Rick.
Yeah. People are all upset about this. I don't know.
I could not care.
Who cares
about who wins an ESPY?
All right, fine. Wanted to send our best to Mark Coleman, back in the hospital. He has an issue with his hip. He's been through a lot. That was a great moment for us in April when he put the BMF on Connor. I think his ribs are still sore from the slap on the stomach, right? Are you okay?
Yeah, still bruised 3 months later. Still working on that one.
Do you guys think that Tom is really putting his hands in petrol?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna. He doesn't seem like someone that would just lie about that. I gotta watch that Knuckle documentary as well.
I don't know if he is or isn't, but I do know that it is.
It is a thing. I was
Tyson
just wondering.
Fury
Then
does
he's
it.
definitely doing it. He's definitely doing it. Then, no doubt.
Is he actually waking up at 4 a.m. to do this? If so, pretty freaking badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you just envision this man at 4 a.m. surrounded by a ring of hay bales, dipping his knuckles into petrol barrels, not even buckets, barrels of petrol?
See, this is
he says they're like rocks. He says they're like rocks, man.
This is where I start to believe he might be spinning a yarn.
Which part? The hay?
Just like the whole story, the whole thing about it. Like, if you're gonna do it, make it convenient. Don't make it uncomfortable. Don't wake up at 4 a.m., get the hay bales, and dip your hands in gas. Like, just do it at 3 p.m. after lunch. Like, why does this have to be a whole production?
For the timing thing.
I think it's pretty.
He's gonna be fighting so early in the morning. He has to do it by torchlight. There's just a bunch of torches surrounding the hay bales.
Get a video. Prove it. I dare you. Tom Aspinall.
Nah.
Challenge.
Wow,
Show me.
Wow, Rick the doubter.
By the way,
show me.
Some things
Rick,
are better.
Leader of Curtis Blaydes' Twitter over there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Remember when that was a thing? What the hell was that?
I have no idea.
Anyway, I'm excited. July 27th. I'm excited. It is coming up. Quick word from our good friends over at BetterHelp. Support for today's program comes from BetterHelp Online Therapy. The comparison game can get dangerous fast, as you all know. Seeing how you stack up against other people can be the motivation you need to hit the gym or spend that extra hour training. But it's also a slippery slope. Before too long, you might find yourself on social media wondering why you don't have the same car as some random B-list celebrity. It's no good. But we all do it. We all fall into these traps. I mean, Tom was talking about himself. That's one of the toughest human beings on the planet. And he's talking about the traps of social media and what it can do to your psyche, to your mind, to your mood. It's a dangerous thing. And if you're not careful, it can really mess you up. Well, BetterHelp Online Therapy offers a safe space to work through stress and figure out what's really important to you. BetterHelp is a convenient, affordable way to give talk therapy a try. It's entirely online and flexible enough to fit into any schedule. You can fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist ready to help you lighten your emotional load. Stop comparing and start focusing with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MMA Hour. That's BetterHelp.com/MMA Hour to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. I was pretty down on, and thank you very much to them for the support. We love BetterHelp and appreciate them very much. For the last 2 months, my car has been making a weird noise when I get on the highway, especially. Like, it almost feels like it's like an overdrive, like it was just like pulling on too much. And the noise that it was making was louder than if the radio was on. You get what I'm saying? It was just so loud. And so
what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And then I took it to the shop, which I don't love doing because it's a whole thing. Went early in the morning, 8 a.m. to do it. And the guy's like, oh, let me take a quick look, before we open the whole damn thing up and see what's wrong. I'm thinking I'm going to be there for hours. And he comes back and he's like, is the all-wheel drive light always on when you're driving? And I was like, I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Is it on right now? And he's like, yeah. And if it's on the whole time, that would definitely like make your car overwork. And
Who, me?
Yeah. And I was like,
You've just been four-wheeling down the highway.
and I was like,
Has your gas been just disappearing?
And he's like, well, that would be it, And he's like, well, let me take it for a quick spin and, let me, press it so the light goes off and see if that's the problem. And sure enough, came back 5 minutes later. He's like, yep, that was the problem. You were driving. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's embarrassing. I feel like such a doofus. On the one hand, the whole trip was like a 20-minute excursion. On the other hand, I felt like the biggest loser of all time. Truly.
Yeah, but that's better than being like, oh yeah, the engine's busted. This is going to cost $6,000.
1,000%. 1,000%. I just couldn't believe that I was driving with this damn thing on. Who knew? Who knew that it would?
Yeah, probably a lot of people don't own a car. Yeah.
In any event, thank you to BetterHelp and thank you to our good friends over at DraftKings. Did you guys know this weekend 2 massive main events from 2 corners of the United States of America? Of course, we have in Las Vegas, Virna Jandiroba against Amanda Lemos. And over in Tampa, Florida, where I'll be, it will be Platinum Perry against Jake Paul. Yes, back at the Amalie Arena, home to your Tampa Bay Lightning. Looking forward to going back there. I don't think I've been in Tampa since the Tyron Woodley knockout, which happened in the same arena back in, what was it? 2022? No, 2021. Crazy. Time flies. Anyway, want to get in on that? Go to DraftKings.com. DraftKings Sportsbook, super easy for first-timers to get started. Try betting on something simple like picking a fighter to win. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app, select your fighter, and place your first bet, and that's it. That's simple. If you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets easily. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour. That's code TheMMAHour for new customers to get 115 bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem on 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. In New York, call 877-HOPEN. Wire text OPEN. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas, 21 plus age jurisdiction. Bet must expire 160 hours of restrictions. Deposit and eligibility restrictions apply. See terms and responsible gaming resources at dkng.co/MMA. Amazing. Thank you very much to DraftKings for the support. And what about the fact that we had Julianna make a pick live on the air?
Yeah, who'd you go with? Doohoo Choi?
Yeah, Superboy.
Shout out. Underdog play. Like it.
By the way, did you trim your beard or something? There's something different going on here.
Yeah, beard is trimmed a little bit. Yeah.
Lined up?
Lined up.
Yeah.
Took off a little bit of length.
It's the first.
It's kind of dark in here. It's storming bad outside. It's almost like it's nighttime outside.
Oh. Is this the first time that you go to a barber since you chopped it all off?
I went to a beard barber one time, but like I didn't cut off enough to make a difference. So this was my second time at a barber since I chopped it off.
And when you go to the barber, are they cleaning the top as well?
Nah, I just do that myself.
Easy. So it's like you're strictly going for the beard.
Just go for the beard. Took a surprisingly long amount of time when I went though. They did the whole like hot wax with the razor and everything. Yeah, it's nice. It took like 50 minutes though.
Wow, just on the beard, huh?
Yeah, man. It took a while. Took a while. I got 2 different like eucalyptus hot towels.
I love that shit.
It was a whole ordeal. It wasn't cheap either though. I'm not gonna lie.
Was it Frank level expensive?
Not Frank level expensive,
me?
but it was. It was. I mean, it was $60. I'll just come out and say it was $60, which is more than I used to pay for haircuts. So, yeah, I don't know. I have a more affordable one that I may. This might be just for big special occasions.
Well, I noticed. So,
I appreciate it. I posted a picture eating the Denver omelet. I got more comments about the beard than I did the food.
Oh, wow. I was focused on the omelet for that one. But just curious.
A lot of people said prison food.
At any point were you nervous because it was taking so long that they were fucking it up?
No, but like, all right. So like when you get the eucalyptus hot towel, they completely cover your face. You can't see anything. And like, I don't know if she left to go to the bathroom or like she took a phone call or something, but I was sitting there and like it comes out a hot, steaming hot towel and you're like, oh, wow, this feels so nice. It got to the point where like my face was getting cold because it had sat on it so long. And I was starting to wonder, I was like, where is she at right now? What is taking so long at this point? And I'm just flying blind, never been to this place before. I can hear all these people talking around me and I'm just sitting there completely reclined too. So I'm laying flat, just wet, sopping wet towel on my face. I did wonder if it could have been shortened by just a little bit.
By the way, you mentioned something interesting there. Pre-pandemic, every Tuesday I would go get a haircut. That was my day. It just kind of worked out. Post-pandemic, I haven't gone once.
I haven't gone once.
Haven't gone once. Which when I met that guy at the premiere, where did I meet him? Was it the premiere? I know I met when I went to see Ronnie Chang. This guy's like a celebrity barber, and he's like, who does your beard for you? And I was like, me. And he's like, here's my card. Come. Like, wow, that doesn't make me feel very good. Anyway,
no problem, mate. Yeah.
You know what I wanted to tell that guy as he said, here's my card. That's what I wanted to say.
Did you know that while you and Juliana were talking and she goes, what did Dustin say to Michael Chandler?
Yeah. Did he play it?
Who the fuck is we?
Oh, amazing.
He dropped it. So Juliana's still talking and this over the top comes.
I had a feeling he played it because I heard you guys laughing or something. So I had a feeling. I couldn't even remember in the moment.
The problem is it looks like you both just no-sold it.
Well, yeah, we're not wearing headphones. Anyway, what I wanted to say about that was, in my history, without a doubt, unquestionably, the better beard barbers were always women. Every time I go to a man, they fuck up the beard. Women, I feel like, are so much more meticulous. And you wouldn't think, they don't have beard. Unquestionably, 10 out of 10, always women. Men, it's like a 5 out of 10 success rate.
I don't think I've ever been to actually. So when I used to get haircuts, they would do the beard as well. It was a male, my barber, and he maybe that's why I thought that it was taking so long at this one, because my guy would just zip right through it. And it never really looked that good. I have to say, I like this much better than when it was like very long. I'm enjoying this right now. And she was, exactly what you said, super meticulous. Just kept inching away. Just really getting careful with it. Nice and detailed.
In any event, what do we got? The Parlay Pals, another. And by the way, Juliana claims that she came up with the Parlay
Boys.
I'm always confused. Were we the pals and then became boys?
We have always been the Parlay Pals, and then she randomly called us the Parlay Boys.
Okay, so she's part of the boys, which makes it even better.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Because someone sent us some T-shirts, and I'm not even sure who it was. Did you hear about this?
No, I haven't heard about this. Seen them, anything. We got merch.
Great. You might know about this.
No, I don't know anything. Joe mentioned it to me earlier, but that's it.
Someone sent us these T-shirts that say Parlay Boys. Yeah, there it is. And great timing with Juliana here. I was like, too bad it doesn't say pals because you're part of the pals. She's like, no, I'm the one who came up with boys. I was like, even better.
Yeah.
And then they sent us this too. Don't be silly, jump the gilly. Do you know who this is?
No, I have no idea.
There's no name or anything on it.
I got no clue. That's new too. And didn't they not even address it to anyone here at the office?
No.
They just addressed it to the address?
Pantheon Prince.
Oh, well, then there you go. That's who sent it.
There it is. Pantheon Prince. Shout out.
Well, thank you guys. But it's
got to be recent with the jump the gilly stuff.
There's no and you know what they wrote for Parlay Boys, which I thought was interesting. It's like they have established 2023. So it is a nod to Juliana.
Oh wow. Yeah, I
and
guess
also
so, because we started in 2022 and then she joined.
And this guy also included a Helwani boxing shirt, which is the shirt that I gave to Skye because I don't have any Helwani. Oh, wow. It all worked out fantastic. I don't know.
Did you give Peña a Parlay Boys shirt?
Yes.
Let's go.
It actually felt like we were in a professional operation that gave guests parting gifts. Yeah. Remember, we used to do that, and Khabib would wear the MMA fighting shirt.
Khabib
do you remember this?
The MMA fighting shirt.
Khabib came on the show in the old era. We gave him an MMA fighting shirt, and then he went like a year. Every photo, he's wearing the shirt that we gave him in all his social media.
Oh, that's incredible.
Almost as incredible as that footage of them training with all the sweat everywhere. What's going on?
That's a lot.
Is that your worst? Is that your worst
I mean,
nightmare?
I don't
Ariel?
even. It doesn't. I refuse to believe that that's real.
If
You couldn't even step into that, huh?
No, I mean,
if
that's
you got
just-
dropped onto that mat, what happens?
I would take a shower for a year. I would literally sit in the shower for a year. I don't like. How is this allowed? I refuse. I believe that someone took a hose and like, let's just do this for social media.
No.
No one's
Everyone's saying that. Like, I keep seeing people quote tweeting the video, being like, "This is how I know MMA fans have never trained before because this is what every single MMA gym looks like."
I don't know if that's true, but
okay. Obviously, I've seen a ton of I've been in MMA gyms and I see the sweat, but this was like pools of it.
Oh, I know the video is nasty. I don't care if that's what every gym looks like. That's nasty.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And I love how they're like sliding in it like it's a water slide.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's a slip and slide in their front yard in the middle of the summer. They're diving knee first. Like they just scored the game-winning goal into just pools of sweat.
what would it cost, Talwani?
Oh, there's no cost.
There's got to
No
be a
price.
price, man.
No
There's
price.
got to be a price, man. $100,000. You're not going to go roll on that?
No.
There's a price I would drink that. There's a
Dude,
price
yeah.
for everything.
Drink that.
There's a price.
There's a
For
price for everything.
$5 billion.
For $5 billion,
a shot of that.
I'll guzzle.
Yeah.
$5 billion. You would not take a shot of that.
Billion with a B, Ariel.
Just
$billion.
Okay. I the drinking. No. I think.
Stop, dude. $5 billion.
Drinking is sweat. Drinking
You'd
a
be known
cup
as the
of
billionaire who drinks someone's sweat.
You never have to work a day
That's
in your
fine.
life.
I
You'll never
that
work
staying
a day in your
power.
life.
I feel sick.
I will
Oh,
just
that's fine.
vomit. You just immediately vomit. Like there
Every
it is.
press
It's gone.
conference you did,
I would've
20 years
vomit,
later, would be
honestly-
like, why'd you drink
honestly,
the sweat?
This is a family show. I can't. I feel sick right now. I legit feel sick.
$5
tell us the
billion.
part. I can't think of
there's
this.
just
I
no-
can't think of drinking that sweat. That's disgusting.
That's insane.
How did you guys do?
I can't believe you wouldn't even consider it for $5 billion. It's so much money. We won.
It's
again.
so much
I
money.
mean, we just
Ariel's
keep
about
on
to
winning.
take a break.
What's the red
Keep on
there?
winning.
No, it's not red.
Oh.
The color blind is showing. It's grayed out.
It's what?
It's grayed out.
It's grayed out.
It's just
because
removed.
The fight ended in a no contest.
It was a no contest, so it falls out.
Oh,
awesome, brother.
yeah.
So yeah, we got it done. I mean, we're approaching 5 units of profit all time for the Parlay Boys. It's looking good, and hopefully we just keep
What's
it
our
rolling.
high? I think we got up to like 7 or something. We were like plus
Yeah, I
7
don't-
at some point.
I don't think we ever hit double digits.
Okay.
But we, I mean, we're chipping away. I mean, there was a time where we couldn't hit one all of 2024. Now it feels like we can't miss. Knock on wood. But hopefully we keep it rolling this weekend. We got Jake Paul to choose from. We got Mike Perry. We got UFC Apex 94. It's going to be great. To how I did singles 3-2. Shout out to Jazz Davicius cashing as a dog. Parlays don't come through. Got a little ugly on the parlays. We hit 1, missed 2. Overall, lose about a unit and a half. I feel like I'm on an Andre Feely run right now. I mean, I just a winning week, losing week, winning week, losing week. Feels like we've just been hovering here for months. So hopefully we can right the ship at UFC Apex 94. And then I got one big hair I want to shout out. We don't gotta do the whole deal, but Dale plus 4,500 turns $25 into almost 1,200. I mean, he nailed it. Andre Petrosky, Jazz Davicius by points, Gabriel Bonfim, John Silva by KO, and then Rose Namajunas by points. Not a bad evening for him. 25 into almost 1,200. So shout out to Dale. And that's the weekend. Nice little fight card.
Yeah. No, it was great. There was that going on. Man, on Saturday night, there was like 10 things going on.
I feel like that's always how it is.
I mean, in addition to, Donald Trump getting shot at, there was UFC on. There was the Matchroom card, the Boo Tennis card, which I thought was entertaining. There was a Top Rank card and Canada Uruguay. What a match that was! You guys see that? Almost had him. They almost had him. Did you see that? Went to penalty kicks.
Oh yeah, in the bronze medal match.
Yeah. Oh, it was so good. They were up 2-1. 92nd minute, they tied it. So close.
That hurts.
Yeah, but what a summer it's been. What a summer it's been, right?
It's been one, man. It's been one.
It's
we're just gonna roll right into the Olympics here.
Olympics. You big Olympic guy?
Huge Olympic guy. Love
You
it.
get into
I'll
the
just-
spirit.
Oh, the spirit, man. Are you kidding me? Red, white, and blue every day.
I love it.
Just throw it on. I just live on NBC, Peacock, USA, whatever the channels are. I love that it's in Paris too. So right when I wake up, I can just throw it on and there's just going to be miscellaneous BS around the clock. I love it.
I mean, wouldn't hurt you, a little NordVPN, watch some CBC coverage,
Can't be bothered. Can't be bothered.
I'm going to be there.
Yeah, no, I know. You're going to be like the lead guy.
Still won't be bothered.
It's going to be great. A VPN,
What?
Can you send me a link? Maybe like a.
No, I heard actually, I actually got some good news. I heard a lot of our stuff is not going to be geo-blocked because it only gets geo-blocked when there's highlights.
Yeah, when the footage is
and so we're gonna, given my, my notoriety around the world, they want the world
global appeal.
Yes. So
they get it.
I think you'll be able to see a lot of the stuff. I think you'll be able to see.
I love it.
Paris tonight. Paris tonight. It's going to be called every night, the entire thing, every single night. I'm going to be talking race walking, canoeing.
No, not an Olympic sport anymore, I don't think.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about? I've interviewed a race walker.
Wow.
They changed the. You're telling me what's an Olympic sport? You have the audacity. They changed the meters. It went from like 500 to 50, something like that.
Mr. Olympics over here now.
Yeah.
I also like how you
in race walking.
how you baited this whole thing. You throw it out there.
What?
You get the VPN.
Yeah.
Oh, turns out you don't even need it. I just wanted to see your reaction. Look at you trying to.
Nah.
Me?
Listen, there's
breakdancing.
There's breakdancing. Yeah, I did a story on breakdancing that never
that one's
aired.
new, right? Is that
first
one new?
year? Yeah.
Yep.
I interviewed a couple of the Americans. Surfing is not new, but that's there. Skateboarding.
Oh yeah.
Skateboarding's actually really cool.
Yeah, I watched it last time. I was cheering on our guy Nija, but he didn't.
Did you see the beach volleyball in front of the Eiffel Tower? There was a clip.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
When I went to Paris 2 years ago, they were building the aquatic center, so it's state of the art, brand new. It's gonna be amazing.
It's gonna be lit.
Paris is gonna be a madhouse.
I think it'll be all right.
It's probably gonna be pretty crazy, man. The Olympics are coming there.
Dana White's saying to Pat McAfee, there's going to be 10 fights on the Sphere card. Okay. Anything else that we missed before we go here? There's only 4 slots remaining, but he hasn't officially announced any of them. Yes?
I don't think so.
Okay. And he didn't announce. Did they ask him about those 2 title fight things that came out?
I didn't see anything flying around about that.
Yeah. Well, we told you about that. All right, I think we're good. Very excited to announce we have the big man on Wednesday in studio. Rick booked the guest and he looks shocked. Should I not have said this? This might be
no, I'm just waiting.
By the way,
you left it hanging for so long. I thought you were going to.
You've been working on the show since 2012 in some way, shape, or form? Hiatus, 3-year hiatus?
Right. Yeah.
This might be the first time you actually booked a guest. Soup to nuts.
Not true.
Soup to nuts.
Maybe soup to nuts. Oh. Man, there were those days back then. Hey, this guy Israel Adesanya, man, you gotta get this guy. You gotta have this guy on. Nah, no interest. Could have had something special there. But yeah, it might be. It might actually be.
Okay.
I'm excited about it.
Big Bang.
Actually,
I don't even know if I announced it. Gilles Jean going to be in studio. Big Bang.
Yeah,
Big Bang. I want to give a shout out to Morgan. Who works with us at Vox, who facilitated as well, who's an incredible colleague and a really big fan, and trains at the gym. So yeah, shout out to Morgan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Morgan. Appreciate that very much. Looking forward to that, and yeah, that will be a fun show on our road to UFC 304. Of course, he has nothing to do with 304, but heavyweight, big man, and he's on quite the roll himself. And figures to be very interested, I would imagine, in the September 21st card at Wembley. Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua. All right, fun day, guys. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless America. God bless the world, is what I say. God bless. My daughter was up there, Frank. I don't know if you saw, and she put her hand on her heart. Whoops, I just went the wrong way. Hand on her heart. And I was very proud of her.
That is pretty awesome. I saw it. You gotta wave it slower.
Why?
That's just, they didn't teach you that?
Actually,
if you
no.
do it too fast, it's almost considered disrespectful.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Shut up. That's not true. Is
All
that
right.
serious?
Why would I make something up like that?
I feel like everyone's lying to me today.
Who, me?
Oh, GC saw how many Back to the Futures you see? 1 or 2?
I watched them both. Yeah. Liked one much better than 2.
You saw 2 as well. We didn't get the update.
Yep. I got the whole ending with the
to be concluded.
Wild West. Yep.
You saw that?
It was great. Oh yeah. I have to watch 3. I'm gonna have to do it. I know you guys say not to, but I have to.
No. I as an adult, I like 3 very much. As a kid, I didn't quite understand it because it went all the way back. No. You got to see it.
I'm doing it, Frank. Stop it now. I got to do it.
Did you like
there were other movies I have recommended to you?
No. You got to finish
watch
it.
For this one.
Frank, you have you recommended 9 million movies to me. I can't keep up.
And how many have you watched?
None, dude, because you recommend too
What
many.
the fuck is that?
Did you like the betting angle for number 2?
Yeah. It was all right. I mean, eventually, a sportsbook would just like stop taking bets from a guy that's just like
Nah, but this
everything.
is the Wild West.
No, I like it. Shout out to Ben.
Thank you very much, all our guests. Tom Aspinall, Rose Namajunas, Julianna Peña, Skye Nicolson. Thanks to them. Thanks to you. Back on Wednesday.